Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. We're reaching playoffs and this is the second round already. If you missed yesterday, it was Rowdy taking down Venom Crest, which was sent into the bottom part of playoffs round. We're now waiting for NORD versus DMG. That is going to be the match of the day. It's a best of 5. It's going to be spicy, but it's also going to be brought up by two special individuals who are staying on the desk with me. Let's introduce them. Rudud. And coming back, Solari, welcome back!
Hey, I'm so happy to be back. It's been ages since I've seen myself on this very desk, and I cannot be more excited.
It's been too long, honestly. Solari.
Yeah.
We've missed you. It's great to have you back. Obviously, the CB LOL infiltration. We've honestly got like the best desk we could have. Arsham speaks Portuguese. We're heavily into the Brazilian league, right? Like this is the NLC forgetting who their talent team actually are.
Getting a new identity. Also, there's a sword behind you, so
I'm ready for anything today.
Oh, okay. Hey, we also have casters, by the way. One of them also has a sword. It's initialized in Foxtrot. What do you have? No, something was falling down. So, wait, what? Can you give me one sound effect you've done in the past? That's actually all I needed to be happy today. Thank you so much, Fox. Initialize is gone, so we're going to jump back into desk. And let's continue to communicate. I was not aware that Nasus was voiced by Foxdrop.
No.
But now that I've seen it, it makes sense. I play with Nasus, and that's exactly the same sound.
That's true.
Do you want to make sounds and be happy? Why not participate on our fantasy league? We're about to reach the end of it. We are on playoffs. Yesterday we had Banderas. The individual is almost winning the fantasy league. And if you win the fantasy league, you'll be able to get access to these prizes. If you don't feel excited about them, I don't know what else. I just need to tell you that mouse is not a normal mouse. That mouse is signed by Middlecott himself.
No way, I need it.
Whoa. Okay. They got it back. They got it back off of him. I'm guessing, right? Like they loaned him one out for last split.
Yes.
And then he sent it back. Wow. Okay.
There's a clip of Middlecott saying, "You know what? I'll send my own mouse signed."
Wow. And they followed through on it.
Yeah. As long as you say it, it's recorded, never again to be lost. So you're done. You're done. Now, what are we done with? You know what? Let's show the player deck as well, so you understand what players you should be at least betting or putting your hopes up. Oh, we switched another one. It's ready.
Once again, all 5 ready players topping fantasy. Guys, there's a reason.
Be surprised.
Yeah, there's a reason that they did well yesterday. And the team waiting in the winners in the grand finals actually.
I don't know what else to say. Like, I've been trying to get people to put different players, but every single day it's ready.
It's about maximizing where you can get other points, because I don't think you can have all 5 ready players just on your roster. So you have to figure out
unless
which
you're
one
ready.
Of them's... Well, true, but we're talking about the fantasy. The fantasy people can't just stick 5 people in and be done with it. They need to figure out who's earning the most points and where they can get the best from elsewhere. Says the rules, Solari!
It's the rules!
The mandated...
Do rules specifically say that I cannot put all 5 ready players?
Yes, that's why Jack is so confused right now while he tries to play the fantasy league. It's my team!
I don't like it.
Well, let's see where they are right now on the bracket. Ruddy is already waiting at finals, just as we heard yesterday from Wolverine. Well, I just need to sit and see other teams falling. Meanwhile, Venom Crest are waiting for the winner of today. Whoever loses today, however, is out. Either NORD or DMG. Rough thing to say, to be honest, after their commitment throughout the entire split. Just saying NORD and DMG will fight on the best of 5 and whoever loses is out of the equation. That is a rough one. But it's the rules, Solari!
Okay, fine, Jill, I didn't even say anything.
This is the ramifications of having a slightly choppy second half of the split, though, right? Because DMG were, well, you know, not a team that were looking awful coming in, but find themselves obviously in the lower bracket, and that's what you get for the top two. So Ruddy and Venom Crest obviously reaping the rewards. Venom Crest a little bit more, so obviously from yesterday they find themselves with that, let's call it a bye, right, into the top half of the bracket, and the fact that they lost versus Ruddy means that they've still got a second chance. NORD and DMG, though, no such luck.
Are you ready to start talking about the teams? Are we both ready?
Yes.
Well, I have a surprise for both of you.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, let's show the match of the day, and we have a special thing for everybody. You are not aware of it, so let's see who is going to be playing today. Well, I've been talking about it. It is going to be NORD versus DMG, just as you stated, Redude.
I was expecting this.
No, don't worry. I have something special. Like the idea that DMG at the end of their road, like towards playoffs, they lost 3 games in a row. Will they be able to come back from that one, or will NORD with the new jungle as well be able to outstand DMG? That is the question, but the question for both of you, and this is a surprise, that's your predictions. It's a lie. I have nothing special. I just want to...
Oh my word, the suspense!
The suspense. I know, Saladi. I know. I do this a lot of times. So our predictions, because I want to understand how you, Saladi, behave for today. I know we, like you and me, Redude, we suffered a lot every single week. We suffered 2 days, like, by putting predictions. Banderas yesterday went a little bit too hard on predictions. And,
he types
you
the
have
guest
to keep
score. Yeah.
Saladi, help us. So, what's your prediction, Solari? Let's see it.
As always, whenever I'm at the desk, and you know me, Artyom, I am never biased in any way possible.
Oh, no.
So I simply looked at both of the teams, and I was like, okay, that is going to be very simple. Which of these teams has at least 1 Finnish player? And just so happened that NORD do have 1 Finnish player, and I couldn't help it, but I had to vote for them.
Okay. What's your affiliation with Finland, Solari?
I happen to, like, grow up there a little bit.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. a worthy knowledgeable non-bias from Solari as
absolutely
advertised.
Non-biased, yes. Never biased.
Arshon,
Never biased. No, I want to know your predictions as well. As we're about to show predictions, do let me know.
Yeah, let's fly the graphic, and I went 3-0 NORD today. I have gone... Yesterday, I was a bit of a gentleman, saying that there'd be... I call it the gentleman sweep, the 3-1, where you give the enemy team 1 game out of courtesy. I don't think that NORD are going to be quite like that. I'm sensing ruthlessness in their nature. They're off the back of a win versus Ruddy at the end of the regular season. It wasn't enough to put them into the top half of the bracket, but I do think they're on a very hot streak. Unfortunately, DMG, as you mentioned, Ashram, 3 games lost going into the playoffs are not, and I just think that NORD are going to continue their winning ways.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? This is either like a 3-0 or 5 games really well disputed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like...
Where did you land? Where did you
I
land?
landed on 3-0 in favor of NORD.
Disappointing.
Like, I went all in, but I really hope DMG is able to surprise me and steal my points. I don't really care about my points anymore. It's like, I just want to get a really good surprise, because as Bucci has been saying non-stop, he wants to win versus NORD. And so far, he hasn't been able to do it a single time. And he's an amazing player, but usually has hit some sort of a wall, I would say, Bucci. So this is his time. Like, this is redemption, I would say, for DMG. So either a 3-0 or it's going to be a 3-2.
A hard-fought 3-2, 5 games, Slobber knocker, just 70 minutes every single game. 7 elders.
Back and forth, and we never know up until the very last minute of the very last game who exactly is going to win. That's how I love my League of Legends.
So let's talking about the teams. We already have like the ground rules. We have bringing the rules today, but you already have like the ground for both teams, DMG and NORD. I'll bring it up, NORD. So what can you expect from this team?
For me, I'm expecting very... Honestly, it might not be the most entertaining gameplay, but NORD have always been a very calculated team more than anything. From the first game of regular season, and I was watching Ecstasy and Romeo play their bot side 2 versus 2, it was very calculated, very methodical, and very by the numbers the way they were taking advantages, right? Crashing 3 waves, getting a free reset, and then going back out into the lane with a call. That's the type of thing that if you extrapolate into, you know, a later game situation where they're just running numbers, they're always playing the correct map state and finding advantages through being able to find great engages with Romeo, it must be said, but also just having a better map setup.
I think that says a lot about their versatility, but also at the same time their unwillingness to go into this versatility, because I feel like NORD can play solely, for example, through their late game, but they don't like it. They prefer to have a very solid game that starts from them taking the dominance into their hands and then transferring all the way through the whole game, never giving too much of the advantage to the enemy.
It's interesting. We're seeing that clip in Elijah, who, by the way, was I think it was a rookie of the split.
Yeah.
From LLS. Congratulations to Elijah, but he is just left alone in this clip. But that is an interesting take, the way that NORD play. I was looking into playoffs, and I believe, maybe I'm mistaken, and you can correct me about it. I think this is probably one of the most dangerous team we have going into playoffs because of well coordinated they are. And how can they evolve in the best of 5 scenario? This is an interesting take. There's a big difference between a best of 1 and a best of 5, and I do believe on the best of 5, NORD are a tremendous dangerous team.
Yeah, I think their versatility that they've shown has definitely given them that best of 5 fear that I would have playing up against them. I think that their overall playstyle through the early and mid game doesn't typically change. What I like about NORD is that they've got Nilla on the top side, who is just a wall. You're not breaking him down. And I think that that's the bit that gives NORD so much flexibility for the rest of the map, that Hunt and Ecstasy can diversify what type of champions they play, right? We've seen Hunt, Tristana pop off every single time and then default Ecstasy to being more of a utility style of carry. Hunt, however, again, great on mages, not something that we should be, you know, necessarily worried about, but he can allow Ecstasy to be that hyper carry too.
Can I just very quickly go back to what you said, Ashram, about NORD potentially being one of the most dangerous teams in best of 5? Because I feel like you hit the nail right there. I feel like even in best of 1s, if you look at NORD and you compare them to Radi and Venom Crest, I feel like the difference in the level of play between these teams is not really that big. If you put them into a best of 5, I do feel like this versatility and this really good understanding of what they should be doing at each stage of the game is going to allow NORD to maybe find themselves even higher than either of these teams. This is maybe looking too far into the future, but I would love to see NORD playing against both of these teams who are currently above them.
Yeah, they bring that feeling. Is it real though? We'll have to find out today. This will be like the test of fire versus obviously DMG, a really powerful team. But as we're talking about players, we need to obviously highlight Yoka, the new jungler. He was the substitute coming in for Alex. Alex was not bad by any default, like he was a tremendous jungler, but Yoka brings something different into the table. That aggressiveness, it's really different from what we've seen before. NORD were like passive-wise, Yoka jumps in, and he's a beast. Rujud, you saw him like at the beginning, and now how he evolved. What do you have to say about him?
Yeah, I think that the depth that he's given NORD is maybe the most important part, because individually their laners were always really solid. Alex, again, fairly solid, but it didn't feel like they had that get up and go about them to be able to take the game early on enough. And I think that Yoka just gives them maybe a little bit of direction, a little bit of shot calling, something intangible that not necessarily is visible on the Rift, but it feels like since Yoka came in that NORD has been a completely different type of beast, right? That they stopped having 95% of a game won and then randomly losing it to Verdant in the 3rd week of the split or the 2nd week of the split, whenever that was, just because, you know, however the reasons may have been. But when we've seen Alex leave, when we've seen Yoka come in, it has been the slight difference maker. And even though for me, I don't know that the visible skill on the Rift has been, you know, leaps and bounds ahead, it's very clear that Yoka comes in and adds something to this NORD team, which is very powerful and very useful to them.
I also strongly believe he comes in the very right place in the right time, because I feel like his playstyle suits the current meta so much. He's excellent at AP junglers, and he's coming at the time where AP junglers are at their highest, so it's like a perfect fit for NORD.
That is the take. Like, as an AP jungler, they needed that, and he brought it up. He only lost a game so far with Brand versus Venom Crest. Aside from that, it's a 100% win rate. That is a scary stat when you look into a jungler. And then when you paired it up with the mountain or the wall, you brought it up, Root, on the top side. What can you say about this top side of NORD? It looks like you can't take Nilla out. Yeah. No matter if you play weak side, it's going to be a wall at the end of the game.
Yeah, Nilla has been an evolution in the NLC, right? I've really enjoyed sort of the growth from Nilla, but also the different things that we've seen in splits gone by as well. So for a little bit of a history lesson, Nilla on a Verdant roster started out, I believe, 2023 spring as being this split push demon that was solo winning Verdant games on your Jaxes, your Camille's, your Renekton's. And then, you know, for my money, was probably one of the best top laners that we had in that split specifically. Then the next split, we saw him play a little bit more of a team fight oriented, tanks, frontline style of play. And last split, when in summer or spring of 2024, was a little bit lacking for me. You know, I didn't have that same Nilla factor that we'd seen in previous years. Come into summer this year, and it's just completely different once again. He is that rock in the top side who's not necessarily been popping off and solo carrying games, but the way he absorbs pressure and allows the rest of his team to make plays on the bot side of the map, and then he doesn't give up too much on the top side, feels like the way NORD are generating their leads, and they know that they're going to have a solid team fighter in Nilla if he just sits on an Ornn, sits on a Sion, something like that, to just be a front line.
When we were approaching how to handle NORD, we also brought a new name as well, Hunt, into the mid lane. The way he is improving as we go through the split itself is a story of its own. It's like you have NORD the team, but Hunt also stepping in. And look at this, because he's fighting people like Alex, and somehow he has these stats.
You
take it, yeah.
I don't have anything valuable to add right now. I just wanted to say I'm a little bit scared of these numbers, considering he hasn't been playing for that long and his champion pool is not really that big, as you can see. I love these numbers from him. I feel like that is exactly what the team needs, because when they have a solid wall somewhere on the side lanes, they need to have a really strong and very aggressive carry on the mid lane. I feel like, yet again, this is another perfect piece of the puzzle for NORD. He fits them so well.
I think the important part about that graphic for me was one single champion, and it got highlighted a lot last week, was that the Tristana is in that champion pool. And if you're going into a pick ban versus NORD, I think that Tristana is the champion we need to be thinking about banning anyway, but when you're playing up against NORD, it's one that takes just a little step higher. We'll have to wait and see what side selection looks like. DMG, if they want to first pick it, hey, you know, go ahead, but we just cannot be giving Hunt the Tristana. It just seems too powerful.
I know it's a weird sentence to bring it up, but when they were playing versus Blue Eyes and they were going through those issues, Blue Eyes were a really good team towards the end of the split. So keep that in mind, everyone. Hunt was the one that said like, okay, we're done with the game. I don't want to play this anymore. I have like some commitments. I have like doctorate at 5, so I'm gonna end it by myself. And that is really important when you have that player that can shine even though the team is not bringing the heat. He can be the heat himself. But talking about a heat, we also have DMG on the other side, completely redone from spring split into summer split, and somehow they're just scaling the mountain. But to talk more about them, we have a special person bringing up the heat as well. Middlecott, what do you have to say?
Water always finds a way. Perceived as placid and unassuming, its destructive capability is underestimated. A known quantity, something to be controlled and contained. But try as we might, water will find its opportunity. The smallest crack or weakness, precipitating an unrelenting torrent.
Skaderod finds the first blood. Namex tidies the fight up.
DMG live up to their namesake. It is too much damage, but it's Smarby finding a cash, and DMG with win number 6.
DMG were compelled to end their lives.
He's going low. Pucci finds the kill. Beautifully played. Bitsy's doing numbers.
Only Death and DMG.
Effectively secured the Drake for Verdun by attempting to
In previous NLC outings, DMG had hardly showered themselves in glory. 6th place finishes back-to-back last year, followed by 8th in spring, has given DMG the worst record of any team active in the league. Competent at times, with more underwhelming performances than flashes of brilliance. Hence, expectations of this organisation in summer were critically low. But something was different this time, like a build-up of pressure which had been released. Instead of having to wait until week 3 as in spring, DMG secured their first win of the split in their very first game. After their 5th, they sat with a 3-2 scoreline, a joint record for the best ever start to an NLC campaign that the organisation's had. DMG's wave was slowly gaining in momentum, growing in power, and when it crashed down against Ruddy on game day 6, the result was destruction.
Keeps him alive, had the flash, gets out of the seismic shove, but he had to do it by sliding across the minefield. Flag and Drag is there. Here, low, but he's going to be getting a teleport on his standard. Oh my lord, DMG bring 2
Double
to the
teleport.
bot lane. Alaric finally goes down. Built he can challenge to make sure he can't get close enough with the Flag and Drag. Taliyah's
Oh my
teleported
god,
in.
Skyrock!
Not as low. Bucci is here, going on down. Baron to 2000, into the pit is Bucci. Gonna go and smite it. No, Katurikan secures. Bits are low. Still not had a chance to go back to bait. Alex still goes down regardless. Bitser still alive. Finally! No! Still gone!
It wasn't just that this was a win for DMG, but that it was an overwhelming one. A win they'd thoroughly enjoy, one they'd earned. A perfect demonstration of power.
Now, another catch.
Another one. And there's the cask afterwards. Katurikan has nowhere to go, flashes forwards, gets a pyroclasm bounce, but a little else.
Eyes on
And
Nata.
there's just nothing to be done. Nata gets knocked up, Bitzer lands another one. Namex comes Valkyrieing in. The aerial support is there, a triple to Scatterot. And DMG live up to their namesake. It is too much damage, and Ruddy. They have been embarrassed a little bit as this game has gone on.
And for a time, they looked like the best team in the league, rising to 6-2, first place. A true multi-threat roster. Bucci, Skaterot and Namex all serving admirably as carries or enablers from the lanes. Bitzer growing into more of the same from the jungle, and Snarby causing nuisances wherever he surfaced. So fluid in their movement across the map, taking down DMG was a titanic task. Then almost as quickly as the seas crashed and surged and squalled, they fell quiet. The Icarian rise of DMG was thwarted as they sank from 1st to 4th over the last few weeks of competition, losing to NORD, Venomcrest, Ruddy and even Natives on the final day. And so we come to playoffs. DMG will find familiar feeling in an unfamiliar place. They will be counted out and underestimated at every turn. Because when the waters are still, people forget how dangerous they can be. Other teams will look at DMG as something to be controlled and contained. But try as they might, DMG will find its opportunity. The smallest crack or weakness precipitating an unrelenting torrent.
I felt like I was watching a documentary, you know?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a D&D
invested.
documentary.
I love this.
It was really good. I enjoyed the precipitation metaphor at the end from Middle Court.
Yeah.
Hey,
Lovely stuff.
I love that. Middle Court, hey, good job. And also good job bringing up what DMG stands for. The idea that the water is now stale, but they can just turn into a tidal wave. That is amazing, because that's exactly it. The way they finished the split is nothing like they started, but we always know that they can come back. We've seen it before. So it's not like, oh, they've lost their heat. No. They're still here. So what do they need to come back?
They need their top laner. They need Bucci to play at his finest, because I feel like he is the thing that makes or breaks the games for them.
Yeah, I'm there with you, and I think that this is a Goliath task for Bucci, right? We've talked about Nilla being this wall. I think that the way DMG is going to be winning games, it's by breaking that wall down. Bitzer has been phenomenal through the split as well. One of our top 3 junglers in the split for sure for me, and I think that if those two can sync up and perform at that level that we saw from them in the earlier part of the season, there's a world where they can break open the North top side, translate that into leads across the map, and take some games here.
I have a question, actually, very quickly about Bucci. Do you think there is a world where DMG can put him on the weak side and try to play around their bot lane? Because I feel like, to me, it's impossible. It feels like Bucci always needs to be the main star for this roster.
I'd agree with that sentiment, to be honest, in the sense that the NORD bot lane is devastating for me. Romeo Ecstasy are really solid. I don't know that I've seen enough from Narmex and Snabby to give me the confidence that they can do that. Now Bitzer has changed many a matchup, many a bot lane, so I'm there if Bitzer wants to be the other part of that puzzle that can step up, that can make a difference in this series. And if he goes down to that bot lane, there's no reason that he can't do it down there either, because Narmex is a phenomenal carry. As much as we watch him get caught out here, they do have good carries, and again, as highlighted from that documentary, Scatterot and Narmex, they can step into that carry role quite easily. Just feels like when DMG have been at their best, it's been when Bucci has been unlocked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Renekton as well, and here he is like that. Renekton, the Cassante, and even the Gragas. His champion pool is scary. And all these stats, they need to be relevant, because due to the fact that Bucci can just go into a sideline, push the game, and end the game. Just like we were talking about Hunt, he can do it as well. And still getting that damage percentage as the first top laner, the best top laner in the league, while split pushing like a maniac, that's something by itself.
I think that's the point that really emphasizes how DMG like to play through Bucci, is that he has the highest damage percentage of any top laner. And it's not just because he's such an exceptional carry player, but it's because DMG look to him to be a carry as well.
His damage is not the top among the top laners of the league. His damage is the top among his own team as well. He is the one that delivers the most to the team.
So keep that one in mind as we jump into the champion selects in a few minutes. We also have the Bitzer incident. We were talking about it, Radu, as soon as we saw the documentary. That Jarvan with the Bitzer incident.
Positive, by the way. Not a bad incident.
Good incident. It's a good tidal wave. Man, I know I'm looking at DMG like they are water type, like a different Pokemon, but thank you, Middle Court. Thank you so much. Talking about Middle Court, Rude Dude, and Solari, we have a lot of names. Might as well just bring the predictions. We talked about them at the beginning of the show, but where do we stand? Guests. Oh, that's a lot of noise. Foxtrot. Okay.
I love how only Foxtrot and myself predicted this to be a 3-2 series today. We are the true believers of the 5-game series.
That's true. You're actually the NLC fans. Myself and Arsharam.
Yeah.
Clearly, just we're done for the day. 3 games in and out. Bish bash bosh. Thank you very much. Also, I didn't know that we could have 7 points on things anymore. That's crazy.
I discovered that one yesterday.
Okay.
So that's why I went like crazy. Talking about Champion Select, we jump into it. This way is going to be removed. But where is that Tristana? Nord is playing on the blue side, DMG on the red side. Do you leave the Corki and Tristana, or is Corki a permanent ban, as we've seen yesterday on the Ruddy versus Venom Crest matchup? Karthus is going to be removed as well. A lot of AP so far, dude. So where do we stand right now?
Yeah, I think you can trade Corki Tristana. If you're the one if Hunt's getting Tristana, I think you can trade Tristana in anything. That's more than okay for Nord. I think it's on DMG to try and ban away the Tristana. They've got the last ban, so they can play a little bit of chicken with Nord if they want to. Of course, for Nord, we highlighted it earlier on that their game plan should be to look to play through mid lane, through the bot lane, DMG were expecting it to be on that top side, and that lines up with them being on red side. They can give Bucci counter pick. They can give the best chance for Bucci to break Nilla open.
Or they can start with the mid lane, because now that Tristana, we finally know that she is banned out. This opens the way to Corki, because normally that is pretty much the only scenario in which you don't want to unleash him. Tristana outperforms him so much, so that is a possibility for NORD. But I love that they're actually starting out with a support. Rel doesn't really give you anything at all, and at the same time it is such a solid first pick.
Interesting that Brand just goes missing, though. That's been such a high priority pick throughout the whole of the NLC. I wouldn't be surprised if that got taken in the next set of rotations, or if DMG are looking to go for something a little bit atypical here. They've played Senna before. They played it in the last week of the split. The Senna Nautilus lane was a dominant one for DMG, and they did very well later on. But this does give NORD that option now to MF Brand, create a teamfight wombo combo, and just go crazy on a 5 versus 5.
But this is bait. This is bait. This is why they're leaving the Brand, they're leaving the Corki. Both teams are playing
have a plan.
chicken. Yeah, both teams have a plan. I like where this is going. NORD are prepared, as we told everybody, but DMG look prepared as well. So this series is looking good. And Hunt coming in with a Yone. At least we believe it's going to be a mid lane Yone. As Nilla is a crazy individual.
No, he is a crazy individual, but I would be very surprised if they take this blind pick into the top side on 2. But we've seen Hunt, when he's off Tristana, his Yone is no slouch either. Typically the second pick that he defaults to, so trying to pick this one, lock it in early before the second round of bans come through.
Okay, they don't go into Brand. Now that is interesting, because ever since NORD didn't pick Brand as their first pick on the blue side, it kind of signaled that maybe Brand is not going to appear on their side at all, which is weird, but I like it, because now they have a really solid all-in on their side, and it's going to be really hard for Damage to find an answer to it, because they already have Senna, at least on their side, who is going to be really vulnerable to this all-in.
Yeah, the slight difficulty that I see for DMG is in this position you'd want to draft disengage. Typically that's going to come from your support role, something like a Renata, but they've already locked in that bot lane, so it might be a little tricky for them to find it. It's not impossible, but it's just going to be a little more difficult than they might have anticipated. The Lilia getting locked in, though, means that Brand is very likely going to the wayside for game number 1, but is a champion that thrives versus melees. Bitset is going to have an exceptional time running around, dodging all the skill shots from Yone, making sure that he's not caught up in Rel or Sejuani CC. Might still need the Merc Treads in there in case the Sejuani ulti splats him in the face, but the Lilia is going to have a very good time anyway this match.
She's going to have an excellent time, because this is a linear engage from NORD's side, and if Lilia places a good ultimate on them, she has a chance to pretty much send to sleep everybody who is engaging on their side.
So you take AD carries on the side of the DMG, on the other side probably go for the mid liners to try and take Skaterot from a comfortable pick. Corki, as we've been talking about, is still available, finally being removed. But I think it could default back into something like AP-ish and then leave Bucci with something 80-ish just to get that split push versus Nilla. But then you're putting a lot of confidence on Bucci versus Nilla matchup.
Yeah, that's the tipping point for the matchup for me for DMG. They've still got things like Ezreal open as well if they want to take that into the mid lane for Scatterot. I wouldn't be surprised to see that either hit the ban table or be the pick for him in the mid lane. Lilia being solo AP is just very powerful typically, so I wouldn't be surprised if they look for an AD mid laner, and if they take for like a Renekton or something like that for Bucci on the top side. NORD wise though, they've got this great team fight already. I think that Miss Fortune is such a valuable pick for them. Zeri also still an AD carry open for Ecstasy if he wants it, and Jinx as well. There are plenty of big AoE team fight ultis that they can take, and there's the Renekton ban away from Bucci.
To me, it looks like DMG are falling a little bit into the trap they find themselves in, especially in the last couple of weeks, is that they kind of outdraft themselves. They go with a very complicated draft that requires a lot of preparation for every single team fight, a lot of things to work out for them, right? While the enemy goes with something very simple, you just press all your buttons all in into the enemy, and if you have a complicated draft, it is so hard to stand against something so simple as all in. Oh, I've seen that already.
This solution is tremendous for the Skaterot versus Yone. It's going to be a hard lane to pilot, at least for the mid laner. So do you flex it?
A little bit of a trial by fire for Hunt if they look for the Yone in the mid lane. Of course, it would mean that he's blind picking the Yone into the top lane for Nilla, which could be even more detrimental versus Bucci. The Jinx gets locked in though. A staple pick for Ecstasy gives them that late game insurance policy as well. You find late game team fights as Jinx, you're 99% of the time going to win them if you can find that first kill. And one great thing about Sejuani is that she's so good at isolating one target with that ultimate. If you can connect and find the kill onto them, get Jinx rolling in a team fight, you just feel so good and so ready to take those fights. As Nilla, game number 1, defaults to a Jax, a pick that he's been, you know, exceptional on for the last couple of years. When we're talking about him on this Verdant roster, Jax was the champion I remember most being that side lane dominator with.
And it's just such a solid pick for Nilla, especially as a blind pick. No matter what is going to be standing against you, most likely you're still going to be useful, especially someone as Nilla, who excels at split pushing if things go wrong for him. And Jax is really good at exactly that.
So we got the champion select done with the Malphite. So kind of a wombo combo for one side. The other one as well. Team fights are going to be complicated to follow, or actually really fast at the end of the day. So it could be really long team fights or just instant team fights like that, as long as the lines go accordingly to one team. As we're done with this, Rudud and Salati, looking into predictions, I want to know, are you still standing besides them, like on the 3-0 for you, Rudud? Or do you think, like DMG, you have a really good shot at this one?
I got less inclined after the Malphite got locked in to stick with my 3-0. I think that Malphite here is absolutely insane. Yone, Jax, Jinx are all auto attackers, are all AD, and the magic damage on Nord side not necessarily abundant. So Nord have got a pretty difficult task. I think they're going to have to try and play through this mid and top side to make sure the Malphite doesn't get to be a super stacked Malphite, but I do think that it's a little bit tricky. I think that Nord have got themselves sort of one area to play through, and it's that mid lane. If they can get the Lucian rolling, they may well be in a good spot as well. For DMG, sorry.
Salati.
I think Malphite is a bait pick. I have rarely seen Malphite actually work out, and I feel like there are not enough dots on the side of DMG to actually make the wombo combo with the Malphite work. And if he doesn't work, he's going to be so useless compared to Jax on the other side of the map. So I stand with my prediction. I think Nord have it.
She's doubting the Bucci effect. She's doubting it. Well, will he be able to show up today with the Malphite, or will Nilla yet again showcase himself as a top lane? It's going to be Nord versus the MG. We start the show right now on the best of 5 for playoffs on Summer Split. But for that, we need the voices. We need Foxdrop and Initialize. I want you to make some noise. Come on!
Woo! I was going to go really loud, then there was you being like super subtle. I went, this would kind of ruin the vibe. I'm quite a high energy caster, and you're quite a chill guy, so that might have just given the discrepancy up a bit too much early on.
I was
fine.
muted,
I will
that's
keep
fine.
chatting for a second. Oh, you were
No, I'm
muted.
back.
Oh, well done.
I'm
That's
back.
you were even more chill than usual.
Literally, that's actually perfect. You introduced me as a quiet, chill caster, and I'm muted. I did that on purpose.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Was
it's all a play.
That was a
Deliberate
bit,
cold open.
Yeah. No, it's cool. We've got a cool draft coming through here already. I think I think Nord are already trying to disrespect a little bit for DMG, just picking more comfort stuff and less what I would consider perhaps like a more standard, I guess. Like you've given Jax over to Nille and Hunts on Yone. Like I think this is going to be really interesting stuff already. Yeah, we'll see how it develops in the game, but I think it's cool. It's a nice start to the series for sure.
It really is, because again, we heard it from the desk as well, like not that much magic damage, but then again, are you going to need it when you're just drafting raw split push and damage that way? On the other side, it's a big scaling, frontline, wombo combo type team comp, but the rest of that will have to wait till we're on the rift, because I just got word we're ready to go. Let's kick off game 1. Well, onto the rift we go. Bucci sat up topside on the Malphite. I was about to call this out as well. The last 2 times Nord have played off against DMG, we have seen Nille go towards the Jax both times, and it was a win for NORD both times as well. So the fact that Nille feels comfortable enough for the third time this split to draft that Jax and say, yeah, Bucci, I don't think you've got something to answer this, is kind of telling to me.
This is it, right? I think we prefer seeing DMG when Bucci Gang is the guy, right? When he is him. And I don't think Malphite really screams that kind of vibe to me, you know. I think it's a great pick, to be honest, in this specific draft. I totally understand why it's been slammed down. I think it's you know, I'm not criticizing the pick at all. It's just it is just a certain style that we don't really see from DMG. You know, I think they've had more success when Bucci has been more of you know, had more of the driving wheel, I guess. You know, it was mentioned on the desk a lot, you know, his stats and stuff like that. 25% plus damage stats is not only the highest among top laners, but highest among his teammates. Again, Malphite's not that kind of thing. And bear in mind, during the regular season, this matchup, right, 2 games played between the two, NORD won both, and both times Bucci was on the reactive, you know, like blind pick, didn't really get what he wanted.
He had a Scion, right? First
Scion,
time around.
And then Gnar into Jax, like, just not sexy stuff, and it's here again already in game number 1.
And I think especially considering, like, going back to that Verdant roster, we heard it in that little sort of video that Middlecourt had thrown together, hyping up DMG, that at the time Bucci was, also Nille on Verdant, was a scary man. He was by far the best carry top laner in the league. This split, it's been less of the focus. He still played the occasional Jax game, has played a little bit of the Rumble because that champion was pretty damn busted, is still pretty busted on the patch we're on right now in playoffs. And it's been more Bucci who's been that kind of stylish top laner as we've kind of come to know and love. And it's a very different look here in this first game of playoffs. Of course, there's a lot to be seen as Romeo. All players roaming in to make Bits' clear a little bit awkward there, spotting him out of the blue buff.
He's going mid now as well. Yeah, this man just, he doesn't have a home. He just always moving about, trying to find the plays in the map. He is just the best support at making these kind of plays. Sometimes, I will say, sometimes it bites him in the arse because he'll get caught. And, you know, it doesn't always work. But more often than not, I do think it is to the benefit of NORD, who are able to just make so many early game plays based off of the fact that this Romeo is just constantly moving around the map and constantly pressuring different lanes. So good to see him start off with that a little bit, put a bit of pressure. Not too much happening, obviously, with Bitsy in the jungle, able to smite it away. But I think it's kind of the mind games as well. You just know he's the boogeyman. You know, even if you don't know where he is, if you don't have eyes on him, and you think he's gone for a reset, which would make sense because that's when Ecstasy went for that reset. Nah, he's probably just chilling in a bush somewhere waiting to gank you.
Yeah, there is definitely that little bit of that. And, you know, considering the performance of people like Yoka coming on in to try and pair up with Bucci, there's that Sejuani passive with the melee solo laner. Beautiful stuff from Bucci, even flashes. First blood to Nille's Jax, should be alarm bells ringing already for DMG.
Absolutely. It was a really smart player see from Yoka there. He hold that door here as Namex.
Oh, great jump. He's in danger, gets the cleanse off, but the rockets come flying on through. The turnaround damage just isn't there at this point. Still has a few pots in inventory, so should be okay to heal up a little bit, and the piercing darkness will help over time. But big old chunk coming on down, and the cleanse being blown early could be a spot of bother if they can punish that over the next few minutes, from NORD's perspective at least.
Yeah, nice stuff. The fact that Namex didn't use his flash there, though, was quite important. Because I thought he was done, so that was a really, really good combo. Really sick, you know, getting that knockback into the chompers, right, from Ecstasy. I thought that could just be it, but no, it holds on to it. No flash used, and that will mean that, you know, any kind of return gank down bot side from the Sejuani here will be a little bit easier to survive with that flash up. Should just be a dragon take, or at least thinking about it. I don't think Scabrow's got too much to say about this one, so first dragon already being taken here. This is quite early, which is significant because, you know, normally you just handshake dragon for grubs, but when it's this early on into the game, grubs aren't even up. I don't think this is going to be as free as NORD would like.
Swellseed comes flying on down, and there's the last embrace after it hits 3 people because of the hope from Stabby. Flash on in with the watch out here, but the blooming blows keep flying on through Yoka. Flashing into the pit. Does he have the Arctic Assault to get out of here quite yet? No, he does not. And Skate Rot is donated a kill.
Ooh, that's not a good start right here for NORD. That was just a little bit disrespectful. There's a reason why you often don't take Dragon this early, right? Get a little more levels on your characters in bot and in jungle so that you can actually contest these things, take it down a bit faster.
Hang on.
I don't think this is anything's going to happen here. In fact, Romeo...
I think it might. He's in danger. Gets embraced by Senna. Will crash on down, but Bitsay's going to step on forward. Flash of the swirl for you, but instead of flash in trade for a piercing darkness, gets enough of a slow that Bitsay can pick up another. NORD very eager to contest that Dragon, and it's gone very wrong for them 2 occasions now.
Yeah, 2 kills now over to DMG's pocket. Accelerating, unfortunately, probably the 2 members on the side of DMG you do not want to give gold to. The Lucian mid and the Lilia jungle.
Oh, yeah.
So, suboptimal right there for NORD, I'd have to say. But they should be able to look for these grubs instead, right? Hopefully, because you've got a bit of a stronger top side with Nile. You know, he's shoved in, and, you know, Bucci's gone under tower here. It should be relatively free, so... At the end of the day, as long as you don't lose both of these objectives early, it's not too bad. But still, great start here for DMG.
Oh yeah, and don't get me wrong, at least they are getting grubs. You've got a Yone and a Jax who will spend much of the mid-game split pushing away, so that feels pretty valuable to get a hold of. But the fact they did go for that Dragon take and it went so wrong isn't what they were looking for, especially considering just before that they'd earned so much in the bot lane with that really nice little play on in the 2v2. It just... overforcing what the advantage they had gets it all turned around, and now you have given kills over to the Lucian, to the Lilia, who are going to be asked to be large portions of the damage for DMG in this comp, especially before, say, that Senna in particular gets a fair number of souls to her name.
This is the thing, right? It still takes a little bit of time for DMG's bot side to really come online, so anything that just helps that happen this early is great. I don't, you know, Bitsy's fine here. He should be able to just walk away, but Romeo is also coming up. But no, he should be all good.
That smite.
Yeah, no, all's good right there. Nothing happening for Yoka. Not going to be able to take anything away. Bucci should be respectful of this. With the new map changes as well, he's got a big like wall protecting him there, right, from getting ganked that side. So he's all Gucci. Nothing too much happening top side. And so far, a relatively kind of tame game, apart from what happened in the bot lane. Still kind of waiting to see what Nile can do in this top side with the advantage that he got from that gank, because there's not really too much you expect to be able to do versus a Malphite, right? Especially this specific matchup where Malphite slows the attack speed to Jax. So I'm not really too sure. It's going to be a tricky one to leverage that power.
Oh, Hunt might be in danger here as the observers toggle the vision. Namex and Snabby are just hanging around off the side here. Stacks up the Q3, goes for a big chunk here in Skate Rot. Chunk to about a 3rd HP. Now we can see that the bot lane of DMG has returned towards their original lane. And Bitsay is towards the top side, getting Bucci a shove on out. Maybe a reset that he kind of needs. Instead, we'll see a little return towards the top side river. And not too much going on here. It's been a quiet few moments here on the Rift.
I think this is also quite a valuable thing if you're NORD. Especially a little hold about. Here comes the hook.
The moment I speak about quietness there, it's not anymore, as XC has to flash on out of that Dawning Shadow. Romeo in danger as Skate Rot on the roam culls him down to low HP. They want to try and get both. XC cannot find a way out. Great roam from the mid lane as secures 2 in the bot lane.
Perfect stuff right there. As you say, securing 2, big deal right here. Very nicely done. Ecstasy falling here as well. He should lose about a wave down at that bot turret. Some plates going over. The benefit of having this, you know, this Senna Nautilus combo in the bot side. Nautilus is going to be taking tank runes, which includes Demolish. So getting an early plate there. Nicely done. Excellent stuff, and a very, very good roam here for DMG. It's looking very nice for these guys. And 1,000 gold up at 10 minutes into the game. It's not enough to win you a game, but it's a very, very nice foundation to get things started.
Where the gold is as well, right? The fact that Senna, who is not farming, is nearly even with the Jinx, who is. And there's that 1,000 gold lead for the farming Nautilus. That's pretty scary in that sense. You got a couple kills on the Lucian. The Lily is doing just fine as well. Like, at this point, you're looking on the other side for NORD, and you're going, well, it's just the Jax who's having a good time right now. And it's not a guarantee if the game keeps going on the way it is. The Malphites are fine to be a little lower economy.
Absolutely. And you think about the win condition for a Jax, like he'll probably go into side lane and try and just like pressure out through that. I am fully confident that Malphite, especially Bucci on Malphite, can hold that. You know, I don't think the Nile is going to be able to just bully him to the extent where he's getting dove, and it's, you know, he becomes a mega problem for DMG. So Nilay's probably not going to have the same amount of success in the side, which means he'll. Oh, okay. I'm not sure about this one. Bucci's going for it though. He's going for it.
Forces a flash out of Nile because the thunderclaps were coming on through, and Bucci in the tank matchup coming out in a great moment there.
Very nicely done. Yeah, and this is right as grub spawn too. So maybe DMG might even be looking for this one as a prize here. Bucci going to be is that Bucci's TP? Oh, it's both their TPs. Okay, here we go. It's all kicking off now.
The problem is Bitzer here could be in danger. We'll throw down a sleep to try and buy some time. Doesn't manage to get far enough away to avoid everything up, but the Dawning Shadow makes this a lot less even affair. So a teleport in from Snarby as well means the bot lane was here to play. Romeo and Hunt have now got here. Bitzer without the flash, without the ultimate. Not going to have the easiest time contesting though, so it should still be Nord's to take.
Yeah, and this could be 6 grubs right here for Nord if this all goes according to plan, which it looks like it will do. That is big. 6 grubs when you have Yone and Jax on your team. These are 2 champions that love split pushing, love playing in a side lane. And if they are playing in a side lane, then you just have this whole grub army coming at your service, and it's insane tower push here. You now suddenly, you know, you can be given an inch and you can take a mile. It's beautiful stuff. So very nicely done there by Nord to get around at that time, even though Snarby had the teleport, right? So in theory, you'd say that could have been the DMG favored play, but just perfectly done there by Nord. Of course, though, initialized blood. 2 dragons now for DMG, right?
That's quite a lot of dragons.
It is, and we've seen dragon stacking be a very effective strategy for winning League of Legends games. So, swings and roundabouts here as far as the objectives go.
I completely agree, and especially considering the 2 archetypes of team comps we've got as well, because you've got the Jax and the Yone. 6 scrubs, great. You want to be hitting those towers and side lanes as much as you can and splitting DMG apart. On the other side, you've got the triple teleport, the global from the center, that ability to defend some of that split push, but also group up in a really scary way with this competition from DMG. So having that potential sort of like win condition of the soul, which will force Nord to 5v5, is a huge thing for them, especially if they can play for that next dragon. As Ecstasy sidesteps the last embrace, gets out to safety now as flash on him from Romeo, sees an angle, the turnaround depth charge, will buy some space for the Magnastorm afterwards, causes some chaos to Joker, goes looking for the trigonometry ult, can't quite find the angle.
Good flash.
Prison just about wide.
Yeah, good flash by Namex. This time actually having to use both of them. Yeah, in the meantime, Nile died to a gank top. Bucci plus Bitsy brought Nile low. That flash that he used beforehand, getting punished for it. And Bucci...
Blue Peter flash.
Blue Peter flash. Here's one I made earlier?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nice. Excellent.
Here's one he burned earlier. See, it's genius.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm glad I got... I thought that was Art Attack. Was that not?
You might be. I've always had it down as Blue Peter, but that might just be my childhood memories being horribly conflated over the years.
To be fair, this is great because this is such a niche reference that firstly only British people get it, and secondly I don't even think these things are a thing anymore, right? Like only old British people are going to get this.
Oh no, I'm getting old. I don't want to think about that.
If your birthday begins with the 2, you're not going to get that.
That's very true.
Yeah,
mine
fantastic.
begins with an 18. You know, I've been around a long time.
Now? Excellent.
Yeah, it does. I look very good for my age.
You look very good for any age, mate.
Mate, not on air. At least save it for when you're taking me out for dinner or something.
Okay, well, I'm a bit skinned right now, you know, so I'm hoping I'm paid by the hour, so that's why I thought this was a 3-2.
It is, right.
Yeah, that's why I predicted
that's
that.
It. I'm with you. Come on.
Yeah. It's all Gucci. I like that. So yeah, like you say, the setup for top, Bucci blowing that flash really did come back to bite Nile in the bottom. And it's not something you expect. Kills from Malphite, getting plates as well there. But, I mean, we kind of pegged Bucci as like, oh, he's on the kind of dog champion. Oh no, this is not what we want to see from DMG and Bucci. And he's still found a way to be the guy on Malphite. Love that.
We go in mid lane again. Joker and Yoromio looking for an angle on in. They've had a few attempts at this. Not really found as much as they were hoping for. double wards for DMG in that bush, being denied by the control ward is a slight frustration for their vision game right now. They've got a decent ward behind people via that blue buff as the Hunt misses the Q3, will fate seal, but Skaterot flashes it and culls him down. He has had some fabulous roams this game. The problem is it's left the bot lane tier 1 alive and well, and 6 scrubs and a Jax
Exactly.
will make sure it disappears.
Ooh.
Out of the crash down is pulled Romeo. Fantastic dredge line, and he's hooked a big one. Romeo goes down. Julia in tears.
Love that. Brilliant stuff right there. What a grab by Snarby there to catch Romeo mid-W. Fantastic. Getting that kill. 2 kills for DMG here. As you mentioned, though, quite rightly, bot side did suffer for it. And it was a bounty, objective bounty, for Nile to pick up there as well. So 6 grubs, objective bounty plus Jax. Yeah, these things aren't going to last too long. All in all, though, if you're DMG, you take that one. Especially since Skatebot was able to answer our top side as well. So good stuff right here. There's a lot of pick power for DMG right here, with specifically with the Nautilus, of course. But as soon as Malphite starts grouping up as well, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with your Nords, because you can get caught out so easily, and already we're seeing it happen.
I'm also going to call it that Namex has gone towards the edge of night first after the Blood Razor, just because of how many attempts on his life there has been. He's not been scarred all that heavily, unlike Emperor Palpatine, but he's still been a bit of a point of attack here, going towards that build. And when you're looking from the side of Nord, their ways onto the center are pretty all or nothing. You're diving with the Jax and the Sejuani and Rel and everyone else. So if you've got more than one way to survive alongside having the various frontline elements, I think killing the center could be a bit of a task in the 5v5.
Yeah, honestly, this is it. I love this. I love picking up this Edge of Night. I think it's really smart. Hunt, he's in trouble. Fancy feet from Skaterot.
Yeah. Went looking for a Fate Seal, can't quite find it, gets a Q3, but out here comes the rest of Nord. Glacier Prison just shy. The slow's still pretty good. Magnet Storm is short, and Skatebot skates out of there.
He loves it. Look at him go. He is playing out of his mind in this game right here. And here comes the collapse from DMG.
Romeo and Nord, in general, both in danger. The Unstoppable Force catches out the Iron Horse. Now there's a turnaround with a depth charge on the backside onto Ecstasy. Lilting Lullaby on absolutely everyone. Ecstasy will cleanse, but everyone else does not have that luxury. Bucci throwing a seismic shard. Jinx is nothing before the Force for Mountain. Brought down as the Bucci gang keeps on rolling.
5 kills for DMG right here. Ace, cleanly. That's going to be the Dragon as well. It's all coming up DMG right now. 3rd Dragon of the game. They're on sole point. 12 kills to 1. 5,000 gold in the lead, and we're not even 20 minutes in.
That is absolutely brutal. It looked like a relatively close game, and then suddenly it is anything but. Skaterot in particular on this Lucian can do no wrong. He has found roams to bot lane, roams to top lane, outplays in the 1v1 multiple times versus Hunt, who only the other week was taking Alex to pieces. This is looking like a phenomenal showing from DMG.
It's fantastic, absolutely. And it's quite impressive considering Lucian, doesn't really have the greatest setup, or, like, he's not exactly a playmaker, right? Huni might try and convince you otherwise. But we all know how that went.
Season 6 is calling.
Yeah. That's Season 6, Jesus.
Yeah, Immortal Season 6, mate.
Oh, God. Nah, suddenly my knees
The year after his time on Fnatic.
More.
We're all at the old esports lore. It's nearly 10 years old. That's where we're at.
Nah, don't even.
I know.
I don't want to get into this. This is tragic. It's either way, yeah, Skaterot, fantastic stuff on this Lucian. It's been brilliant. The only death this game was that early gank onto Malphite. So yeah, brilliant. And now you have to think, I can't believe we're not even 20 minutes into this game, obviously. Like, that just seems crazy. It feels like we've been in this game for a while with how much DMG have been able to punish Nord. But Baron now, right? Baron hasn't been a thing, and now it is. Or Skaterot, though, he's in danger.
Ooh, they finally land a condo that Skaterot cannot relentless pursue out of. The 900 gold shutdown goes the way of the Yone.
That's a big one. That's a lot of gold for Hunt's pocket.
Bitzer needs to be a little bit wary here. Doesn't get any further forward. That 1v2, even with the Zhonya's, might be a little bold there with the Sejuani Yone combo. That, all things said and done, hasn't really worked out. Yoka has been a bit of a known quantity this game. We've only seen the one ultimate actually land, it feels like, and did land a kill, but it's only 20 minutes in that that's happened. The Swirlseed, rather, just wide, and Bucci has managed to claim a tier 2 in bot lane. I think after all of that debacle with every member of NORD getting brought down the last time we were over there. Second item finally complete for Hunt, but then you're looking across the board on the other side, and their inventories are looking just that touch better, I think, Foxy.
Yeah, just a little bit. That will be a thing when everyone's like 1,000 golds in the lead here. Yeah,
occasionally.
It's tough. It's tough if you're NORD right now. And this is the thing as well. I'm thinking about like the way this game is going to go on, the future of this game. To be honest, when I was thinking about these drafts and how it would be perhaps a little tricky for NORD to execute, I wasn't thinking about pre-20 minutes. You know, I was thinking about the team fights. I was thinking about when it came to like objectives and these kind of things as the game went on. DMG already have a very solid control over this game. And we're not even at the point where it could be like the hardest for them, for NORD to contest, right? When you're grouped up versus a Malphite with pretty lame magic damage. Oh man, this could just... It's already looking bad, my point being, and it could be even worse. They are starting up the Nash though. That seems a little bit gung-ho right here. I think it's going to dip away from this one.
Lilia's good damage, and you can certainly tank it up, but Senna... Notoriously not the fastest Baron taker, keeps you healthy while you're doing it, but is not known for her ability to take down those big neutral objectives that quickly. Dredgeline just shy, but the tier 1 in mid finally falls. Also shout out Namex for doing some good job of Senna maxing here, farming up where they can now that the Blood Song is complete. I always want to call it Blood Razor, but that item's been gone for a long, long time.
Yes.
And it's actually at 94 odd souls at 20 odd minutes. Is a good going, especially considering, generally speaking, in pro games, you can't be absolute max efficiency on Senna sometimes.
No, definitely. He's doing well here, Namex. He'll be happy with where he's at right now. And he's support, right? So it's all good. He's chilling. He's doing well. And to be honest, considering DMG's team comp, a lot of it is pushing forward, right? Malphite jumps in, Nautilus throws himself in, even, you know, things like the Lucian and the Lilia, they're going to be like dancing about going forward and all that stuff. Should mean that Namex is relatively safe on the backside, right? Because he doesn't have to get involved too much, and everyone else is getting involved, creating space for him. So with that Edge of Night as well, he should be relatively safe in this one, in these fights as it goes on here. But I want to see these fights, you know, I want to see it.
This one, I think, is going to be in 40 seconds, mate, because the Soul in 40 seconds. I know it's only Chem Soul, and NORD might decide, look, we just give it up, we don't care that much, and that might be a reasonable enough decision. But NORD actually just being a little bit cheeky looking for a Raptor invade. That doesn't quite work out. Leave them in an awkward spot if they did want to contest around the Dragon with all their members towards the topside river. Perhaps I spoke a lie, and there isn't actually going to be any violence. And the moment I say it, a culling comes on through to Ecstasy. Just about survives. Dawning Shadow wide as well afterwards, but a huge amount of pressure in mid lane regardless.
Yeah, it's all... even if you're not getting the kills, it's still all just DMG. All that pressure, and if you can push this one out, you've already created what you want.
Hunt will get some time with 6 scrubs here, and this would be a bounty. I don't think it's going to be that easy to respond unless they pull some teleports. Hang on, Nilly can't interrupt the TP, who was looking to do just that. We'll have to back away. Hunt teleports out himself. I don't think it's been interrupted. Gets away from it. Can they rush the Baron afterwards?
This ain't it. This is disjointed right here. Like, I kind of get that as a play.
Here we go.
Yeah, I like this as a play if I mean, I don't now, but I liked it in theory. I don't think they're going to get away. Oh, he's with the ward. He's with the ward. Maybe they do get it.
Oh, no, they know now. Bitsay's coming on over, has flash, will not be that easy to dissuade. They're going to try and turn on to the Lilia, who's taken out. Shutdown coming on through. There's no spike remaining. Huge moment for NORD if they can just secure it. Objective bounty in. Escape Rob's flash is out, and NORD now on the retreat. Namex fast will likely kill off the Sejuani on the retreat, but everyone else from NORD looking for the resets where they can.
Here comes Bucci. He's trying to find a victim or two on the reset.
Flash does get the stop on Ecstasy, who will not be living up to his namesake. He is very unhappy after that one. About a second away from the completion. Nilla dies as well, so only Hunt and Romeo, and somehow Yoka get out to safety.
That DMG, man, they kind of salvaged something there, but they really dropped the ball letting that one go down. I thought it was a good play by NORD. This is, by the way, NORD, a team who have phenomenal macro calls. Like, we've seen it time and time again. I think they are the best team here in the NLC with some of their clutch macro moments. But that was just a little too I don't know, like you draw the TPs down towards Hunt, and then when that happens, you push everything towards the Nash. That's great, and we saw it, and it sort of worked. But Ecstasy was farming minions mid, Nile was pushing top, while the Dragon was like dead. The only reason it worked is because DMG had like zero clue and zero idea that might happen. Bucci just ran down bot.
Hang on. Stops the back on Skatefrot as well. That could be a bit frustrating in terms of being able to set up for some of these wave states. Reminder, they burnt all of their teleports across the last sequence as well of DMG, so not necessarily in the easiest position to control the waves that they would like to be doing. Bucci, at level 16, still has to deal with the fact that Hunter's quietly been playing a lot of side lane, is now 3 items and level 17 himself.
Yeah, I think that recall block was maybe just a bit of a gnat bite for DMG. Nothing too serious coming out of that one. But yeah.
I like to make big things of those cool moments, though. You know, it makes me feel special and happy. So, can I have that one?
You can.
Thank you, Foxy.
It was you know, as you described, it was going to be a big thing, but obviously it was just NORD fluffed it. That was it.
I appreciate your support. Thank you for pulling me out from under the bus.
You're all good, mate. All good. The bus wasn't quite on fire, so you're fine. Bucci might be, though. He's in trouble. Ulting away.
Be another bounty runner over in the inner tiara. It's worth a fair amount of gold. Look at that gold total at the top of your screen. That's not that massive anymore.
It really isn't, considering it's a 10 kill difference, right?
Right?
Yeah, I feel like, well, DMG are definitely getting pulled around the map right here. They have to be very careful. Like the tempo of this game, the pace of this game, they're the ones who should be setting it right now. Right now they're dancing to NORD's beat, and it's not really where you want to be when you find yourself ahead in a game, especially when you've got Dragon Soul and such. You know, we're only 3 minutes away from an Elder Dragon play, so if they want to maybe play it a little bit chill and force a team fight, which will probably work a bit more in their favor, then, I mean, we can press a little bit of pause here, but any time that you're giving over to NORD is time that you're letting them get back into the game. So I have to see. If so far, though, DMG not looking as comfortable in this position as they perhaps should be.
And there's now a last whisper starting to get bored in. Hang on. Romeo once again living up to the Shakespearean tragedy. It's not quite Act 3. We're only in Game 1. It's fallen apart for the 5th time this game. 0-5-1 on the rel. It has not been NORD support's game. Nile hit with the swell seed there, and DMG, despite the horrors of the last few minutes, have found a pick and now broken into the base.
Here we go. This is it, right? The inhibitor's fallen down. There's a minion wave. Can NORD hold?
Bucci gets jumped on. Bitset chunked very low himself. Needs to be a little afraid as Yoka will throw out the ult, but it's only really onto this Nautilus, who's pretty tanky as a farmed member. Namex in a spike bot of danger. The culling comes on through. Yoka backs away, stays alive. Auto comes flying on through. Swell C just wide. Nile looking for an angle. Gets slowed down. Snabby pulled to the wall. Maybe forced to flash. Slowed down by the Shattering Strike. Hunt goes in. Does get the flash out of Snabby. DMG now on the retreat. There is a teleport from Hunt. Should he wish to look for that angle, but I think they'll just have to deal with the fact the inhibitor's down and Bitser actually in danger. Stays around to go for the Raptors. He will likely die. And there's a minute until Elder, and your jungler's dead to rights.
Oh, DMG, this is a flounder right here. 45-second death timer with 1:10 left on Dragon. That potentially
oh, no, just a minion.
will give you enough time, maybe give you enough time to get back into the fray for when this dragon spawns. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they could end the game there, and sticking around was just, yeah, tough. Reduce it. How much armor was that?
86%
nice.
Reduced physical damage.
Yeah, double last whisper, as you say, coming through, but I don't really think it matters too much, to be perfectly honest with you. I think he's a little unkillable.
Yoni's
here.
at least got blades, so that helps, but still, he's a tanky boy.
He's so tanky, and the attack speed reduction from Malphite on his E, and the fact he's got Frozen Heart, means that even these like hybrid champions like Jax can't put out the 3-hit passives, which is his magic damage.
Jax, yeah.
He just can't do it. Yeah,
with
exactly.
a walking sticks, I know.
So he's tanky. He's very tanky here, and Soul is spawning in 7 seconds. Of course, NORD will have control of this area. They have got control of the vision, but DMG have more than enough ways to face check this to, to keep themselves safe.
Just started speaking of geriatric things, but Here comes the teleport. Nord gonna be around. Teleport not here from Nille. He might have to get in here later. That's down to half HP already. They're turning around on the Yoko, who's taken very low, but not quite down to yet. The Cully comes on through into the backside with a fate sealed, and now Nille's in the backline. Skateboard flashes away, staying alive as he leap strikes out to save the ecstasy, just about alive. Bucci looking for an engage as Romeo gets a Magnus Storm. Another Q3. Hunt gets the Lilia. Smite on the Elder Dragon. They've got it though, as actually it's Lucian who secures it somehow, some way. And everybody backs away. 3 members dead on DMG, but they have Elder Dragon to work with. Look at the health bars. No, the last embrace just shy. Namex is stopping the backs.
Look at the
My
base.
days, the health bars are so low. Look at the base indeed. Yorka's gone back. Namex such a terror. I have no idea how the Lucian got the Elder Dragon there.
Oh my goodness, that was a wild team fight. I think DMG, once they realized they were losing the fight, just turned and focused the Elder Dragon and were able to pick it up. That would have been an absolute disaster. If you lose that fight, you lose Elder, because you're going to lose Nash now as well, right? Or you would think so. Skate Rock, the objective securer. I don't think so, dude. I think this is going down right here. You have to think, yeah, you've got enough damage. Surely you've got enough damage here if you're Nord, just to pick this one down. We'll see, man. We'll see. I don't want to call it till it's over, but this Baron probably isn't long for the world.
Elder. Well, actually, look at the massive damage reduction. Going to try and get to the back line as Romeo steps on forwards. His big chunk very low, only level 12, and that's all we're doing. He's dead to the Elder. Gone down, and they have to go away from the Baron. They can't do it.
I was wrong. Let's go. Baron is still alive, and it's going to be DMG's Baron this time. Thanks for the leash, buckos, as they Nord just have to run away. DMG able to salvage that one. That was tough. That was really tough. That looked bad, and they might actually just be able to push down the win here. They've got the Baron, they've got the Elder Dragon. They have more than enough people to tank it up. And the big key for winning that team fight beforehand at Elder for Nord was Romeo. He's dead now. It's 4v5. They might just be able to end the game.
Got a dream on the level 18 Yone, but good God, Yoka disappears. Nille now in danger, will leap strike back to one of his teammates for the inhibitor turret. A Nexus turret, I apologize, goes down. Hunt's dead, just eviscerated. Lucian culls them all. They're all falling apart here. Nille's put to sleep. It'll be a bigger one than that. Triple kill for Skaterot. Namex picks up a 4th. The game is over. DMG, they nearly fumble it, but they catch it around the Elder Dragon just about. It is their game in the end.
It was good. DMG with a solid victory here, a calm victory. And to be honest, at no point in that game did it look like things were not going DMG's way. There was that little scary moment for about 30 seconds at the Elder Dragon, right, where they lost that team fight. But they salvaged it. They then very easily picked it back up at Baron and finished the game.
I got very nervous because if that Elder Dragon had been smote secured and they get Baron afterwards and they'd already snuck a Baron, you began to wonder, didn't you? But it didn't quite happen. I'm sure DMG will look at some of those mid-game calls where they were teleporting to deal with Hunt. It didn't work out. And we'll basically be yelling at them. Sorry, DMG on that side. But I think for the side of Nord, what on earth happened in that early game? They got mid lane roaming to murder every lane. Yeah,
for sure. Huge credit to Skate Rock. He was the MVP in that game, in my opinion. He was sick in that lane phase, and then he just played the rest of the game pretty much flawlessly. He got caught out in once, when he was pushing top. But to be honest, it was just a bit of a cheesy, like, we'll wait in this bush and see and pray that Skate Rock walks up to us, which he did. But he was great. He was absolutely phenomenal, and I think coming into the series, Hunt is a very difficult mid lane to play against. He's very talented. He's very solid. He's probably top 3, I would say, in the NLC. And to be honest, he was completely gapped this game by Skate Rock. So great stuff here. Great start for DMG.
It really, really was. And what a game one. I'm hoping the rest of the series delivers. But to get to that, well, we've got a few breaks and analyst text segments to go through yet. So let's go deal with those first. I'll have some more gameplay soon.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Alex has just put the wind wall out to try and keep them all in place. Does go in for the two-man. Bill slides in for the backup as well. They catch Namex with the old Alex. Could this be even more funny? Got to kill anything forward. It's 3, it is 4. This could be the Penta, but Stumpback and Lenny denies it.
Come flying on through, and the stun is onto Alex, who flashes away. The Moonlight Vigil is solid, but the Glacier Press after with me. And look at that! Already, there's a slicing maelstrom that will electrify the NLC.
That lands on multiple members in the pit, and it could be catching Blismic. Bucci interrupting the engagement, the double stun coming down, he gets big focus, and the damage will blow him up.
Can you hear the ocean? DMG taking the first game versus NORD. I mean, I think the Champion Select was an interesting one, and then inside of the game, Skate brought probably the MVP of the game. I don't know if you agree with me, but that Lucian was popping.
I mean, he was. I mean, I gotta say, my MVP would be a little bit scattered between him and Bitsy, because I feel like both of them did a tremendous job for their team, but judging by how much he was adding to the early game, I think, yeah, Scattered has to be the MVP.
Yeah, I went and looked back because I was curious. Like, did Bitsy like throw a little gank in there that we didn't see on screen? It gave Scatterot that potential. No, just Lucian roaming ahead and finding those advantages off of his own back. So for me, out and out, Scatterot the MVP for this game, right? Foxtrot highlighted it that, you know, the only real time that was an issue was when he got caught top lane, and you can pass off one, right? He got given the pass for that because he made it pay forward for the rest of the game, being that DPS and ultimately stopping that second Baron going down on his own with the culling, keeping his team very much within it, securing the Elder as well up against a Smite, somehow finding that objective. Like, so many things about that game made Scatterot the MVP.
So let's put the ingredients on the table and let's understand how to cook this, how the cooking was done. On the Champion Select, you have the Jax versus the Malphite, which is not an interesting one for Malphite, for Jax. When you look into the mid lane, it's not a good one for Yone. And the Jinx needs to scale, but it was really complicated, also because of roaming off skate run and all that. But Ascena and the Nautilus together, it's a menacing lane. When I look into this, it's almost like every single lane on DMG was expected to win, no?
That is the understanding, right? That's why my understanding about how the game is supposed to look like was that NORD are going to try to sit back as much as possible, play as safe as possible, as to not give too many advantages, and then try to play around their teamfight potential, because I still think it was on their side and it was an insane one. However, there is a problem with the plan, and it's that if you give any advantage to the enemy, they are going to start snowballing onto you. And it's not that NORD necessarily gave that advantage. It is that DMG looked at the situation, Scatterroid more specifically looked at it, and he said, hey, I'm winning my lane. Why not transfer it into winning some other lanes for my team as well? And from there on, because of him, that's when the game started to snowball completely out of control for NORD.
Yeah, that part exactly right. You know, they found a good fight around the dragon as well. It's worth mentioning that NORD started that up. DMG shut it down immediately. So an element of DMG reaching for things that NORD was sort of presenting to them, and quite successfully clasping onto them. Other than the early gank into that top side as well, not really too many bright spots for NORD. We did get to see a little bit of foreshadowing for what we highlighted was their sort of macro prowess, where, okay, enemy team's taking Soul, let's TP to the top side, let's take the Baron as a response. They've got that forethought there, so they kind of know what kind of ideas they can utilize to get an advantage when they know they're staring down the barrel of a gun, but overall wasn't nearly enough to keep them competitive in that game.
And even though we're building this sort of narrative, it's not like NORD didn't show up as well. Towards mid-game, we had a little incident coming in from DMG where NORD showed up and they were like, hey, this is still a debatable game. Everybody was on doubts like, okay, DMG will probably take this one. Right? 100% correct? Nothing can go wrong, right?
Some things can go wrong, and these things are really good focus in those team fights from NORD, because they were specifically fishing out beats at Lilia from those team fights to get rid of her as quickly as possible. Lilia had insane amounts of damage, even on 2 items, which she completed very quickly. She was a really big problem for NORD, and they knew that if they get rid of her, that is a pretty big chunk of damage, plus the danger towards the objectives removed from the enemy. And whenever they could do that, most of the times, they would find some success.
Yeah, I think there's an element, right, of the Lilia being a very big menace. I also need us to remember that Bucci was playing 600 plus armor Malphite versus 3 AD champions, right? There's definitely an element of, well, how are we ever going to get through Bucci? And if we weren't snowballed through the early stages of the game, which Solari already highlighted was going to be very difficult anyway, that this Malphite was going to come home to roost at some point. And you know, we've got to remember that when we're drafting on blue side and we're taking 5 AD champions effectively, right? I don't want to hear it about Sejuani's magic damage. You have to remember that Malphite exists, and that's something that unfortunately slipped the minds, and one that Bucci was more than happy to remind NORD of.
Hey, Solari, come closer. Do you believe in Bucci now, in Malphite?
I gotta say, that is the first Malphite in a very long time that I'm actually not disappointed in. And that says a lot.
And also, I would like to highlight something. We were setting up statistics for both teams, and there was one specific statistic coming in from DMG that caught my eye. The idea that if this team is ahead at 15 minutes, they hardly ever lose. We're talking about as soon as they have the lead at 15 minutes, it's, 85.7% win rate.
Ooh.
That is no joke as well.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
One of those things, remember, like, when you're ahead at 15 minutes, expectation is that you should be winning the game. So there's, like, probably, that translates to probably 1 game out of the 7 or 8 that they found that they didn't win, which is obviously a very good turnaround for DMG, as you've highlighted, that they just look good when they have leads. And when they're able to get that advantage early on, they're very infrequently letting it go. Not one of our teams that we tend to see throw their games away.
Now they're facing NORD, and we talked about the fact that NORD is probably one of those teams that everybody should be afraid of in terms of adaptive. adaptability. Can they do it for the second game? Because I got the information NORD picked blue side for game 2. So they're not going to change anything. What's their priority? Because you pick blue side and you go for the rail first pick, I don't think it was that important when you look into the big scheme of things.
It was a little bit disappointing, considering that we had picks like Brand, like Corki available, and going for Rel. It is a very safe pick. Again, you don't really give too much information. It is a pick that most likely is going to work for you, regardless of what bot lane you pick with it, regardless of what the rest of the team looks like. But it's boring. You can go for something much more valuable.
Yeah, Solari's here for content, everybody, and if we're not delivering, she's going to start roasting you, you know? Like, that's just how it goes. I mean, she's not wrong, though, that the Rel fell flat on its face, unfortunately. Romeo just didn't have that stellar performance that we're used to seeing from him. We got to see some really, really whiffed engages as well. It's worth mentioning that Yoka on this Sejuani, again, didn't have that impact with the ultis that you like to see. You know, there was no nailing of an AD carry, particularly through that game, that felt impactful, so maybe when they go back to the drawing board for game number 2, they might think that the champions were fine and they want to run it back, because there was that element of missed execution from NORD, and that's definitely not incorrect to say. But equally, if we're, you know, trying to keep Solari a little bit happier, they might go for something more entertaining from that first pick. Think of the brand. Think of something that can team fight with other means.
I love the, hey, you can pick something else. Why? Because of statistics, priority, meta.
No.
It's boring. And I love it. That's what I love about this. More AP champions. Yet again, we're looking at the same band so far. So if we get to Tristana now from NORD, no, for DMG, Cassante, give me the Tristana. It's a replay.
Yeah, so far exactly the same as what we saw before, but I really hope that the first pick from NORD side is going to be different. Tristana is still not available, which is disappointing, honestly, but understandable. Please don't do that to me.
Wow.
No.
That's the same word, yeah. Wow. But why?
Wow, well, I wonder what DMG are going to respond with, everybody. Could it possibly be Sen and Nautilus again?
No way.
No.
Nah.
Shouldn't.
Nah, couldn't.
Shouldn't.
It's not like it's a bot lane they tend to default into, especially lately, and a bot lane that just works so well, so good in the early game, scales so well, nothing wouldn't go for it again.
Wait, I'm hearing from production, this is a replay. This is not the second game, this is a replay. Yeah. Okay, now, okay.
But
Maokai,
why did the Maokai get locked in?
It's the rules! Maokai being picked in for NORD right now. So that's a lot of CC.
Rules.
And it's something.
I'm going to say it, it's an ulti that's a lot more difficult to miss for Yoka. So. Sorry, was that too harsh?
Where's the brand? Because he's burning already. So Kaisa as well to follow up with an AD carry, an extremely mobile one at that for the Ecstasy, so he's not locked in as he was with the Jinx, and also for the early game it should be interesting. Now, is this Maokai specifically for the jungle 100%? Or is there a tiny percentage? I'm the host, I'm always like looking for the window.
Are you going to tell me that this Maokai's going mid lane, Arsharon?
No, I'm saying maybe bot lane is not that bad, or even top. It's not a bad top laner.
Yeah.
I mean, those were the times.
Yeah, okay, so me and Solari are entertaining you here, Arsharon. You're wrong. It's jungle.
Okay.
We're doing what we can. If it's not, and they flex this, I just leave. And that's unfortunately the way it has to go, because I've flexed way too early. Nevertheless, though, with the Skarner getting locked in a bit of a blast from the past, this champion did get a little bit gutted, but again, one of those flex picks, we could see Bitzer take it into the jungle, we could say Bucci take it into the top lane, and it is a different pick now for Bitzer, seeming to default away from these AP junglers. I know that we're hyping them up, but maybe they're just not the flavour of this best of 5, and that's sort of the best part about a BO5, is how that series meta adapts as opposed to just the true meta that we've come to expect.
Looking at the front line from DMG and Nautilus and Skarner already, just those two picks, it looks devastating if you want to bring damage on the side of NORD. So I know we have the Kaisa and there's a Maokai with some sort of magical damage. They need real AP. Either you go for the Kaisa with an AP build or you need something serious, like Salari brought up in the previous one.
No. I think Kai'Sa with an AP build is going to be a viable option here.
That
because
would be
while
enough,
I
yeah.
would love her to go with an all-in just to follow up with the Mark and Rail, I feel like her long-range damage with her W's if she goes into AP is going to be really hard for damage to do anything with. And on top of that, if you let her go AP and you pick AD mid laner, on top of that, you pick something really tanky for a Nihilist, something like One, for example, that is going to be, I feel like, the perfect composition for NORD. It's going to be foolproof pretty much.
You brought it up, and Quark is still available, so keep that in mind for NORD. And getting hands on some sort of an AD that is not going to be countered as well, as Navax will be forced to open the hand of DMG right now.
Alright, so just waiting to see, basically, do they reveal the flex or do they go for mid lane here? It makes sense that you would try and take a mid laner, preserve that flex pick for as long as possible. The Orianna goes into the mid lane. Very stock, very safe, very standard. Does open up now for Hunt to maybe have a better answer. The fact that he's got counter pick in the mid lane, it was very crucial in game number 1. Hopefully it becomes as crucial in game number 2 as well. Whether or not we get to see something a little bit more off the walls, let's say, from Hunt.
Please tell me he's gonna... Yes! They're locking in Corgi, finally! I had to wait for a whole game that was a little bit disappointing for somebody who predicted not to win. But finally, Corgi is back on the middle, and I feel like this is such a good pickup for them. And now with Corgi and with Kai'Sa together, it's gonna be a lot of poke on their side.
We need to address the double standard here, Solara. We can't be getting excited for Corki picking the mid lane and then flaming boredom for Rel B1. That's, you know.
I agree with you.
Fair,
I have to
okay.
side with Rudude on this one. Alright, they take away the Croc from Bucci. Bucci is aware of this champion. He loves the champion, so obviously you have a counter. You can't bring that up. You showcased it, Elliot, 2 times in a row. If you don't pick it, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. But if you pick it, it's not an easy champion to pilot, especially on playoffs. So bringing in the NORD, just as we saw yesterday, Rudude. Yet again, I'm looking at DMG and I'm like, I like what I see.
Yes, the Skarner goes into the jungle. I'm a little worried for their early game damage, right? Senna, a champion that needs a couple of items. Ori, not known for her laning powerhouse nature, but all told, if they can get through that early game, expectation is that they should be able to find some really solid team fights. Once again, have got great team fight capabilities with the NORD, with the Nautilus, with the Ori as well. All of those things going to line up quite nicely. NORD, though, on the flip side, they've got relatively lane bully Renekton, relatively aggressive in the Kai'Sa Rel down on that bot side. This is a bot lane that is expected to be able to break open that Senna lane, try and make Narmex pay for picking such a weak champion through the early stages. Of course, my issue becomes with this bot lane specifically that the Senna outranges the Kai'Sa a little bit earlier on, so Romeo going to really need to be on top of his game to close that space and give Ecstasy chance to get in range.
As we're about to jump into this one, tell me, Solari.
Can I very quickly say, if DMG don't lose an early game right now in this game, they are going to win in this game. And I feel like this could be a 3-0 because this is a really good draft from them. Compared to what we saw from them in Best of Ones, I feel like they've improved their draft game a lot.
Those are hard words. High stakes as well. Coming in for DMG. We named them the underdogs, and apparently NORD are having some issues. But will they have them inside of the Summoner's Rift? We're gonna find out as soon as we toss it to the casters. Initialize and Foxtrot. Are you ready for this? I'm not happing you anymore.
Fine.
Hell yeah!
I could do it myself.
I'm so
Let's
ready
go!
for this.
Exactly.
Go.
Alexandre Asheromaya doubts us, Foxdrop, and I feel that is a mistake on his end. I also have to potentially set up some controversy here because you were chatting with me and you disagree with Solari's take a little bit in terms of you've got a different edge to it. You're kind of more of a fan of the NORD end of the draft.
Okay, I'm saying this from the perspective of someone who knows NORD and DMG. I've just watched them and I have like a certain identity in my brain of these teams. This is not a DMG winning team comp, right?
Disappointed Dad Foxdrop. Oh no.
He has disappointed me. Well, not really. I'm not disappointed. I'm just not looking forward to this one.
Mildly frustrated uncle.
You've completely stomped NORD. You gapped NORD with a Lucian mid, right? And as Rudy was saying, that wasn't like a bitsy thing. That was a skate rock being, mega. And he picks Orianna in the next game. Where's your DPS in this team comp as well? Literally, what is it? Orianna, Skarner, Gnar, and Senna. You got to blow someone up at the start of a fight. If you ain't doing that, it's a great team fight comp, but you don't have consistent damage for the team fight comp. What's that about? If you don't insta-give someone, it's donezo. I'm just not a fan.
It's power of Eva building Orianna. It's Nash's tooth.
I mean,
he's gonna clockwork wind up his way to a victory.
Lichbane's better now as well for Orianna, so sure,
it's
let's
ability
do it.
haste as well. Get through more Qs with it. It's fine. Just Q auto,
man.
E auto. It's gonna be great. And okay, slight jokes aside, I see the point, but I also hear where Solari's coming from in the fact that actually, if they can get to the team fights they're at, if you can have Namex get the kind of soul counts he was at, your consistent damage will be the fact that you just survive through everything to get to another rotation. But I do see your point. If they do need to get to 2 items, or it remains a lot more even than it did the last time, you don't have that necessarily. And I don't know, we were a bit worried potentially about some of the DPS numbers from DMG last game, and then the Lucian got 11 kills by the end of the game. So
yeah,
they've proven us a little wrong already in terms of some of the concerns. So I can see it work out, yeah.
For what it's worth, I also didn't like Game 1's... Well, I sort of didn't like Game 1's draft. From a DMG identity. Yeah, I was like, bro, Bucci's the guy, you put him on Malphite, what's that about? You know, but obviously, it's a bit different when you just sign Malphite versus like a full AD comp, and when you're unkillable Malphite. So I guess that's fine, but yeah, I'm not saying I'm the Oracle here, and... I meant, sorry, no, I am. This is a loss.
Okay,
it's over.
You're
It's already over. This is a one-all series.
The thing about the Oracle is people never listen to it. Cassandra was ignored. That was the whole deal. And then Troy sat down, was burning. So maybe this is it, and DMG aren't listening to you, and they're going to lose now because they didn't listen to the wise Oracle Foxdrop. I mean, New Age Troy right here.
To be fair, I did predict the 3-2, so maybe they're just trying to, set that up. Maybe. But no, honestly, I have some concerns. Solari did bring it up though, like she thinks you've got to get that kind of early lane phase advantage, maybe. Or was that you in the green room? I can't remember who said that actually. There was a voice in my ears that said something like that.
I'll give it to Solari. That's fine. I'm the play-by-play.
You look very similar. What can I say?
Oh yeah, have you seen with the clean shaven and pink hair I'm wielding right now?
Both beautiful
this sword right here.
Yeah. No, yeah, but basically, if you can get that early lane phase advantage, sure, you can do things for team fights still, and there is still that one bop combo, as you say. The survivability is insane. There's potential to do some things. I just have some doubts.
I've got some more potential that we can throw to the game, so we'll do that instead. Welcome back, everyone, to the rift that we call League of Legends. That was a level 1 look in from DMG that was spotted out by the tower as they went on Bass. Thank you, observers, for spotting that one out. And on the other side, NORD putting their own wards down, trying to ensure they have an idea about what's happening in the jungle pathing.
Yeah, I think this Skarner in the jungle is certainly a bit of a curveball here, right? For DMG, we haven't seen too much of Skarner recently as a whole. He got turbo nerfed and he's kind of crap now, but especially in the jungle we never saw him anyway, so this is cool. I like the flex. I like the option here to give Bucci the last pick, opting into that Gnar into the Renekton, and so you would hope and imagine that this would be should be a winning point for DMG. As far as they crafted the draft, it should be like that. This was another thing actually I didn't even mention. I don't like Corki. I don't like Orianna into Corki either. I think this is such a tough matchup, especially since the changes to Corki.
Right.
This is an incredibly tough matchup for Orianna.
Gun sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why, in my opinion, I think that you don't see too much Orianna. I think part of it is just because with the meta, she has a lot of bad matchups right now in mid lane. All these AD mids just really pressure her early, and there's not a huge amount that she wants a bit of time. She wants people to chill out a little bit, and she can't do that.
I mean, like the first time we were seeing a lot of the AD mids, like when Lucian mid became a thing, was into Orianna. It was Xiaohu into Faker, where Xiaohu wrecked Faker's Orianna of all things with that champion. So yeah, Orianna not necessarily the biggest enjoyer people can out-auto attack her. That's supposed to be her thing in the mid lane.
Exactly, and she wants to get level 5, level 7, get some points on her skills to be able to trade back, to be able to contest minion waves and, shove. It's in a similar vein to the AD champions can do. But Romeo's flashed in to the surprise of no one.
Namex forced to cleanse again. Flashes as well. Same idea. Same style of draft in terms of the bot lane. And NORD get a slightly better summoner advantage this time around.
Yes, the flash gets used this time as well. Alright, so let's see if NORD can do something with that. Yoka's coming through now. They're going to use this pressure in bot to actually do something to Bitzer here. They did the exact same thing in game 1 here as well, but it was just Romeo by himself trying this. It's going to be a smite fight. This is quite a big smite, mind you.
Yeah, gets it. That's the Q smite from Yoka. Remember, that's so much harder to beat on the Maokai, who's a very frustrating option there. He gets a sap magic auto as well, that pullback. So he drains some vitality from the Rock Scorpion, throws a sapling in there as well. So Bitzer, even with the Seismic Bastion, just eating a bit more damage for salt in the wound here as Yoka heads back towards the spawn of the Skull Crab. Will get that and still got 2 camps to claim of his own.
He does. We'll see if he goes straight to the bot side or whether he actually wants to maybe even take the top crab as well and really put it to Bitzy. Yeah, it would be a bit much to do that, but...
Hang on. Is there a gank through the wall option here from the Skarner? He's hanging around.
There is no flash from Romeo.
That's a slow with the upheaval. Yoka's coming on down, has the level 4. Shattering Strike lands. The last embrace on 2 comes on through. Bitzer, flash on forwards, gets stopped for it, get through the wall! Goes over with a flash, and the Acathian Rain follows. It's acid rain, I'm telling you, and he's made out of limestone.
It's not good. What a great start, though, for NORD. Just trying to be a bit too proactive, potentially, actually, there for DMG. The fact they didn't commit to Romeo kind of says to me, actually, they knew this probably wasn't a good thing to do, right? They had an idea that Yoka was around, but they still kind of sort of went for it, and yeah, they get punished in the end. It's a great start for NORD. This bot side already getting things kicked off with the Kai'Sa picking up that kill too. It's Hunt now. He's out of mana, but there's a lot of damage coming through. Here comes the Skarner.
Yeah, I don't
no mana
think
for
he's got
Valkyrie.
enough for a Valkyrie here, yeah, and there's a wall there. He's kind of walking down the river. Upheaval and the Ixtal's impact. Used to speed up, throws a rock, and dunk happens, but Hunt does not die.
Ooh, they're pinging the dragon, though, for DMG here. I don't think that's a great idea. Okay,
what?
Snarby. Secret Agent Snarby sneaking his way through. Yeah, there's a few question marks about that one, to be honest, but fair play. Almost brings Hunt down. This might actually buy enough time for this dragon play. Now, we've already seen a dragon play, right, go completely not good for a team in game number 1. I think it was NORD who started it up, though, right, and it backfired. But this time around, I think, you know, DMG have bought themselves enough time now to slam this one down, to lock it in, and it won't be contested here. And it's early enough that they may even be able to contest the grubs as well if they fancy it.
Bucci's still got a pod in inventory and is yet to back, whereas Nilo was forced to back a little earlier. Didn't quite get the goal for the steel caps, which is a big frustration. But Bucci now at level 6, with that ability to back for a much better reset, will be a bit of a frustration as Ecstasy steps on forwards for an auto, but Namex will claim some souls from the Kai'Sa as a result.
Seems as though as well we're just going to get a trade of objectives right here. Bucci recalling, Nile having a lot of pressure topside. I definitely think it's risky. It's risky to try and contest the grubs versus Renekton, the first grubs especially. It's tough, and yeah, that would be free going over to NORD. So very similar to what we saw in game number 1. NORD were able to pick up 6 grubs in the end, but DMG got both the early dragons, and that really did benefit DMG because, you know, as the game went on, they picked up Soul. And then they got the Elder Dragon as well, and that Elder Dragon, despite, you know, not being the easiest thing for them to contest, it was a tough team fight around the Dragon area, which they actually lost. Picking up the Elder on 2 members still was really instrumental for them claiming kills at the Baron area, like 30 seconds later, which ultimately ended up with them winning the game. So yeah, I'd be a little bit scared if I was NORD to do the same thing, right? I'd want to put a bit more pressure on this dragon.
Foxy, quick quiz for you.
Oh yes, I love
DMG,
quizzes.
and I know, so I thought you would. So DMG, what do you think, with the exception of this summer split, has been DMG's best result in the NLC across their history?
What do you mean by best result?
Like, what's their highest placing result?
Oh man, I mean last split they sucked, didn't they? I'm gonna say, I don't know, 7th. Was 7th their highest finishing?
6th. They got 6th in summer of 23. But that's basically been it. This is like a team that's rebranded and taken over from Domino in a lot of ways as well. And, you know, it's like haven't looked up the domino stats with that one, kind of under a slightly different name there. But DMG in general have been a team that's languished really in terms of the bottom of the standings, but this split they've come together with something a little bit more special. They got the game 1 victory and they're in playoffs. They could do something a little bit unthinkable here to NORD, who have been, were supposed to be the second best team in the league, maybe even the best team in the league, and then they found themselves third outside of the upper bracket. Venomcrest pit them to the post, and they lose game 1 here against DMG, who had a frankly fantastic game 1, and this game is looking a bit different, don't get me wrong, but for an organization that's supposed to be, to put too fine a point on it, bad, this is not what I think NORD were hoping for, right?
Here comes Yoka though as well. Yeah, I agree. I think that DMG, it's a big lot for these guys. It's fantastic to see. I like the way they built around Bucci specifically, because he was a real shining point for DMG last split, where they finished quite, well, they didn't make playoffs. They were not great. And this time around as one of the top teams, and it's really come off of the back of him. So it's lovely to see, and already, as you say, it's not just, an improvement, or it's already an improvement to make playoffs, but to actually do something in playoffs, that's something that's a little harder to do, and DMG already taking the first game here from NORD, as you say, very strong team in their own right. Want to keep up that momentum and really prove to people that they're serious, they're not just another team in the NLC that, maybe has a good split and actually isn't really going to compete with the top dogs and is just, kind of there to round out the top 4. No, this is a good team. This is a solid team that they can deal damage in the playoffs. For a long time in the split, they were the best team, right? We were talking about them being
they really
the best
were.
team.
They were really quite fantastic at points. It was looking like a very excellent team, and of course, all of the teams in playoffs here for the NLC will be going to EMEA Masters. That's already locked in, and that is a huge weight off a lot of these teams' shoulders. It's a huge opportunity for a lot of these teams to go and make a name for themselves on a bigger stage. But what stage they are starting at, what they can do here in the NLC is still up for grabs. You get top 2, you're in main stage, you don't get there, you're going through the play-ins, that last chance qualifier. And for NORD and DMG, they win today. They face off against Venomcrest, who lost to Ruddy yesterday, and then the winner of that particular matchup goes to face off the current top dogs in Ruddy, who had a pretty exciting first series, I think is the way we'll phrase it, and potentially look to be the NLC champions as yet. But there's a lot still to prove for all. In some ways, they can breathe a sigh of relief having made EMEA Masters already.
Absolutely. So that's I don't want to say a consolation prize, because EMEA Masters by itself,
it's still pretty significant.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a goal to reach, which is great for these teams to have already got there. But you spend your time competing here in the NLC, and winning NLC is, that's what's on these guys' minds right now, and that's what they want to try and achieve. And here we go, trying to forge their way towards it. Yeah, exactly. 6 grubs, exactly like we saw in game number 1, but traded for Double Dragon again. I'm not a huge fan of this trade. Yeah, I do think that I'd rather have 2 dragons. We don't have to go so far back to see how stacking early dragons can be so beneficial to a team, right? Literally, it was a thing in game 1.
Right, well, maybe a tower dive as a result with those 6 grubs might be a way to leverage them, because grubs require you to hit towers, and starting that is making dives like this happen, because it's not just Yoka, it's a wild hunt over the wall. Yoka flashes on out, the Dawning Shadow, not quite enough. No teleport available from Bucci. Maybe Skate Rock will be forced to respond. There is no teleport on Snabby either. They'll lose the red buff on the other side, so Bitse gets to nab away a jungle camp or 2, but this probably is first turret over to NORD.
Yeah, you would think so. It's a great collapse there to recognize DMG are most likely pooling their resources to the bot side of the map with that dragon take. Bitsy's going to get face checked here. Is he going to find something?
Flash for the stun into the wall, into the Impale, and Romeo again. You've got to choose a different genre from Shakespeare, man. It's a history this time around, but it's dewing up as a tragedy.
That's great. Love that. There, Romeo again. It was, what, 0-5 last game?
Yeah.
He's always looking for these plays, like always looking for the plays. So, yeah, you can just catch him. You can find him, and he will deliver himself unto you. You don't have to do anything special to catch Romeo, because you just know he's always in 5th gear, always. And unfortunately, this time around, that does mean that he is gonna fall. Of course, I said it before, and I will say it again. I think generally speaking, it has been a real benefit for NORD to have that pressure, but this time around again, not going to be working out for him.
I will also note that at the time, NORD had wards in literally every bush in bot side, but that ward that Bitzer was standing in. A skate rot forces a flash in mid lane. That was nicely played. That was Nille who was there that time around to clear up the wave. Will be forced to burn that Summoner. Stays alive though, as Yorker might look to go over the wall here. Interrupts that back from Bitzer. Decides against anything more. Would be a little bold, I grant you.
Not going to go for that, which I think does make a lot of sense. We'll see here now. Ecstasy.
A bit away.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage though from Skate Rod, just with that Archangels as well, not even Seraphs, and that's not even really an offensive item, right?
No.
It's more like a utility style item.
It's 2 levels is what it is. That's what it is. You know, it's the mid lane level advantage currently.
Just a tad. What time are we at now? 13:40. So yeah, these plates are going to be falling down soon. Won't be any more to claim, most likely. Bot tower, however, is quite low for DMG. So if they want to, well, NORD's bot tower. So if DMG want to potentially sit someone down, there, maybe assign Gnar to it or something like that. Might be able to get that one down. And you know, this Herald being the next thing to spawn, coming up in 3 seconds. Do we start seeing DMG actually try and leverage this teamfight comp? Because it certainly is, you know, you get wombo combo, that kind of thing. I personally think it's a bit too early, right? I wouldn't really be a fan of it. And instead, yeah, sacrifice top side, try and do something bot side. Hunt should be aware, and I don't think he's going to get caught on this one.
Now, I'm not Aragon, and again, we do want to talk about that, but that appears to be a Stridebreaker Renekton, not the Eclipse, not the Black Cleaver. I get the idea you're here to be a bit more of a pick option, but that's a really interesting item. We don't see that a huge amount on Renekton.
No, we don't. It's a Tiamat thing, and Tiamat's always like a nice item for Renekton. But
Sure.
I'll be honest, I don't know enough about the old Croc to say why you do Stridebreaker here. I will say the only pentakill I've got this season was on Jungle Renekton. Don't ask me how or why. But
Foxy,
yeah, it happened.
why were you playing Jungle Renekton?
Because he's sick, obviously. I've got a pentakill on him. That's where it's at.
Results-based analysis,
That's
my
it.
favorite.
The best kind. Honestly,
it won, therefore it is good. Come on now, solo queue stats don't lie.
Exactly. But no, I can't say I've been Stridebreaker on him before. Yeah, so I'm not really sure, but you know, it's probably something to do with like the chase for Gnar, who can otherwise be, you know, if you dash towards him and you Stridebreaker him, that kind of thing, like you can maybe stay on top of him a little bit more. The stats obviously are still very nice. They're kind of like similar to like Black Cleaver style stats, health, AD, that kind of thing. Get a bit of attack speed on it as well. But yeah, so we'll see how that one develops in the top side. Already it's advantage for the Renekton, mostly because he got that tower and that gank. But we'll see, because you know he obviously tends to stylistically not be the greatest as the game goes on. However, having said that, NORD now setting up this death bush a little bit as this dragon's about to spawn. Is Hunt in trouble? No, he's okay. Maybe it's DMG in trouble.
Oh, they're going to try and find something here. It's not the greatest angles. Bitter misses the Impale, but it will be Yoka using that Nature's Advance to start up something in the mid lane, but it meant that they are coming into this river a little bit blind at DMG. Some big ultimates of their own used. Look at Romeo on the flank, and flash on in for a Magnus Storm to crash down that goes onto the backline that causes so much chaos. Navi flashing on out. They're jumping on top of the Nautilus. He falls. Nille just about alive. Romeo can look to mount up shortly. Bucci nearly at Mega Gnar, not quite there yet. Finally there. NORD backing away. Need to be aware that they don't have the greatest sustain. Bucci misses the Mega Gnar angle. Nille looking to recall and get a TP angle back in. Yoka dies as he got rooted up by Namex. And that means there's no smite. It was so point for DMG.
Wow, okay. I mean, that looked terrible for DMG. Like, the engage, the flank from Romeo was perfect. Bucci was there a little bit late, and when he came in, barely had any Gnar bar up. But they still found a way to win that team fight and get the dragon. That's 3 dragons now. Like you say, soul point for DMG. That is absolutely huge. It's Hex Soul as well. Very powerful dragon soul to be picking up. I thought that was looking pretty good for NORD. I'm not going to lie. Like, they had control of the dragon.
It looked great.
Yeah, they had the good engage as well. But just not happening this time around. And again they find themselves falling behind the chopping block on dragons.
Not to put too fine a point on it, I think Yoka is just not... He's got a Liandry's and Murderers. He's not that tanky yet. And him getting caught by that last embrace meant he just disappeared in a second there. At level 9, he's not exactly a high-level champion, and getting caught out there, having just done a lot of work, you were waiting for a reset and a teleport back in from Nille, and they didn't get to do that. So the extended play goes very wrong. Now, Bucci and Meganar looking to jump onto Nille, misses the wallop, and the boulder toss afterwards goes a little awry, misses a last one, but now with a Mininar, yeah, needs to be a bit aware of being run down, but is happy enough to take a cube trade and back away. Herald summoned in the mid lane. They'll look for this tier 1 there if they can.
Yeah, this turret's still pretty healthy, so should be alive. The Skater's caught in his jungle.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Yeah, goes down. Hunt and Yorker catch him out, and the ultimate actually catches out other members of DMG in the mid lane. Herald gets the charge, but nothing more. They get the kill on Skaterot, and that's pretty valuable. Give an opportunity for Hunt in particular to get a big old wave crash into that tier 2 in top lane.
I think that's a great little pick there as well, and totally not expected for DMG. Like,
yeah.
if you're putting down Herald in mid lane, I would not expect to be getting caught at top side of the red buff. You'd think maybe NORD would be grouping up to play alongside the Shelly, and I think that's what Skatero was thinking as well. So great little pick right there. That's now 2 kills quietly, for NORD. They've got 4 kills, and it's 2 kill apiece for their AD carries. It's a pretty good spot to be in.
Very much is, and the Kai'Sa going towards a static shift as well for that additional bit of wave clear, especially considering your wave clear this game is you and Corki, really, not that much else. The Maokai is pretty good with the Q, in fairness, but it's melee range. I can understand when you are asked to be sad in mid lane. Well, you go towards that, there's the Rage Blade afterwards. I wonder whether we'll be seeing the Nash's Tooth with this, or whether it'll be the full AD variant.
I reckon I haven't seen a Kai'Sa not go a lot of AP. To be fair, in season 14.
Terminus yesterday somewhere. Someone did a Kai'Sa with Terminus.
Yeah.
That might have been in the LPL though, where things are weird. So,
yeah,
don't
things
take
are
that
a little
one
bit hectic and crazy there for sure.
Yeah, Terminus required for survival, I think, in that game.
That does not surprise me. The amount that those guys fight, yeah, a bit of Terminus action sounds like a good idea. We'll see what they go for this time around here for NORD, like you say. Whether it's that Nash's Tooth or something a little different. I mean, to be fair, she's, aside from the Maokai with the Andrews, she is their magic damage. So, again, probably makes sense. And against teamfight comps, or engaged, poke is always good. So, having that as an option too could be valuable for that Kai'Sa. As Hunt now might face check this. Yeah, he sniffed it. He saw something was up. Scouts it out. Lives to fight another day.
That does leave mid lane a little bit exposed though. The slow there onto Bitin might buy some time, but Yorker face check Skaterot, revenge for the early play by the red buff.
Okay, Nille, yeah, though this is it.
Yeah,
good highlight by the observers. This is surprisingly free. I'm trying to think what DMG are going to be doing about this, because that is a valuable tower. And seeming okay, Nash is the answer. That's what they're going to be doing for this. Yeah, Yorker is down. Everyone's around the Nash bit. True. Hell yeah, let's see what's up.
You got Hex Gates, but that's still going to be relatively slow. They're going to have to be forced to come and fight. The teleport's now flying. DMG not the fastest Baron team with a Senna and an Orianna as your damage sources though. Tanky, however, as Bitzer goes into the backline. The Magnus Storm to trade. Nille trying to get some damage, and his Hunt is shut down. Bucci, though, in the front line goes down in trade. Into the backline goes Ecstasy. Living up to his namesake, a double killed him as the Acathian Rain pours down for a triple.
Beautiful, beautiful execution, and now it's NORD's turn to turn onto the Baron. You see DMG, they have a great combo. They've got a great teamfight combo. The setup with the Impale, the Gnar ulti, the Shockwave as well for Orianna. Unfortunately, once those are blown, there's not much left. And you saw that. Ecstasy realized that. Like, it sounds crazy. It sounds almost suicidal to go flying into the middle of the team there. I don't think they're going to be able to pick this one up.
Yeah,
no, NORD knows this is up. But, Ecstasy realizes it. Yeah, jumping into the middle of people might not be a great idea, but once everything's down, easy. I can do that, no problem. And there it is. Great team fight for NORD. Essentially a 4v5 as well. Pick up the Baron and stop this Soul from going down.
Yeah, maybe if it had been 10 seconds longer, they might have been able to get towards it. They can't. They will be able to get through to at least a tier 1, but that's about it for DMG. A very rough sequence of events, because you know what that Gnarl didn't hit? Ecstasy and Nille. And they were the ones that got to free fire through the rest of that game. And now a 5-0 Kai'Sa building towards that Nash's Tooth. I think that will be the W upgrade as well with that one in. Yet you can see by the plasma stacks there as well. And the Fiendish and the Blasting one more than enough AP to get towards that one. And the final auto on this tier 1 secures that for all these many minutes.
Whoa. This is it. NORD finally, I'd say for the first time in this series, have control. No? Okay. Fantastic. It's hot and my window's open. I apologize if you heard
That's perfectly fine. Was that, was it a lawnmower or a car?
I don't know. It's... Mate, I'm in Essex. It could be anything. It could be anything.
I've got my window open here in Berlin too, and I'm just praying we don't end up with like I had a parade outside my window.
A parade?
Yeah, that was a fun experience. That was.
That's great.
Yeah, that one I'm hoping we avoid tonight.
Yes. Well, yeah. Hopefully nothing too disruptive there for us. I live right by a road, and it's sometimes not ideal.
A little noisy.
A little noisy. Yeah, can be suboptimal.
Man. You know, that's super easy in this economy. You know.
Oh, absolutely. I just
come on.
Yeah, easy. I'll just go somewhere else. That's maybe. I mean, are you looking for a roommate? I don't know. What's that? That Alex guy. It sounds like a bit of a mob.
Well, I don't really want him there anymore. He can go.
Yeah, that's
Thanks. That'd be great. I'm upgrading. Let's be real.
Perfect. Sorted. Excellent.
He's gonna come in here and slap me over the head, and I probably deserve it. But there you go.
That's all good. That's how you know you've done right by your brother. If that's the reaction.
Exactly.
Speaking of doing right, this is the top tier 2. That TP sucks, or does it? That's a good little grab.
I don't think it does, as Yoka will fall down. Has perhaps overstepped on some of these turret dives once or twice. The turret still falls, but DMG burned quite a lot just to get the single kill.
I think it's because we got 6 grubs, so he's like, yeah, I just need to hit this, activate the grubs, and it's all Gucci. But he's the only one who really can walk up because he's the least valuable. Like, if he gets caught, it's okay kind of thing, right? Because at the end of the day, that's actually kind of fine, right? If Yoka dies right there, it's not the end of the world. This Baron buff is already dissipated as well, so he's not going to be losing that too much or anything like that either. NORD might look to contest this, but this is a 4v5, right?
Oh Lord, Romeo needs to get over the wall there and does so. There was a lot of people hanging in that bush, and Romeo wise to the Fnatic death bush this time around as DMG might be losing their top laner. In comes Ecstasy and hunts to claim that kill.
Oh dear.
Teleport, they're going for this. That's a deep one. It's not over. Flash over the wall from Yoka, who follows with the twisted advance. Snabby trying desperately to keep his mid laner alive. The Sterax gauge keeps some space. The Magnustorm crash down, ensures that the Orianna winds down. Namex follows Senna, unfortunately joining the Souls in the Black Mist.
There it is. What NORD were looking for. A slight overstep for DMG. You give NORD an inch, they'll take a mile. Romeo with that finish off as well with the 2-man combo. That is 3 members dead there, excuse me, for DMG. It's no bueno right here. I mean, this is a 1-man little death brush here is...
It's got ult up, so he's probably could have used it across the tower, in fairness, I guess.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, you can't fall for that, though. If you're DMG, that's kind of illegal, to be fair. And yeah, NORD are really running away with this one now, right? 7,000 gold, roughly, in the lead right here. This dragon will be spawning up in a minute's time. Yeah, the scary thing, though, for NORD, right, is they're still on soul point. So if you just fluff up once, you lose dragon, and then you lose Hextech soul. And suddenly this game isn't quite as one-sided as it looks to be.
We all know that fluffing up is just for pillows and murdering Skarners, apparently. You probably shouldn't have been there, mate. The Impale comes on through. Nille goes slicing on forward for a ruthless predator. And he starts to cull the weak, and the meek of Snabby is left to the death realm. A double again for Ecstasy, his 8th kill of the game. Namex desperately trying to buy some space, some time. But 116 souls on Senna is just not enough to claim one of the major ones on NORD.
Unfortunately for DMG, there it is again. NORD, every time they manage to win these fights and get a dragon, they buy themselves so much more time. You know, DMG, they're really running out of gas here. They're running out of energy, and playing from behind with this team comp. To be honest, this is what I had my doubts about coming into this game with the draft is like the lack of consistent damage. You need consistent damage, you need DPS, especially for when you're playing from behind, because you just don't have the tools to blow up a team comp with your wombo combo, or you don't, you know, whatever it is, you can't facilitate it, right? Whether it's vision, whether it's getting control of an area to set up your combo, whatever it is, if you're playing from behind, it just doesn't work that way, right? And they don't have those tools, they can't do it, and instead they're just falling down constantly, especially Bucci on this NORD, just can't really have any valuable impact at all. He's used his last few NAR ults to run away, to disengage. That's not what DMG need in these fights.
Oh, Bucci nearly dies somehow on the other side, as it was Hunt who's fallen down, and with Baron up and available, that's a fairly significant death. We'll have teleport, but this might be an opportunity for DMG to start up a Baron if they can get over here.
It could be their best opportunity. Instead, they're just looking to push down mid. I don't blame them for not wanting to turn onto Nash right now. But I think they're just getting position. I think they're just getting position here in this mid, and then they're going to look to set down some vision and perhaps go for it. This is still, I would say, even in a 4v5, a NORD favored play, but DMG realize they have to try and pull this trigger. Let's see if they can get back into this game.
Over the wall goes Nilla, looking for that angle behind. There's a control ward there as well. 10 seconds on Huntley to begin to teleport in. Baron at half HP. DMG caught in the pit. A last gasp, a last desperate attempt to find a way back into the game. A route onto Nille could be a moment. They're turning around. Teleport's coming on through. The ultimate from Maokai. Routes up 3. Baron secured. The Magnet Storm after. And it's absolutely crushing them all back down to earth. The force of gravity. Too much this game as Ecstasy into the backline. Hunt turns up, gets a triple, and gets immediate revenge for the kill in the side lane.
It's a clean ace here for NORD. They're just going to be pushing down these waves and should be able to close this one out. The series game number 1 had nothing to do with NORD. This time around, though, a clean one. As soon as they got that control, they wrestled it right from DMG. They never let go. And at 29 minutes on the clock, this series is tied.
The despair of game 1 is swiftly overturned with some ecstasy in game 2. Phenomenal game that time around. That bot laner and the rest of the team doing such good work to just have a very different state of affairs, frankly. That early game was night and day for game 1.
Absolutely. You know, we saw Ecstasy completely popped off this time around as well. 10-0 he finished that time. Nille with the very team-focused Renekton, as Renekton is. He was like 0-0-11, I think, at the end of that one, which is brilliant. But it was a great NORD game. I think that their macro plays as well really do shine through. It's still some squeaky bum moments when they give up so many dragons early, right? I'm still a little bit like, okay, whatever. But this is the magic of a best of 5, right? You take what happened in each game and you move on to the next game and you try and fix it, right? So we'll see if NORD can keep adapting to that, because the fact that we're still one apiece in this series, it's brilliant.
Yeah, we have gone 1-1. It means basically what we've got left is a best of 3 glorified for all the marbles here. And you've gotten a bit of information. We've had a very NORD-favoured game, and before that we had a very DMG-favoured game. We've also got a very desk-flavoured segment coming up, so we'll go to the break and they'll take it from there.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Alex has just put the wind wall out to try and keep them all in place. Does go in for the 2-man. Bill slides in for the backup as well. They catch name next to the old Alex. Could this be even more funny? Got to kill anything's forward. It's 3. It is 4. This could be the Penta, but Stumpback and Lenny denies it.
Teleports come flying on through. through, and the stun is onto Alex, who flashes away. The Moonlight Vigil is solid, but the Glacier Press afterwards big. And look at that!
Oh!
There's a slicing Maelstrom that will electrify the NLC!
That lands on multiple members in the pit, then it could be catching Blismic. Bucci interrupting the engagement, the double stun coming down, he gets being focused, and the damage will blow him up.
Improvise, survive the depth, overcome. That's what I wanted to say. Bad start for this one. NORD making it up on game 2. Champion select quite different from the first one, getting some clarity on a few picks, and then the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa coming in for Ecstasy. Where should we start this one? Rudud and Solari.
I think you nailed it with where we should start, right? It's that Kai'Sa pick down on the bot side. Ecstasy, without a doubt, our MVP for game number 2. 10-0 on the Kai'Sa. They changed how they wanted to play around the Rel. We were sort of criticizing a little bit as the first pick, but they picked a different partner for it down on that bot side, and they were able to really fully unlock it. We got the hybrid build that we're so used to seeing, and to be honest, it never really felt like that Kai'Sa shouldn't have been played game 1.
I feel like it was the missing component compared to what we saw in the game 1, both in terms of the draft and in terms of how specifically the early game was going on, because this time there weren't necessarily any losing lanes on the side of NORD, but on top of that they added the fact that they secured the first blood for their Kai'Sa on the bot lane, and the fact that they didn't stop on there. It wasn't the most filled with action early game this time, but it was more than enough to make sure that NORD are not giving DMG too much of advantage, and that's something I was worried about for them. If DMG was getting too much in the early game, they could easily snowball and get the late game for them early on, and in the late game they would naturally outscale NORD, but it didn't happen, and NORD made sure of that.
And there were a few moments where I kind of saw the same story building up. The idea where the early game, 2 dragons instead of just focusing on the grubs. But it looked like NORD really wanted to get the Renekton ahead. And it kind of made sense at the end because Nilla was playing something that was not being bullied by a rock. And you brought it up, Rudut. I'm going to say the same words you brought up. It's harder to miss a Maokai ulti than a Sejuani. He never missed a single one. And then you have Yoka and Nille on the powerhouse duty. I mean, they showed up as well. It's the Ecstasy show, but it's also Nille and Yoka stepping up from game 1 to game 2.
I think that when you've got Nille on just a frontliner and Yoka on something where he's able to unlock team fights, the duo just go hand in hand, right? And last game, maybe they got 3 kills between the two of them, right? Ecstasy was that carry, but it's so much easier to be that 10 and 0 AD carry when you've got 2 frontliners who are just not letting you down. And that's what you're going to expect to see from Nilla, from Yoka here, right? The kill participation and first blood percentage, rather, I think, for Yoka in particular. Just, he's always looking to get things going, and whether that's in top lane, whether that's in bot lane, the two of them seem to sync up just well enough in team fights and in the game just to make sure that they've got the tools needed to carry.
And in this game, it was so important that Yoka chose to play around the top lane, and specifically to play around the top lane objectives. In previous game, you could have argued that giving away dragons was not a good move. This time, they knew that they had so much more value from the grabs because they had Renekton on the top lane who was not losing the lane, and in this position, Renekton can push really quickly, which is what happened. They pretty much opened the enemy's base through the top lane.
Yeah, they got 6 grubs, they dove top lane, and then they got first break, and they used their grubs a lot better this time round. And I think as well, I want to highlight that their plan for trying to contest that 3rd dragon was a lot better, despite the fact that they lost out on it. They were there, they were ready, they wanted to try and fight it. There was just a bit of a misexecution around the Drake that led to them not being able to secure it. But they were able to set up a lot earlier on. They made sure that they were in position to try and find the fight for that 3rd dragon. As much as it didn't go their way, their ideals had changed just that little bit, and that improvise, overadapt, overcome that Arshron mentioned at the top, as they can do and we expect them to be able to do in a best of 5, really came home in that game.
And I still was still sitting on game 2, but the way they adapted from one game to the other one is quite important. It's not taking away the light from DMG first game, and also the second one, there's light for the team as well. They can also do the adapting. But Saladi, I'm going to throw this one to you because I know how you act. I worked with you before. But Nele, I know it's Ecstasy show, but Nele, Renekton, always on the team fights, flashing in for the enemy carry, just being a nuisance, all that violence and bloodshed that he brought into the backline. I know you like that. I know you're into like action-packed, like a Michael Bay movie in Summer's Rift. So that's why I'm throwing this one to you. Nila was not a wall. Or maybe it was a wall that NORD picked it up and throw them against the enemy. Throwing a wall, it's kind of dangerous as well.
I wouldn't recommend to anyone to do that.
Bludgeoning damage.
Oh, and that was a critical damage, by the way, because there were 2 walls at the same time. There was one wall, which was Nile, and then always on the other side of a team fight, any team fight that you look into in this game, there was Yoka with the ultimate. He stops everybody on their tracks, and then there is Nile who comes in with Dominus already popped in, and he deals a ton of damage. With this Stride Breaker, there was a lot of discussion about this first item for Renekton. I'm not an expert in that, but I gotta say, in this game, it did show up quite a lot, because you already have everybody slowed down, you slow it down even more, you throw in a lot of damage on top of that. Nile and Yoka really did show this powerhouse today.
I'm sorry, Rudude. I just missed Saladi saying tons of damage, a lot of damage, so I just wanted to bait her in into this one. Hey, what about the champion?
It's you've got a Solari bingo card going on, and we all know it, so it's fine.
Shut up!
How do you know? We're playing a game. We did predictions for Solari, and yeah, I'm winning at least on that on those ones. My predictions are not looking good today, but this is also an interesting one. We brought up it could be a best of 5 on the 3-0 or even a 3-2, 3-1. I don't know. It depends on the third game, as we're going to get the information that DMG picked red side. So yet again, it could be a replay, or will they adapt on that Sin and Nautilus bot lane? And the Nautilus. Wonderful. Nautilus, you have to take it away from Robio, and it's not like they're using it badly. But the Senna, is it like we need this?
I think that what Senna offers DMG is their ability to play through topside, is that they have that global who is always going to make a difference. Senna just much easier to execute on, as opposed to a Jinx, a Ashe, something along those lines, which is just a bit more difficult to make the difference with.
I don't think there was any issue with the bot lane, honestly. I think Sen and Nautilus can stay for all 5 games, for all I care. I think changes for DMG need to come from other places, especially from the jungle. I want to see something more of what we saw in the first game for Bitse. I want to see something with something that can actually make the game for him, because as much as I like Skarnet, that just wasn't in the previous game.
Adaptation!
Change.
Yes!
There's a change!
It changed! So that Kai'Sa ban, it opens up, let me scroll, let me find. So Zyra and Tristana are the 2 bans that DMG had used previously in these slots. One of those is going to go through.
Which one though? I bet Tristana is going to go through.
Oh, really? I don't know.
They don't want... Oh, okay. They're not scared of Zyra. They honestly should be scared of Zyra. In Yoka's hands, they should.
It's that's the thing, it's Hunts. Tristana is a different breed, you know, it's a different breed. Yeah. There's not a Yordle. True. Again, he's not shooting a cannon, he's shooting walls, so we're keeping the same. Yeah.
We're still keeping the walls.
Are you going for the rail again?
Oh.
You have Zyra open!
It's boring! I've heard this before, so that's why I want to say it out loud. Sorry. She's actually sighing.
Shocking. A great adaptation here from DMG. Senna Nautilus gets taken in. Obviously, it was the AD carry which made the difference in game number 2. Maokai, I think, was a good flex as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that just gets taken. And I'm still very high up on this MF Rel combo. But can't be not banning the Zyra and not expecting some form of recompense. Zyra gets locked in. York are going to be taking that one into the jungle. And this is a flex pick being hovered right now. We'll wait for it to get locked in to make sure that we're getting all of our ducks in the correct row. But obviously, with the Misfortune still open, I'm going to be angling for that one for the entire series if they're B1ing Rel every single time. The Ezreal does come through, and that means that either Hunt or Ecstasy can take this. I do like it into a Senna because it offers you an element of range versus a champion who typically outranges the majority of bot laners, but obviously in the mid lane as well. Hunt, no slouch on his marksman.
Oh.
Just take it back.
That's aggressive. But are you aware that this Ezreal could go to the bot side? I know it should probably be a mid one, but I don't know. Interesting.
I think they're counting on this Ezreal still going to the mid lane. Ezreal with Rel does work though, so I wouldn't 100% say that this is an Ezreal for the mid lane. There is going to be something else for Ecstasy. There could be something else for Ecstasy, to be honest. There could be even something a little bit more AP oriented, even though they already have Zyra, they could add a little bit more to the whole mix.
Gonna look at the bans now for DMG. They just have to focus out top lane. If they put too many bans mid lane, then they're just going to put the Ezreal mid. If they put bans bot lane, then they're just going to put the Ezreal bot lane, right? It's safest bet is to ban away champions from Nilla, set up for a good matchup for Bucci. They know that they're going to be able to take a counter pick into that top side. They've still got a jungler to lock in, so they're absolutely going to take that on 4. And at the minute, another composition which is slightly lacking on that magic damage for DMG this time round. So maybe something to consider which AP junglers you want to try and take away if you're Nord. The Lilia obviously already taken out. You've got the Zyra. If you want to get rid of the Brand as well, then that's just the trio, it feels like, up at the top of the chart that are off the board.
Either Brand or Diana, because both of them are going to give a lot of AP to DMG, and they are going to be devastating for Zyra to play against.
Okay, so the Maokai though, so that engage potential removed more so than anything else by NORD, and they've still got the Nautilus, right? So they've got those engage tools open to them, and they can still draft an Ornn, a Scion, something along those lines in the top side. But a Nico comes through.
Talking Nico jungle?
Could be Nico top, could be Nico jungle.
Could be Nico top. Could be Nico mid in Lucian. I'm the host, I'm throwing like a lot of flames, but
no, I mean at this point
top. We've seen it before. This could be chaotic.
One of these things is not in their typical place. I think that's the easiest thing to say,
I
right?
like it. Thank you.
I like it. I like it a lot. First of all, because it's a pick for Ecstasy, and I think his Smolder is a really interesting thing to look at. It's enjoying to look at. And second of all, this is adding some additional damage to the bot lane. And now Ezreal for sure is going to go to the mid lane, because I'm not seeing this Skana going into anyone's hands but Ecstasy's.
Now this makes more sense. Okay, the Renekton. I was waiting for that one, but at least you have some ability to fight up whatever is going to your top lane.
Yeah, expectation then. Ezreal in the mid lane, you've got Zyra jungle, Renekton top, and the Rel and the Smolder down on that bot side. Question marks though around where DMG are sending their pieces. We've seen Lucian top in the past, we've seen things like Nico bot in the past, and I wonder just a slight amount whether or not this Nautilus might go into the jungle and you have a Senna Nico lane. If it is going to be Nico jungle for bits, it's something that we've really not seen in a long time, maybe if at all.
Maybe if at all. I don't think we've seen a Nico in a jungle this split for the NLC.
Definitely not for NLC. Yeah.
I've seen the Nico in NLC, quite powerful, but not here. I've seen it on LPLL as well, but not in the jungle. So I'm taken aback by Yarels, and well, it's a surprise. You talked about improvise, adapt, overcome. There's improvisation.
We were asking what AP junglers bits are going to default towards, and you know, so that's on us for not picking Nico, right? We should have been expecting that one to get locked in. It is going to be a really tricky game, I think, for the Nico this time round, with you being the only source of AP on your squad. Once again, typically we're seeing that from junglers, but Nico a very burst-oriented mage as opposed to a consistent DPS one of the Zyra.
And there's an interesting... Yeah, tell me, Solari.
There is a lot of things for her to burst into. I am looking at Yoka at Hund and Ecstasy. If they're not careful enough with their positioning, which is a bit easier for Hunt, obviously, but for Smolder and for Zyra, if they are not careful enough about Nico and Malphite, this is going to be that sentence for them. One engage from them, two ultimates from them, and the backline of NORD is destroyed.
You know what I was thinking? And there's a cute interaction between Zyra and Nico, because Nico's stun gets a little bit stronger as soon as you connect with anything else. And if the plants are there, if you try to invade, that could be interesting. Hey, that's something. Will it happen? I don't know. I have no idea. So let's toss it to the casters, initialize, and Foxdrop. I'm hyping it up. I'm not waiting you to do anything. It's the rule.
Welcome to the Zenist cast on Earth, where we are chill, measured, and low energy at all points. It's because we need to balance out Archerom's absolute insanity at any given moment. And I hope you're here and welcome, and got yourself some green tea and some Tai Chi to relax to as you go through some soothing motions to prepare yourself for Game 3 of this very chill and not at all wild series.
No, we put the Orm in. Oh my goodness, League of Legends is great. As it's been this series, baby, we've had some back and forth action. Game 1 was sick for DMG. Game 2, not so much. This is it. A first opportunity now. Another opportunity for these teams to pull away in a glorified best of 3, as you say here. Now that we're one piece tied up. And we got Nico to do it as well. Fantastic.
I'm so ready to see it, but we've got a game to get into. Enough of this madness from us. Let's go see the gameplay. I really don't want to let that one slide, by the way. The Ohm and oh my god, by the way. That was diabolical.
What can I say? That's what I'm paid for. That's why I'm here.
Take my hat off to you.
Yeah, it's To be fair, I don't think it's going to be the sexiest thing we see today with this Nico, especially Dark Harvest Nico. So I have played a lot of this because when she got reworked, she was a lot of fun to play, and getting those well, plays off where you're where you're just like a minion and then you appear in the lane and ult everyone, like, it's crazy. This is interesting, mind you, just to talk right off the bat here. So Bitzer, you can see he used his W to scout there, run into the bush, which means he's got W level 1, so he's not going to start it as chickens. He'd need Q to do that. So probably it's going to be a red buff play instead here. And just auto attack his way through it, because W does give you on hit, like a 3-hit passive, I think it is. So yeah, there is that. You can see he's transformed into a minion. That's why the minions on the minimap taking red buff. Can we see the minion versus red buff action? It's way more exciting. Oh, he's not a minion anymore. Sorry, I baited you, Observer. That's my bad. Sorry, bro. That's my bad.
You can also use the clones to tank up some of the damage as well, which is potentially vaguely useful.
Sure.
But yeah, you do get the attack. You get it's the on hit every third attack auto attack thing, which was partly why AD Nico was a thing way back before her rework. Kind of fell away with the rework a little bit, but is strictly something that can still be a possibility there.
Definitely, yep. Less so, I'd say, as a jungle option, because you want burst for ganks, right? On AD and on hit was more for like laning, pushing, harassing, that kind of thing. Not things that a jungle Nico does. Exactly, especially when you're the only AP threat, right? You're going to want to build AP. Having said this, I think it's cool. It's really interesting. It's nice that we've got a Nico in here, but it's certainly off meta. You know, it's certainly an off meta choice. This is level 2 versus level 3. Does Lucian win that? I'm not convinced.
I don't think he does. I'm about to say, we saw that yesterday from Alex into the Tristana, and Hunt showing he can do it just as well. There's a flash away as Namex was roaming on up, but that's all they get. Skate Rock humbled in the mid lane.
That's, yeah, not how a Lucian Ezreal matchup should go. Unfortunately, yeah, 2 is not bigger than 3, and there it is. Ez with the, especially at this level, right? Like, you have access to a whole nother ability that, you know, that you just don't have when you're level 2. So, absolutely clapped there in that 1v1, and unfortunate start here for DMG, but Bitze is looking to change this one around here. Going to transform into the minion. Here he comes. Now, if NORD count minions, they will know that this is Bitze. Nope, it's too late.
Try and jump onto that one. Romeo in danger. They weren't counting the minions, and Romeo goes down somewhere. Get her out of the casino. She is stacking the deck. Ecstasy in danger. Will flash over the tangle barbs that the additional summoner popped.
Okay, so good start here for Bitze. Full clear into bot side gank. Very nicely done. That's what you're looking to do when you're playing Nico. Just transform into a minion wave. Into a minion. Walk alongside the minion wave and hope that people don't realize that it's something's fishy. And this time around it didn't work. Unfortunately, right, this is the thing with Nico, is the more successful you are, the more you suffer for it. DJ Khaled style, right? Suffering for success. Because the people start realizing, they're like, shit, this is, excuse my French, this is a thing we have to be careful of. So yeah, they have to respect that moving forward now, and they probably will be more respectful of it.
Yep, does feel like that. I was just going to see if there's been any Nico jungle games this year. I was looking at it and say, apparently Canyon plays. I was like, no, that was in years past. And yeah, by the looks of it, going off the stats I can get, this is the first Nico game of the year in the jungle.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No level of play. Not at UKLC, not at UKEL. I have 0 wins on GOL.GG as far as I can see.
Okay. Interesting stuff there. This is it, NLC. You see it here first, quite literally. Let's see if Bitzy can pull out the win on it, or whether it will stay at 0 wins on GOL.GG. It's a tough one, especially coming up into Zyra. Speaking of, here she is.
Oof. Looking for that grasping route, couldn't quite find it, but still. It's a 1-for-1 game as it stands, off a fantastic solo kill in bed, and then a solid enough gank bot lane. And the Nico farming just fine. Doesn't build towards the Faded Ashes here, which has often been an AP jungle staple, but still clearing fine as it stands. The Zyra actually a camp or 2 behind, which is a bit of a shocker, but there you go. Part of the way of it so far. Zyra's still got 2 camps to clear, so that should even up relatively shortly.
So this is, yeah, that's a bit silly. I was going to say, I was confused which one on the minimap was the real one. I assumed the one in spawn probably wasn't the real one.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh, that's a nice bit of damage there, Dark Harvest Stack as well. Yeah, this is it. Fated Ashes is great for clearing the jungle, but Alternator gives you that extra 70 damage when you're chunking people. Yeah, very nicely. That's going to most likely be a proto belt as well. Another item we don't see too much of. But very, very good with Nico. You can channel up your ulti, proto belt forward, and get a little bit of extra, bit of a dash there to set up your ult.
Fun fact: they've actually renamed it to Rocket Belt. It's no longer a prototype. They did that with the item change at the beginning of the year, I think. Yeah,
oh, nice.
It catches out my brother as well all the time when I mock him for it. So it's a regular thing. I just kind of have in my head because I use it to annoy my siblings.
As you should. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So yeah, this is it. I mean, I feel like a bit of a broken record here, but NORD are taking the grubs and DMG is taking the dragon.
We're seeing a lot of that. It feels like a very regular trade, 3 games in a row.
It is.
And again, it does feel like NORD having a team that have really tried to enable Miller and Hunt in particular to get value out of their TP and side lane pressure, and a team that we have often praised for their macro sense, in particular the mid game. Getting value out of the grubs is not a guarantee in the way it is out of the dragons, right? You have to be able to hit those turrets, and NORD have been one of the better teams at enabling that. It's been a bit risky, I think, as you've kind of alluded to already. Giving up particularly those first 2 dragons makes your macro choices that little bit more dangerous in the later stages of the game, but it's one that NORD have been very happy to take over the course of this series, at least so far.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on when you say as far as it goes, like NORD is a squad that can hold that thought. Namex.
Yeah, went looking for an engage. The ult comes right through from Ecstasy, which actually heals him up. Namex down about 20% HP. Snabby now trying to cook his way out to safety. The slow from the Titan's Wrath will be enough to keep him alive as Hunt manages to arcane shift away from the culling, but actually with the PTA proc, Skate Rod has got the flash, should be able to get that one, but doesn't feel like following for the double auto attack.
Yeah, that's fair, but you get the flash away down there from Hunt. Another successful gank for Bits there. He's been all over the place so far in this game, so this Nico is really paying dividends. He didn't even use his ultimate in that last gank, so there might not be a lot of downtime before he looks for another one. You know, this Nico ult is a massive one. It's kind of like when you're playing someone like a Mumu, right? Like if you have your ultimate available, you go for it. You know, you look for the play.
Yeah,
I
think you're absolutely right.
Here, though.
Yeah, I saw Ecstasy walking up, and I was like, if he sticks around, I wonder. But no, I was thinking too far ahead. Ecstasy does get hit with the piercing darkness there briefly, but that's about it. And you're absolutely right. Like this Nico, especially because it's being played from the jungle, so your ability to track the Nico is that much more limited unless you've got great jungle vision. So you have to, like, when you are counting minions, when you need to be hitting that tab button to track for the Nico, it's a lot harder than it would be if it's just straight up lane Nico.
Oh, here comes Nile, pops the ult. Bucci has his own, should just be a trade here.
Yeah.
Walks away, baby, that's it, he's gone. Yeah.
It might cost him a turret plate here and a demolish proc, though, which kind of sucks for the Malphite, but saying, look, there's still 2 minutes until the dragon, there's 4 until the next set of grubs. I have got way too much time here to be worried about my ultimate being down. I can take that opportunity. That one should reveal that's in fact a Nico.
I don't know if he knows. He does now. Yeah.
No, he had an idea. He hit it with the Q and it didn't die. He's like, yeah, that's not a Nico.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Not a minion,
Romeo was here anyway, so yeah, it's gonna be okay with that one. This is what I'm saying though, right? Like the more you do these plays, the more NORD's gonna realize that this is a thing, this is an option, something they have to respect. Still hasn't found his big ultimate play so far though, has Bitzer, so gonna be looking for that one. Nothing hanging out just yet.
Has got the rocket belt complete as well. No boots, but of course, often in jungle you do see those items completed before you go towards those. And if you're traveling at the pace of the nearby minions, using that rocket belt to surprise people with the engage into the tangle barbs can be pretty valuable.
Yeah,
bot lane. I think we're seeing a dive onto Ecstasy. Yeah, absolutely. Summons up Mum to keep themselves alive for now, but the Dawning Shadow, the barrier keeps them alive. In the jungle, Bitse secures a kill onto Romeo, but Yoka is here, tries to get some damage out with a Q and some plates, but now Skate Rod looking for a culling. Yoka will body block it, but that just leaves them in a 4v2 and no opportunity to reset. Grasping Roots are shy, and the slow buy some time as Skate Rod. No mana here, but with 5 members, make that 4. I got baited by the clone briefly. Dredgeline lands, and down goes the planet. A vegan diet for DMG in the bot lane.
Very nicely juggled as well for DMG, that turret. That was a patient play. They got away with it, and 3 kills into the pocket of DMG. Beautiful stuff right there. The only saving grace really for NORD is that DMG aren't able to pick up an objective from this one. Those top grubs are available, but because DMG aren't going for them, maybe NORD can actually get another 6 grub take here for the 3rd game in the row.
And that's a pretty big moment there. You're absolutely right. If they can get those, it'll be a bit of a reply, because Skate Rod, who'd been suffering in the lane, died a solo kill at level 3-2. Now gets to go down bot, pick up a few kills, but notice 3-1-1 instead on this Lucian, which is a pretty scary place to be.
It's what I wanted, man. It's what I want to see. I was not satisfied, honestly, when Skate Rod locked in that Orianna in game 2, because we just saw him turbo gap mid with a Lucian in game number 1. It was, in my opinion, was the MVP of that game. He played so well, and then you completely take him off that style of champion, that archetype, like that whole thing. It just doesn't exist anymore. And it's yeah, and I'm not saying he's the reason they lost game 2. It's just like, this is a strength of yours right now. Let's keep doing that, you know. Let's keep leveraging that. And you're seeing it here in game 3. He had a bit of an oopsie for that first blood, but aside from that, he's been doing fantastic. 100% kill participation, 3 kills under his belt.
And his roams on the Lucian, of all things, well, have been really lethal. Both games he's played it, he's managed to come up with a number of kills when he has found his way to a side lane. The True Shot Barrage was timed nearly right, but not quite well enough to secure a steal there. Instead, we will see 2 Dragons for the 6 Scrubs trades with no steals coming on through.
Yeah, just chilling here instead. Alright, as you said, 2 Dragons, 6 Scrubs. It's going to be the Chemtech Soul available here. Coming up.
They've rolled low both games they've had the Soul available to them of DMG.
Yeah, but they got Hextech in, well, yeah.
But they were still going, oh, Romeo, I saw that. Failed the crash down, but Namek still in danger. Flashing on forward, try to get some more CC, but he's still not dead. The ult is wide from Ecstasy. Will not quite get it. Bitzer turns it around with the Pot Blossom. 1 down already, but Romeo looking to do some damage back. But remember, that is a tanky Nautilus with the farming build. So a double kill to Bitzer with a phenomenal counter lane gank.
Excellent. 5 kills now. Kill participation for Bitzer. It looked pretty tough there for DMG, but they come out on top at the end of it. A really risky face check for Namex into that tri-bush, especially when you're playing versus Romeo. You know, if you can't have eyes on him, he's probably sitting in the bush waiting for you. But it turns out just fine because of Bitzer there as well. And this is it. Good response right now. You're talking about rolling low on the souls. Yeah, because you're right, because game 1, they got soul and it was his Chemtech, which doesn't really do as much as some of the others. Ooh, I'm jumping forward though. This could be a little bit aggressive, a little bit risky. Skate Rod's here to punish back.
Doesn't really get that much value with the culling though, because of course with the Chemtech infused honey fruit, you end up with a big shield over your HP bar, which buys a lot of time, so didn't really get all that much value. The culling's now down for Skate Rod. It allows for a bit of a shove in towards this mid lane. Herald is now in the eyes of NORD. They are the ones with control around here as Zyra's plans steal away the Raptors for her, and she'll set up around the Herald instead just after.
Another one again. The top side of the map has all been NORD here. Which, to be honest, coming into this series, I do find a little bit surprising. The fact that DMG are just not playing towards Bucci at all. You know, they've been putting him on
Snabby. Snabby might well be dead here. Hunt is just waiting on an arcane shift, I think.
His team's coming, though.
Decide against it. Yeah, this team was coming. It would have been a bit too bold to chase on further forwards. No completed boots. Actually, it's only the magical footwear in inventory, so not that easy to chase after the Nautilus either with the dredge lines and that additional move speed differential.
Yeah, oh, look at all those little goons that come out with 6 grubs, though. Yeah, that's nasty, that is.
It's nice. Looking like a reskinned Minion movie, that's all I'm saying. Rue is going to be very pleased.
Yeah, somewhere you can hear Trick2G shouting with a ZZ Rot.
Yeah.
It's still here. It still lives on.
He's got a dream of better days when ZZ Rot was a regular item.
Yeah, but man, that Udyr rework's done him some positive things. Like, I've seen some of his shorts, mate. This man is...
He's having a good time.
He's living his best boomer life, he is. He's doing fantastic. Some things
like
never
middle
change.
cop, fellow caster here on the NLC, has been the other extreme. He's angry at where the Udyr rework is taken. Because he basically... I knew middle cop for playing effectively 3 champions, which were Udyr, Tryndamere, in which he would only say the word Tryndamere on voice comms, and Master Yi. So yes,
he has a type, that man, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He very much
does not like
does.
to engage his cerebral brain on playing League of Legends, does he?
No, he does not. I feel that might just be true of life in general. But, you know, he's not here to defend himself, and therefore I can say whatever I like.
No comment. No comment. I'll leave you to rot in that one.
Probably wise. Bitzer is a minion in the jungle, which might give away that is in fact not a minion. As it stands, a little looking towards this bot lane. Let's see DMG looking at it. The problem is Nillet on the top side on this Renekton with the Black Cleaver already in has claimed first turret and is going to try and be the menace he was in the last game. Bitzer went looking to steal the red buff, doesn't succeed. Did throw out that blooming burst, didn't quite succeed it.
No, there's a bit of a trade happening top side, but we're not going to... Yeah, nothing's happening there. It is just a waiting game now, I'd say, for this Dragon in 45 seconds. It would be sole point for DMG. NORD don't quite have control of the bot side of this map, and Yoka is actually moving towards top side. I think the idea is if they can bring Bucci down, then this will be a free Dragon in 40 seconds, but...
If they can force the ult at least, yeah. Oh, went looking for it, can't find it. And that should just give free license for the Dragon. They're happy to give up soul point, apparently.
Yeah, at least you should be able to move into the bot side. Snarby here, flash engage.
It's going to be the barrier to buy some time. It just doesn't do enough. Flash on to the Smolder, who falls apart. Second death of the game from Ecstasy, who did have flash, didn't get a chance to use it. That'll be soul point for DMG.
Exactly as you say. It was NORD initially who tried to make the pick to make this Dragon play a bit easier, but DMG the ones coming out on top of that. And they're not actually going for it. They're hunting down Hunt. Excuse the pun. Now they should turn to Dragon, but there's certainly a... I'd certainly say a priority here to go for that Dragon instead of chasing kills, especially considering what you're losing in the mid lane now.
Oh, Snabby could actually be in a spot of danger here. The Stranglethorns come out, just about dredge slides them out, but it's still going to be Hunt getting the kill with an Arcane Shift and a Mystic Shot to bring down the Titan of the Depths.
Yeah, this is a...
They want to fight this.
Yeah,
only down to half HP. DMG have been slow.
They fumbled the bag big time here, DMG. There's a TP coming through for Bucci.
They're just buying time to get the tier 2 in mid lane. They don't care about a Chem Soul. They want to try and fight this regardless. Maybe they think Bitzy doesn't have smite, secures it, but what about the turnaround? Bitzy in danger. It's not the clone. Will surely fall. Rocket Belt shutdown goes the way of Ecstasy. Now makes out flashing away, trying to get to the Mega Blast Cone and will be sent to another universe briefly. Went looking to interrupt the recalls on someone else, but can't quite find it. They get another kill. They don't quite get the tier 2, I don't think. But NORD were looking for a lot there and only get some.
This is why NORD is one of our better teams here in the NLC. And I think based off of current form and in the grand scheme of things, I'd say probably second only to Ruddy, because their macro play is so on point. Like, just these snap decisions that they make right there to punish DMG. Like the teleport with Hunt to go into mid lane, not only picks up a kill but gets that tower, and then by dedicating members down towards Dragon, they still had Yoka and Hunt pushing that tier 2 mid. And that forced Bucci to respond. Bucci TP'd, had to flash ulti to defend that mid tower, and then he's out the Dragon fight, and suddenly it all looks really scary, right? Like, it's just little things like that. Despite NORD being in control of this game, despite NORD, when it looks like NORD should have an easy, DMG should have an easy time of things, NORD just don't make it that way. It's so tough to play into.
Yeah, on the other side, for the side of Ecstasy, we can have a quick check-in on the stacks. It was about 115 before that Dragon, if I recall, but if nice to see what those numbers are at. Bucci, fine of the bot side, thank you very much. Production 160 odd, 3 minutes to get towards that 225 mark. I think he'll be just shy. Might be able to get it mid-fight, perhaps.
Why did you eat in 3 minutes?
Because that'd be soul point. Or soul, rather.
Sorry. I thought you had like a...
Sorry, to clarify, yeah, that's actually really funny. It would be nice to have the stacks for Dragon Soul fight. Yes, that makes sense. I apologize. Perhaps I only did some of the thinking out loud rather than just in my brain.
That's cool. I get that. No, that makes total sense. Exactly. So you're on a bit of a timer there to really reach your apex when this Dragon Soul comes up. To be fair though, we saw in game number 1 a similar situation with Chemtech Soul. NORD had like, they really did not care about dropping it. Like they didn't even try and contest it, right? We might see something similar again, to be honest. And either way, you know, this game is still very, very even, despite the fact that, you know, DMG look like they're in control on the map. They have some more kills as well. NORD certainly can't be written off just yet. Like gold-wise, they're actually the ones in the lead. As you say, Ecstasy is stacking up nicely as well. Ez is getting to kind of sort of critical mass point, you know, where he starts WQ does like 60% of someone's health. Yeah. They are spooky. They are certainly spooky, and with how prominent their macro calls and the power that brings them can be. You know, this next kind of 2 to 5 minutes really is going to be a big deal here for this game and for the series.
Yeah. And all the while, you're looking at Ecstasy stacking on up, not quite the second item, but you have got 2 items in most other places. Bitzer actually at death cap now on the Nico. 4-1 and 2 has had a pretty solid game, all things said and done. Maybe not as explosive as the very early stages, but it's still a serious threat here. And they've got to be aware of that hidden Nico threat. Feels a little bit like Evelyn's strategies of old, where people forget how to play into something like a Nico, especially when she's been out of meta for a little bit, and you don't remember the strategies of playing against it. You can get caught off guard more than you might a couple weeks after it's become more regular.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. If you're not versed at playing against it, and even like this, Bits is throwing a curveball here.
Oh, Ecstasy flashes away rapidly enough. Bits are taken desperately low, and Yoka gets the kill with the burn damage. Now Snappy in danger. And the Ecstasy's fast fingers keeps him alive.
That was a quick execution for Bitse there. He did not last long. This is one of the downsides of being your only magic damage threat. He's got death cap second when, to be honest, like Azonya's second is arguably more standard because you're doing things like that. You're throwing yourself into the middle of the enemy team, and having Azonya's for that can be very, very valuable. But he needs the damage. He needs the one shot, like I say, as the only magic damage on his team. Having said that, I mean, you look across the board at NORD, well, there's literally no armor. Like, I think almost quite literally zero armor on that team. Maybe that support item has some, but
in danger here, gonna keep stepping forward. Romeo went looking for a Magnet Storm that was way short. True Shot Barrage collects Raptors, but nothing else. And Smolder continues to sneeze. Won't find too much more. Bitzer has now respawned, and they can look towards Dragon themselves, can NORD.
They should be able to take this one, I think, for DMG. Oh, wow, Bucci.
Teleport behind. This could get pretty ugly. Ecstasy needs to be afraid. Remember, doesn't have the flash. And when the teleport's flying on through, it's going to be a double teleport. Skate Rod just about gets out to safety. As Ecstasy, when looking to catch him with the ult, but instead has caught himself. He's going down. Just about flaps out to safety. Bucci down about 5% HP. Does have the teleports of Honeyfruit to work with. Nille with the Dominus running. Can still be a frontline threat. Is hit by the last embrace. Romeo looking to crash on down. Gets a route onto Snappy himself with the shattering strike. But I think with NORD's HP bars, they're going to be forced to reset, and I don't know whether they're going to be in a great position to fight here.
Nille has teleport as well, but no ulti. That is a sus TP from Bucci.
That's definitely an interesting one, but he's very tanky at this point. Dragon's still going down all the while. Down to about half HP. Bucci, who has recalled, strangle thorns on multiple people. Pop Blossom is inconsequential this time around. Hunt on a killing spree. Bitzer finally gets him brought down. Dragon still going down. Yoka secures it. Stolen away as Skate Rock caught in the pit. And the Gunslinger has his guns jammed as NORD walk away with nearly everyone but Bucci and 4 members alive. Baron is in their eyes.
Yeah, it's a 4-for-1 here for NORD, plus the Dragon denying the soul and picking up this big purple worm. It's got to be a huge turning point here. We said the next 2 to 5 minutes would be huge, and this is exactly why. That team fight was just, oh my goodness, it was chaotic. It was crazy. There was action coming out from everywhere, but NORD eventually coming out on top. There's a lot of front-loaded damage here for DMG. And they didn't just quite have enough to make it happen. NORD now picking up their first significant lead of this game. And you have to feel in proper control of this one.
And the shock factor of the Nico has started to wear a little bit thin here, it feels. And didn't have a last couple good Pop Blossoms. A great flash in the first one. A slightly awkward position in the second. And Ecstasy getting out alive, despite the double TP, despite getting rooted in place, has got a sting for DMG because it looked like they might have been able to get something there. Doesn't quite work out, and now they are in a pretty dire spot, having had their soul denied, lost Baron, with double AD carries and a very obnoxious siege comp with the Zyra plants there to threaten as well. This could get a pretty ugly few moments for DMG if they can't find something to deny the Baron shove.
Yep, absolutely. It's tough, man. It's tough right here. DMG had control of this game. It must be so frustrating for them, knowing that they were in such a spot.
Ecstasy. He just walks into a Malphite and dies.
That's it. He's done. I mean, what did you say about breaking the Baron siege? Yeah, 4 versus 5 without your ADC certainly will make you taper off a little bit. And there it is, buying some time. That's all DMG need to do now, and that's what they've achieved with that pick.
And suddenly your Baron gets next to nothing. The tier 2 still stand. Nord, without the air AD carry for 20 seconds, are going to be stymied in truth here. Real way of getting a wave shove right now. That is a horrible misplay.
It's a bit unfortunate now for Nord. That push, as you said, is going to be a lot less impactful here. They don't know that's Bitzer. Ooh, almost gets away with it. Not quite.
Bot lane, Bucci is being shoved in by Nilla, and actually, if you check the top lane, Yoka's going to try and stop the shoving from Skate Rot. At this point, this Zyra could be very scary indeed. Ecstasy's coming on up. We'll look to try and shield that Zyra. Still looking to be a bit of a menace if we can have a look over towards the top lane where violence was occurring, but just gets on out to safety at this point in the game. Bucci just doing fine here at this point, not really threatened by the Renekton at this point in the game.
Yep. Yeah, it's turned now. It's turned this matchup for sure. Once Malphite gets, this kind of like 2-item-ish level, he really does start pounding away on the crocodile, and he's having to run away. Nile's literally running away from Bucci. Bucci dedicated the ulti.
Yeah, and Nilla now turns around, and teleporting back in. Over comes Bitzer, looking to get on top of that. Flash for flash means the Pop Blossom doesn't land. Ecstasy summons Mother, and that is a definite difference in defenses now as Nilla blows up Bitzer. It's a 1-for-1 as Skate Rot gets to press ult himself. But in the end, it's still DMG on the retreat with their health bars lower.
Yeah, that should be tier 2 tower on the bot side as well. Very valuable, that tower. 250 gold for everyone in the vicinity. Very nice. Nord will take that one. As you mentioned, a 1-for-1, but still, with Nord being on the front foot on that, able to get that tower down as well. They did, however, have to use the teleport for Hunt, so that might play into it a little bit, especially considering in 1 minute's time we're going to have another Dragon Soul dance. And to be honest, I feel like DMG will still look to contest this one. They're not at that point yet where, they're completely up against the wall and they have to just wait and wait and wait. I think they still fancy their chances, especially with Bucci now coming a bit online. That Jack show is probably going to be ready-ish, potentially, for this Dragon play as well. And that's a pretty big one to round out his defenses, especially it gives you, like, if the fight lasts a long time, it's going to give you even more defenses. So,
yeah,
going to feel good about that.
Who's feeling a little less good, though, is Namex on this center, who's supposed to be a core part of the team's damage. Has been stuck under 20 souls now for, or sorry, 20 souls, under 100 souls rather, for the last, since about 20 minutes. Was about 70 odd at the 20-minute mark. Has only picked up 15 odd souls since then, and might get the 100 mark just before this, but has really struggled basically since that last dragon fight to get a lot of value. Keeps the edge of night up for now as Bucci being jumped on, gets stunned up, and the Black Cleaver damage is making Bucci's life a little bit frustrating. The armor value is immediately removed. True Shot Barrage clips across a few into the ultimate from the Smolder. Romeo with an engage only really lands onto Snabby, but does get rooted up himself. There goes Ecstasy with the 2-2-5 stack, so who can start to execute people as he breathes all over them. Namex just about okay. Bucci alive, still has the flash, still has the ultimate.
Snabby has TP as well. He's going to recall. He's going to recall and teleport back in, as will Nile. Nile no ulti this one though. A lot of ults were blown, except, most crucially here, Bitze and Bucci both have their ults, and they are the biggest ults in this game.
Romeo looking for some more. They find Snappy and Bucci. Hunt and Yoko trying to be careful down half HP as the Dragon. The rest of DMG off the side as Namex gets into the backline as Bucci with an unstoppable force. But the follow-up isn't there. Dragon taken by Yoko. Again denied. Namex burns out as the fire comes fury forwards. It's Smolder all over again. He breathes over them all and execute him. Rename him Smaug. Pentakill for Ecstasy.
There it is. Ecstasy single-handedly winning that fight as well on the flank. soloing out Skater on bits there. Perfectly played right there. And this is going to be the game. Game number 3 going over into the pocket of NORD. It wasn't clean. A lot of the times this looked like it was going to be DMG's game. But NORD, clinical, critical decision making when it matters. Pull this game out of the pits of despair and bring themselves ahead in the series.
Man alive. It was looking like a close run thing, but 2 dragon fights and we said it might turn up like that. Smolder, the champion you forget about, hits 225 stacks and pentakill.
Yeah.
Just, he's not quite at the levels of Harry once was, but he can still pull off things like that on occasion.
It's honestly, this is it. Like, that was, I don't think that wasn't just a pentakill, but that literally the way he played that fight, he wasn't just, you know, backlining and there's picking up the kills. He solo killed 2 members of DMG. Basically just solo won that fight. DMG had all the tools to win that fight, get the Dragon Soul. When you have Bitsay ulti, Malphite ulti, they're 2 huge team fights ult, and no ults were available for NORD. There is no way you lose that team fight unless you get a mega hero play from your Smolder, which leads into the pentakill and closes out the game. That was a stolen game right there for NORD, based on the back of the Ecstasy play.
Ah, just beautiful, beautiful stuff. But a close run affair still leads NORD into a great position here in this series. 1 game away from moving forwards to face off against Venom Crest, but we will need to take a breather, and we've still got at least 1 more game to go. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after the break.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Alex has just put the wind wall out to try and keep them all in place. Does go in for the 2-man. Bill slides in for the backup as well. They catch Namek with the ult. Alex. Could this be even more funny? Garu killer anything's forward. It's 3. It is 4. This could be the penta, but Stumpback and Lenny denies it.
Come flying on through, and the stun is onto Alex, who flashes away. The Moonlight Vigil is solid, but the Glacier Press after with me. And look at that! Already, there's a slicing maelstrom that will electrify the NLC.
That lands on multiple members in the pit, then it could be catching Blizzmec. Bucci interrupting the engagement, the double stun coming down, he gets big focus, and the damage will blow him up.
Even if you shapeshift, they know who you are. NORD takes the second one, even with a Nico in a jungle. Interesting pick, brought some results, but NORD are still one step ahead, and they're getting more dangerous as we go forward. So, what is the highlight of the beginning of the game? Let's take it like step by step. I want the beginning of the game.
Oh, sure. Okay, Solari, you've got a much better take, I hope, than I did for the early game. You go.
No, I'm not letting you do that.
It was so boring, man. Nothing happened. They traded objectives again. And then there was one solo kill, okay? Hunt found a solo bolo in the mid lane. Skyrot forgot the fundamentals, and level 3 versus level 2 is just not something that you can be trying to take a fight against. But other than that, we spent the first 15 minutes trading the same objectives that they traded in the first 2 games. The game was honestly really close for the I'm getting ahead of myself. Carry on.
Sorry, what's your take in the early game? Because I agree with him. How is Ezreal winning versus a Lucian in the mid lane? How do you get the first kill?
It's not supposed to.
It's not
supposed to. Like, later in the game, Ezreal is gonna be better than Lucian, unless Lucian is strongly ahead, because Ezreal is going to outpoke the living hell out of Lucian. But in the laning phase, Lucian is stronger than the majority of AD carries, including Ezreal, of course. So that was not about Ezreal versus Lucian, it was about these two guys having a little bit too much fun on the mid lane. And that is honestly where things did go down for DMG, because everywhere else it was looking pretty good for them, especially with Nico being absolutely unleashed on the bot lane. But it does feel to me like they could have done more on the early game, and this more part should have come from their mid lane, because ideally mid lane is the only lane where by default it should be the winning one for DMG, and from there on they can snowball all the other lanes into the late game when Senna becomes absolutely unleashed, and you know how it's supposed to go. It doesn't go that way because Lucian gets set behind pretty early on and can never fully recover from that.
Question.
Yeah.
Is the idea of we take 2 dragons, you take 2 grubs, getting a little bit out of hand in favor of NORD? Because grubs have some value, yes, but if you stack those dragons, you get the soul easier. But that plan of going to the 3rd dragon and say, hey, you got the 2 first, I don't care, we got the 3rd one. This is getting out of hand.
Listen. It's a little bit of unluck situation for DMG. They were super unlucky with the souls. How many times did we see Chem take soul today? It's every single time? It's 2 out of 3 at least.
But equally, they're not getting it. They only got the soul in game 1, and they won game 1. If they'd have won the flip in game 3, they might have had a different fight at the end there. If they'd have set up better around the fights in game number 2, they could have found that soul as well. They've actually not been getting to the souls. They've been getting to soul point, and NORD have been having the answer for the games that they're winning. So the fact that they're setting 2 grubs for 2 drakes, for NORD so far is working out. The game that they lost was one because, honestly, and they were happy to give the soul, had nothing really to do with it. For NORD, I think they're in a more than happy position where if they concede 2 drakes, they can, fight around this top side a lot easier. They start fighting around the bot side post 15 minutes, and they're happy with those trades. To answer Arshram's question, maybe DMG are the one that need to switch it up, because NORD are finding advantages more than handily with those.
So are you telling me that this is a chess game and they're already ahead of it? Because they know how DMG want to play, and they're just 1, 2, 5 steps ahead?
So far, I don't know about 5 steps, but they've definitely been that little bit further ahead. I think that going into game number 4, we are going to see a completely different style, because we've got side switch, right? We've got, I think, that side switch coming through, which I think is going to be very, very important for how the game ends up playing out.
DMG played blue side for the 4th and possibly the last game of this series. What can change? Because when we look into the champion select, I think everything is going to change. Not only the bans themselves, but also the picks. It's not going to be the real B1. Okay, Solari, you're safe. You're safe with us.
It could be. We don't know that. It could be.
Oh, God, please no.
I'm going to be extremely angry if it is. I swear. But not only that, you won't be able to pair the Nautilus and Senna instantly, so you can still run away. Romeo is a big Nautilus player, so maybe on R2 you can take that away. So all of these is going to change. And how can DMG reasonably get back into this game?
I think they should be swapping and giving Namex a bit more agency early on, I think. That's what I would be looking at, is so far they've just had Senna duty from Namex, and that's been great when trying to pair up on top side and make stuff happen top side, or prevent stuff from happening top side, whichever way around it's going. I think that Namex having a carry through the early stages, somebody with a bit of agency, Zeri, Jinx, something along those lines, is going to be how we see DMG pivot this draft.
Because there's some limitation on that Senna and the Nautilus, and we know Namex to be someone that enjoys those. On that documentary coming in from Middlecott, there was a lot of Jinx, there was a lot of Zeri as well. You need something else, and he also likes to use attack speed and reposition himself. I feel like with the Senna, when you get into the late game, yes, you will have that agency, but in the early, it's like, boom. Like the Fox drop Nasus Q voice acting, tremendous, wonderful. It's like that, you know, it's bonk. You don't do much.
You don't, and you frankly can't do much, because even if you have Nautilus on your side, there is not much you can do, and there is not a lot of damage I would put that you can reasonably provide on the lane. I agree with you, Jinx, Zeri, maybe Aphelios, but it's kind of with a question mark. There is something of this sort, something that can actually become a hyper carry and can become that much earlier than Senna does. And on top of that, no matter what AD carry it's going to be, they cannot allow this smolder to happen for the second time. This is a suicide mission.
Interesting take. Now, when we look into the top side, Bucci versus Nille, we got Bucci dominating the first game with the Malphite versus the Jax. But that's not a Bucci pick, is it? And we even talked about it on this game. Hey, he's going to have a lot of agency. He's going to be really powerful with the pick. I don't think this is a Bucci angle. I don't know if you agree with me, dude. You know, the identity of Bucci, the duelist, and
the
all
whole
that.
series hasn't really revolved around the identity of Bucci, right? And maybe that's because DMG haven't necessarily been winning, right? But the first game DMG won was off Scatterot. Second game and third game, they didn't win, and we didn't see Bucci thrive, right? You put him on a Malphite, he's not going to be that apex predator that you're used to seeing from the top lane. Game number 2, didn't quite have the chops to take it to Nilly, and that was kind of the overarching theme that I had coming into this series was, are they going to be able to unlock Bucci on the map? So far, with Cassante having been banned every single game, and then not having the answers versus Nilla, they've not been able to do that. Bits are not quite been able to push the envelope enough in that top side to give Bucci an advantage and unlock him for the rest of the map. I think that going on to blue side is their better way of making that happen, because so far on red side they've somehow not been able to do that, or they've not decided to do that, whichever way around they've wanted to go around it. But they're going on to blue side now, so theoretically there's a top lane counter pick ready for Nilla. Always he's going to have the answer, so I don't know if that's going to make it easier. Theoretically it should make it a lot harder if they don't have counter pick top side.
But also that means if you're looking on that Renekton angle that Nille is taking, hey, I don't mind the counter pick, I'll just get the Renekton, I'll be a nuisance in the middle and late game. This Renekton pick is also a Bucci pick, so Bucci can just accept the idea of, well, I'll be the one playing Renekton and I'll just face Nille on whatever he wants. Is this an angle in favor of Bucci, or is this a trap?
It's a tough question, honestly. I feel like there could be an angle towards him.
I think there's the Jax. I think if you're going to take Renekton early, then you just answer it with the Jax if you're Nille, and then we see how that skill matchup ends up playing out, right? It's all around who uses what's done in which order. Obviously, there's a lot of hypotheticals. We could very easily see these two default into, okay, if Nille has to blind pick, then he has to play an Ornn. If that then opens up the angle for a more, let's say, Gwen-esque counter pick on the top side, right? Something a little bit more spicy, then we'll obviously have to wait and see. I think it's very dependent on how the first round of picks end up going through, because if NORD are lacking engage, they may have to default to Nilla, but if they're lacking engage and Romeo's in the team, then you start question marking the whole existence.
Zara will be the first ban on this fourth game. NORD on match point, as you can see on the overlay. Now let's see what are the bans coming in from NORD. They switched sides finally for the first time in the series. It was always blue side NORD, now finally jumping into the red side. We'll get the counter pick on one of the lanes. Karthus has been in the stable one, and they're adapting. DMG is adapting, so this means they'll leave something open. Rumble has been pivotal.
Yeah, the Rumble and Tristana are your two picks that are currently still available for DMG to ban away. Obviously, they're going to ban one of them, likely take the other. Does this mean now that NORD take the Rumble as a ban? And that would then, by extension, mean they're leaving open Cassante for DMG. So it's one of two top laners, or they can handshake, take neither, and then have them both on that top side. Turns out the Rumble gets banned. Cassante is now open, but again, a pick there that is very susceptible to getting countered.
It's not Rel, at least. Hey, we're having some difference finally in the first pick on the blue side. I am not happy with it either, because it could have been used for something more interesting. We have some really good AP junglers open. The brand that we've been talking about for the last 3 games still open for everybody, still not picked by anybody, including the blue side first pick.
Especially after we got to see it be such a powerful pick in literally yesterday's series, right? It feels a little atypical in terms of what we might have anticipated, but Nilla and the rest of NORD, take away the Maokai to begin with, so at least some stability in the jungle to open us up. We'll have to see whether or not they're going to pair that with some aggression in the mid lane. Hunt still has the Yone open, got banned away from him in game number 2, but after a fairly lackluster performance on it game 1, he might be feeling a little deterred from it.
You okay, Solari?
Yes, I am actually. At least it's not first pick, and it makes sense. With Maokai picked, it is pretty obvious that the next pick is going to be a support, and that it is most likely going to be that Rel for Romeo, because these two work so well together.
And this was the handshake yesterday. That Leona was on top of everything, and there you go. Xante was open. A lot of picks have been open, and hey, Bucci's like, I'm gonna get a counter pick anyway. Might as well bring the Xante.
This is the pick that we know Bucci for, right? Quintessentially, it's this or an Renekton, and I think that the Xante, having been banned the entire series, thematically fits. It's what we're expecting Bucci to be on if he's going to go sicko mode, if he's going to be that insane carry in the top side. Nilla now has the opportunity to answer, but instead pivots away from that, knows that he's probably got enough in his champion pool to be able to answer the Xante with, and gives Ecstasy clearly what he's angling for in that Zeri.
Second phase of bans coming in for NORD. They have to start this one up. Do you focus on AD carries and you believe that Ezreal will be obviously a mid laner, or do you have that doubt in your mind? The AP junglers are being tackled. Zard is removed. Lily as well. But you've seen the Nico, so it's not like you can target Bitse. Champion pool, it's hard.
I think they're happy to play against the Nico again, right? And if they're taking away sort of S-tier junglers and defaulting Bitse down to a Nico, which is just unequivocally not S-tier, they're happy to target the top tier of junglers, get rid of, for example, the Lilia here, maybe a Sejuani or something of that ilk gets taken off the board as well, and then you're more than happy with that to give a Nico over.
I like the spike ban more.
Tell me something.
I feel like brand is going to be less of a problem than both of the bans that NORD decided to go into. This would have been more damage, but mostly this Vibe ban makes a lot of sense to me. With Zeri already picked for NORD, it does feel like they are going to try to play around Ecstasy as much as possible to try to get him to this at least 2-item situation for Zeri, and then she is going to be pretty much the carry for the team. And at the same time, they need to make sure there is as little lockdown from the side of damage as possible. They already have some with Leona, to a lesser extent with Xante, but making sure that they remove Vi from the equation, they are making Ecstasy's life a little bit easier in the fights.
Exactly. You see Zeri locked in, and then immediately DMG's question is, how are we going to kill her? Because Leona, very skill shot oriented. Yes, you can flash Q, but cleanse, E away. That's the counterplay to that. And then if you manage to dodge out on the Zenith Blade, dodge out on the Solar Flare, something that Zeri is very, very adept at. So with the cleanse likely to be Ecstasy Summoner spell, there needs to be extra tools in the back pocket for DMG to lock down a Zeri. A Talia doesn't inspire confidence from me, but something that they could potentially go for. And you mentioned Aphelios earlier. Solari, I think that that's something that they might have to look towards. That Gravitum could be one of their only tools at getting point and click onto the Zeri.
I feel like they already have quite a... Oh, that's something we haven't thought about. Now that is a lot of control towards that Zeri. Yes. Bitch incident. Oh, gosh.
I mean, Zeri still just ease over this. These are all really awful champions to play Jarvan into, to be honest. You have a Gnar who ease over the wall. Zeri does the same thing. If they lock in this Corki in the mid lane, that's 3 mobility champions that can all get out of Cataclysm, and you don't get that hard impact.
Well.
It's not the easiest one. The Corki makes sense, but there's a Talia that can put you in Reveled Earth, and if you want to get out, you're in danger. It's a combo.
It's like J4 is not playing a solo game. He's not just a champion in a nutshell. He's playing with a team, and ideally, he's not supposed to just be engaging into the enemy. There always needs to be a follow-up to him, and if there is a follow-up with Xante, with Leona, with Talia, that is going to be more than enough lockdown to kill anybody on the side of NORD. Question is, are DMG going to be quick enough to pick up when the Rabbids is engaging?
big ifs.
Yes.
I think is like, you know, we sure, if you're 5v5 team fighting and landing all of those skill shots down, then perfect. But Maokai ulti is so pivotal as well this game because it stops everybody from going forward. If the Jarvan engages a little bit too quickly, you kind of have to play reactively as DMG, and the rest of that squad, if you're following up on the Jarvan, then Talia's got to flash forward, got to get in range. It's really tricky to follow up on that Jarvan, specifically as Talia in a late game team fight. If, of course, you're all going in at the same angle. Now, flank angles are going to work wonders for them. That could very easily open up DMG to find that sick wombo combo that you've talked about.
And if we're talking about wombo combos, keep in mind that Cataclysm can be used by NORD, so Nil is just smiling and waving, saying, hey, thank you for another wall. So, yeah, you're playing on our side, bit. So let's see what happens on what could possibly be the last game if NORD are able to finish, or if DMG is capable of unleashing the waters yet again. We need a waterfall from then. Will they be able to bring it yet again? Well, we need to toss it to the casters in order to find out. Let's toss it to Initialize and the voice actor of a century, Foxdrop.
That's me, mate.
Hello.
You know, I also did Ziggs.
Oh, did you? How's that gone? Go on.
He goes,
I'm going.
there you go.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. A little bit Twitch-like, but it's not bad.
What can I say? I'm a streamer. What can I say?
A stream.
So, yeah.
We've all got a bit of that in it. Should I bring this to the game, or should we talk about voice acting?
No,
Yeah,
let's do it, because this could be it. This could be it.
This could be it,
the
exactly.
end.
We have actually got to lock in a little bit here, because you're right.
Yeah.
Bitzer locks in the Jarvan. He's played a lot of it this split. He's had some fantastic games on it. He's done it really well. In fact, when you've got the Talia in mid lane to pair up with it, that pair of champions roaming together can be really, really scary. However, I don't know how easy this game is going to be for Jarvan. I think you agree with me on this one.
No, I'm fully on this. This is a questionable pick boat here. Yeah, the problem there's a lot of problems I have with the Jarvan pick specifically. So I think primarily playing for comfort is very important. When your back's against the wall, 100%. And I will absolutely give bits of credit where it's due. He is a great Jarvan player. His previous Jarvan games have been fantastic. Like he's been great on this champion. I love to see him play it. The thing is, against what NORD has locked in, I'm not so sure it's a great idea. Like it's really hard for you to lock down a lot of the NORD members. You know, the desk pretty much covered all these things as well. We'll go a bit more in detail as we get into the game because we don't want to waffle too much here. But legit, I'm not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan. We'll put it that way.
We've heard the concerns there. Foxy's laid them out just well, but we'll have to see how it plays out on the Rift for what could be the final time tonight. Let's kick it. Away we go. 20 seconds odd in here. I think you are absolutely right to call out why this is going to be a difficult game for Bitzer. We've both seen it. We're both a little bit nervous. But then again, if you are ever going to ask someone to be your go button and you're not going to go towards the AP junglers, Jarvan for Bitzer is right up there, and Skate Rot on a champion that can roam. We've seen both games where he's been able to get out of lane and do some damage in a side lane. On those two Lucian games in particular, he's been really, really scary. The Talia plays into that so well. Hell is probably better, let's be real, at least on paper, than that. So, should be a fairly good option. I feel like Talia in general has fallen away a little bit from the point she was in, say, in spring in particular, where we were seeing her all over the place, you know, for the mid lane. And these days, it's basically AD carries mid and AP junglers. Wherever you get to lurk. So I don't know what the matchup plays like in Decor, but you feel like it'd be okay at least.
I think it should be pretty chill, yeah. You would imagine it's mostly just like a farm situation, and she's not going to be looking to do too much in the lane, and would otherwise want to look for plays, you know, roaming around, as you said. And Skater's done a great job of that this series. He's been fantastic at moving around, even on champions that aren't really roamers like Lucian, right? He's not exactly a Talon who wants to just shove and roam. But he's done phenomenal.
That champion was better. He's so cool.
He is a lot of fun to watch. He really is, to be fair. Yeah, but this Talia certainly does have some more tools to make these roams happen. She really does, like Talia roams kind of live and die by the crowd control that you have to pair with her, and bot side obviously with this Leona, you know, you get that easy stun into the seismic shove. Exactly. You need some setup already for Taliyah. So certainly some options here which can work in DMG's favor.
And of course, you do have that ability to pair it with the Jarvan, the Flag and Drag, the Cataclysm can all be very annoying to manage. But Romeo and Ecstasy currently losing the lane in terms of that early shove, but that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Ezreal at level 1 is pretty obnoxious, and with the Leona, you do have a pretty good old combo there, because you proc the Daylight so freely with the Q.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. And getting this early shove here, you know, it's good. We've seen it, to be honest, Rudu mentioned this on the desk as well. We haven't seen Namex, and to be honest, his bot lane as a whole, but specifically Namex, have any kind of agency in this series. He's been on center duty quite literally every single game. And, you know, Namex is a good player. It's just when you've got Senna locked in, there's definitely, you know, plus sides to Senna. She's not a garbage champion, but it just doesn't put the ball in his court, you know. And I wanted to see a little bit more from DMG. To be honest, I think DMG's draft in this series doesn't seem very DMG-ish. You know, like, I just don't think, you know, they haven't put Bucci on any kind of like high impact picks. They've left Namex on center duty. I just don't think they're playing towards what makes DMG DMG.
Yeah, I think I somewhat agree, though. At least Bucci on the Cassante is a known quantity. He's good at that champion, and Bits and Skate Rod back on comfort.
Yeah, this is more like it.
This is more like it, exactly. Yeah. But it's like, is it too little too late? Is part of the reason why they've moved away from it because they're feeling in the current meta, it isn't as functional. You know, all of those questions start to come to play when you hit playoffs, and not too much to be seen here. Both junglers were pathing towards this bot lane, but of course, Yoka not going to really be in a position to clear through to get that Scuttle Crab, as Snabby finds a great roam mid early on. Forces a flash out of Hunt. Yoka will put a ward down in the river. No, the Bits is going to try and double scuttle him and realize there's not much he can do about it.
It should be free. Absolutely. Skate Rock's got a nice push in mid as well. Maybe Nile can roam down, but to be honest, spits it with that with the smite up. It should just be going down, especially. There'll be no contest for this one.
Yeah.
There it is.
All gone.
Yeah, double
Yoka
crab,
comes
as
on
you
over
say.
And is kind of angry. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy peasy. Yeah, this Taliyah certainly. Yeah, that's good. That's good. He's dead. He's got no flash. He's got no flash.
He doesn't have a flash, but Yoka's here to try and turn that one around. But there's just a flash, a flag, and a drag. And first blood goes the way of Snabby's Leona. Now Yoka's in danger as Romeo comes roaming on up. Flashes onto the backline and gets Skate Rot in trade. Now the 2v2 commences. Teleport's coming on through his Yoka, trying to back away from the Flag and Dragon, does so. The Martial Cadence auto will buy some time, but actually the shield is timing out. Sapling into the bush buys a bit of time as well. Yoka will have the blast cone. I don't know where he's going to go. Can he even think about an execute? I just don't think he's got the time. Just throws down a bit of a slow. We'll try and execute here. It'll be close. Just about goes around. Decides against being able to get something back, and it will end up being a 2-for-1 in mid lane.
Okay, yeah, that trade back on a Skate Rot for Yoka. I mean, it's okay. Yeah, sure, it's okay. We get a little bit of early action here in the mid side. Excellent. We were a little bit of a snooze fest last game, so that's cool. We've already accelerated things a little bit here. 3 kills, 5 minutes in. You know, the dragon has spawned, and I, you know, we've seen it a lot, to be honest, this series. Like, legit 5-minute plays at dragon.
Oh, yeah.
And this is more, I guess it's kind of a product of slower games, as you kind of just, like, you play a bit smarter, you set up. Obviously, none of that's happening here. Romeo, though, is going to face check Snarby, who Hex flashes out of that one.
Both of them spent more time in mid lane than bot lane at this point, I think.
Yeah, and this is it. This plays into the pattern of what these two teams like to do. Like to move around and make these aggressive plays.
Romeo just hanging around the wall here, went looking to canter forwards and get a shattering strike off, but can't quite find it, as both AD carries a little ways ahead of their head supports. A Snabby Hex flashes, doesn't look for anything more, and that's the point of as one of the things to roaming, right, is you end up with less XP to yourself, but it gives solo lane XP to your AD carries, which can be pretty valuable when they are like the Zeri and the Ezreal, who do like to use their ultimates.
Definitely, and having accelerated ADCs, when it comes to these early objective fights, might just, you know, getting them level 6 instead of level 5 type thing, right? Which, as you mentioned, can be pretty impactful. Namek's gonna just be able to jump away from that one.
Nice look in from Romeo, tried to read it, but Namex is wise enough with his Arcane Shift to stay out of danger. Romeo dismounted though, bits it
no
on
flash.
vision, there's the mount up, will be potentially in danger here, takes a huge amount of damage, is just dead, gets the Shattering Strike down, but it buys a moment if that. True Shot Barrage unlocked as a result of the kill. And Romeo, again, punished for being a little over-aggressive on the rel. He's had that happen once or twice this series.
Once or twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times perhaps.
I was being nice, Foxy, come on now.
He's just crazy, man. This guy is an absolute psycho on support. Like, he's always looking for the aggressive plays. To be honest, yeah, I do think this time more often than not for Nord, it has bitten them in the butt a little bit. But his teamfight setups have also been very good as well. So it kind of swings around roundabouts in that sense. But it is going to be, for the millionth time this series, the first Dragon going to DMG and the 3 grubs going over to Nord. So very happy with that trade again. Yeah, I feel like we may be watching repeat on this one.
Still, the game is even enough despite the 3 kills to 1 in favor of DMG, but double culls in for Hunt and Ecstasy, slightly later on for Ecstasy, but should still be cashed in a reasonable time frame. They know what their job is, and that's getting to as many items as fast as possible to be the mainstays of the damage core for Nord.
Already here, double plated steel caps topside. Bucci having to go for the blind pick this time around. You know, really just not having a lot of fun against Gnar. Gnar, oh, that's a place flashed in. He's ulting Gnar back. Holy crap.
Yes.
Bucci just trying to solo kill Gnar there. I think Gnar just walks away, but okay, Bucci literally went for the insect Cassante kidnap there and almost got away with it.
You want to do that around the mini Gnar timing. Doesn't quite get it this time around and proves a little bit frustrating to manage. But there we are. As Nilla gets away with it. The flash was burned by Bucci though, so he won't have that available. Nilla's has been down for a little while here. Quite sure when he burned that. If it happened on screen, I don't remember it, and that's probably a bad sign about my memory. But bot lane, Yoka has his ultimate available. May well start to look for it. Will likely catch out at least Snabby here. Looking to get onto Namex. Will knock Snabby away. Still has the W to work with. Trying to time out the aftershock. Snabby got nowhere to go. And is swiftly picked up by Ecstasy in the bot lane.
And that's it. This is a response here. Nile, no flash. No jump. I don't know if DMG quite have the damage for this one. They're going to go for... Oh, he's got Cataclysm. Of course. Yeah, he was holding on to Cataclysm. Trying to get a Bucci an assist. But wasn't quite in the area. So just trading top side for bot side. I think that overall does work out for Nord. But still just pressuring each side of the map here. Handshaking everything. Objectives, kills, you name it.
Bitzer once again, though, getting off to a great start on the Java. And we've seen him do this once or twice on the champion. Getting those early kills online is good news. Will be slightly frustrating for Bucci not to get a hold of any assists there. But hey, that's the way of it. And Yoka managing to get something down on the bot lane means it's still a relatively even trade between the junglers, all things said and done, as you noted. Next set of grubs will be spawning in a couple minutes yet. We've still got a couple minutes to the next Ocean Dragon, so it really will be a second look at a full clear from junglers and then resetting to look at those objectives again in a minute or so.
Absolutely. This is it now. What can these junglers do as these objectives spawn? Are we going to be able to perhaps get a pick? I would really like to see one of these teams, because I generally don't think we've seen it at all in this series, one of these teams get an advantage from the early objectives. So instead of handshaking 2 grubs, 2 dragons, you know, maybe, you know, 2 dragons, 1 grubs, you know, or like both grub spawns and then a dragon, you know, that kind of thing.
Just a handshake, yeah.
Exactly, to really actually go for this contest and do it. There have been times where I thought, okay, maybe we'll do this here, but they've just not wanted to.
No.
Maybe we'll see something different here in Game 4. I'm not holding my breath, but maybe we'll see something different. Or maybe we'll even see, heavens forbid, Nord prioritize the second dragon here.
I don't believe it. It would never be the case. I don't believe it. Snabby, level 6 here as well. As Foxtrot is chatting lies. And I'm sorry you had to hear that, everyone at home. Because why would Nord ever do that? At least in this series. Jokes aside, I do kind of see your point. I
didn't say it would happen.
DMG.
I said maybe
they're setting up
it.
to play for drugs. I think you might be right. Maybe I was the one lying all along. I should have believed in you. As bot lane, Yoka's around. They absolutely are not looking for grubs. You're right, Namek's in danger. Flash Arcade shift away. Knocked back under his tower and towards Ecstasy, who flashes away with a kill secured.
There it is, and this is it. This is going to be the grubs for DMG on the top side. Skater, what are you doing down here, buddy? You're a long way from Kansas, friend.
Yoka could be in danger here. Will be in danger as the seismic shove comes on forwards. Ecstasy still stepping on forwards. Ends up now in the 1-for-1, all things said and done.
Okay. So meanwhile, Bitser's getting all these grubs top side, trading down in the bot side. This dragon isn't up for another 15 seconds. Like I said, maybe we'll even get the contest here. I don't think going top side is the play for Bitser. I don't think it is. I think he should instantly slam down that teleport and try and play for dragon because Nile has ult. Well, yeah, he has ult, but I meant more. He can jump away, he can gnaw out, he can flash, whatever. I think they might do it. Nah, there's no way. But Bucci's just going for honey fruit here, surely. I would like to see it. Why doesn't Bitser just recall?
We have seen trades of grubs. We're going 1-for-1 on each set at this point. Bucci is being horribly chunked. The thing is, we'll allow, with the Mega Nart coming, a demolish proc onto this tower that Bucci's going to have very little to say about here. Probably another play over towards the Snar. Mid lane, we're looking as mid lane wave control. Name of the game, Snarby off vision. Going to be stepping on forward. Oh, it's actually on vision. I tell a lie. There was a control ward in that bush, but there we go. Will still be DMG who get towards this dragon. We'll be looking for both here.
Here we go.
Flash away. Now Skate Rod goes over towards Ecstasy, who goes over the wall, is stunned briefly, but is not taken out. Hunt comes roaming on over. Nile with a teleport available could come on down. Bucci, who's still tucked topside on about 10% HP. No real way to join. 8 seconds on ultimate from Yoka, who could start to maybe look in and throw out that all important Nature's Advance.
Yes, half health now on the dragon. Yoka is flanking.
Looking for it now, does not have that flash, but still going to come on through. The roots come on down. Dragon secured, but the fight afterwards could be huge. Snappy trying to buy some space and some time as Nile with the teleport into the backline and a Mega Nart coming up. Will look to murder them all. Bitser put to pieces. Just about makes it the 1-for-1, but under the tower. Namek's taken apart. Skate Rod tries to get something more. Turret shots claim Yoka, but Skate Rod stands and delivers. We'll get 2, but everyone else falls. It is 4 dead in favor for NORD.
4 for 2, like you say, in NORD's favor. The dragon goes over to DMG. Bucci opted to teleport topside and work this top lane play. I'm not so sure. Maybe joining that fight would have been the optimal play there. Obviously, that's all hindsight here, but we'll see what Bucci can do to marginalize the losses from not joining that play. But that's the tower as well, gone down to NORD. All in all, I think NORD are okay with that one, to be honest. Yeah, you lose the dragon, but with the tower and the kills, it's not too bad. Especially, if you can make a play around the top side for this Herald here, this could be all good for them.
He was having a bit of a play all around as Hunt walks towards this top lane. Was the quicker on the reset anyway, so we'll be able to clean up most of these minions and be in position now to look at that one. Skate Rot, no teleport, but neither does Nile, so just playing around this wave. And the first turret went the way of NORD after all. The kills went their way too, so let's be a little aware about giving too much free reign to this Gnar.
Nile really has been, like, a problem for DMG this series. Like, just a constant thorn in their side. And I think that says a lot considering Bucci on the other side, who really did hype up, right, as being a big point for DMG's success.
Wow, Hunt.
Speaking of.
All out on. Oh, hang on, Q3 afterwards in danger. The flash will be used to secure the kill. Fleet footwork healing, not enough. Bucci with the solo kill.
There it is. Exactly what we want to see out of Bucci for DMG. They need this guy to really put on his carry pants, and so far that solo kill into mid lane, that'll do it. That'll do it. Ecstasy, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they have it here.
Oh, I wonder whether they can interrupt Bucci on the back, but he is quick enough with the empowered recall to get out to safety. But Hunt, very disrespectful in the mid lane, but at the top lane rather. But Namek's disrespectful in the mid. Both top laners killing off AD carries.
There it is. How OP is Triforce on Gnar though for that move speed, the phage move speed. Insane. Uh-oh, Ecstasy's got
gets in trouble. Here comes the Talia Weaver's wall flashing away, but the Cataclysm comes on down Romeo. Caught on the wrong side of the wall. But here comes Hunt in trade. Flag and drag, not going to work. Skate Rot in danger, but he shoves Nut back. Big stump from Romeo, buys some time. Yoka trading out with the mid laner as Nile is here, but he's mini now. Not with the Mega, still trading out. Into the bush they go. Huge 1-for-1 as it stands. Nile cannot get towards Mega. Healing up for so much value. Flag, drag, Bitsa goes down, but a double to Bucci.
Is that a 2 for 2 at the end of the day? 2 for 3?
3 for 2.
Yeah, DMG coming out on top with that extra kill. Oh my goodness, this scrappiness, this is much more like it. This is what we want to see right here. Brilliant stuff. This will be the tower as well for DMG. Just coming out on top. 3 kills now for Mr. Bucci in the top side. We're very happy about seeing him pick this Cassante. Wanting him to be more of a Bucci pick, right? Not this counter pick, not this boring stuff where he's just, playing around his team. No. This is him. He wants to slam it down. He wants to have that impact. And so far, you can see it already. 3 kills. He is going to be an absolute menace in that side lane.
This Nart was ahead 1,000 gold. It's now down 200 because those kills all went over. And that's just after Nile got a fantastic solo kill in the mid lane. Gold's still in favor of NORD, but not by a huge amount. And now Bucci proving to be really scary on the Cassante. Could really prove difficult proposition to manage. Dynamics on this Ezreal, though, 1, 3, and 2 has been a lot quieter of an affair, and you've still got to deal with the fact that Ecstasy with 3 kills will be very, very difficult to manage. A great roam up from Skate Rob and Bits. They did bring him down, but a messy top lane fight does not a game win make.
Not quite, no. And that's it. I mean, the kill difference is nominal. The gold difference, 1,000, which at 20 minutes, again, isn't really anything to write home about on either side. But you do want to look at where the gold is positioned, right? And the fact that Zeri has a 2,000 gold advantage over an Ezreal. Yeah, that is kind of spooky. That is, Ecstasy being put in the driving seat. And to be fair, it's where Ecstasy thrives. He is a very solid ADC. I mean, to be fair, mate, he got a pentakill last game, right? And won his team the whole game. So, yeah, this could make this next team fight scary with this Hextech Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. See if he can pop off.
Mid. Now here comes the engage in the river. We got caught a little off guard. So did Hunt, who's been caught off every single fight this game, it feels. Ecstasy goes with the lightning, trying to find something to bring down the opposing members, but 2 will die as NORD were just caught napping, chasing, clearing vision.
Meanwhile, topside, there was a solo kill. Nile killed Bucci. So that's a bit tragic for DMG, but either way, the picks in the mid side, the picks in the river will secure DMG their soul point, the Hextech Soul. It's been either Chemtech Soul or Hextech Soul all series long. DMG have been playing towards these dragons. We saw it in the first game. It was enough for DMG to pull out that victory. But to be honest, as this series gone on, DMG have had opportunities to play with Dragon and make that a win condition. They've just kind of floundered on the execution a tiny bit. And this is exactly where DMG now, they want to say, okay, that was game 3, that was game 2. Now we really need to lock it in. We need to focus down. It's one more dragon and we got this, And this is exactly where they've been struggling before in this series, where they could arguably be up in this series if they were just a little bit better at it.
Hunt there, getting caught out, was spotted out, actually was, I believe, Skate Rot, heading over some of those wards, a couple nice deep ones there. Thank you very much, observers, for calling that one out. NORD have still got this pressure in the side lanes, doing their very, very best to give themselves some opportunity, because they've not been without their own good plays this game. But Bit says Jarvan and the team fights around the Dragons are proving to be a little bit alarming for NORD. For all they've got a gold lead right now, Hex Soul would turn things around really sharpish this game.
Absolutely. I think that would be true for most games, to be honest. Hex Soul is a very, very scary one.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's powerful. It's very powerful. I'm just impressed. DMG's team fighting especially has been really good. And Skate Rot again, with the shoves and stuff has just been crazy. We haven't really talked about it, but the Unraveled Earth for Talia gets so much value this game, by the way. With things like Corki and Zeri wanting to jump out. Yeah, it's so powerful. It's so much damage. It's that extra CC as well. It might be hard to land the seismic shove itself, but the Unraveled Earth, you just put that down and suddenly it creates that field which almost nullifies quite a lot of the strength, especially from the carries of NORD.
Yeah, very difficult, especially if you can put it, say, inside a Cataclysm. Suddenly your ways to get out of it are very limited.
Absolutely.
That kind of combo, very, very dangerous, and it's been some problems, though, in the side lanes, though, for DMG, as once again, Nile and Bucci are trading on out. Nile in a dangerous position, nearly about to go mini now, as Bucci's found a really good angle. I think it'll be a trader solo kills, and that's Bucci getting some vengeance for the top lane play.
But what is that? What is this champion, dude? He was on like 40% HP, getting absolutely blasted, and then suddenly decides to press a button, and that's it. That's it, it's done. Nile's dead. That's just so grotesque. That's absolutely vile. But that's what DMG need, baby. They will go to the grotesque. They've got no problem with that. And Bucci picking up the solo kill, gets his revenge. I don't know how NORD got even close to solo killing him before, but he managed to do it when we saw that.
Well, he went back and bought a whole Jack show the last time, so he didn't have that item completed.
That's fair. That is fair, yeah. And that's it. That's good. You know, this a lot of this game, you know, it could just swing on the power of that side lane as well. I think Nile Bucci, it's a real treat to watch, right? Like, as far as we have a lot of good teams here in the NLC, but I'd say these are probably our best top laners, right? As far as the matchup goes, and get the best of 5 series between them.
Ecstasy, my god, has to flash away. That's without the ultimate, by the way. Speaking of best top laners.
There he is again, yeah. Ooh.
Gets tagged.
Yeah, he's okay. He's gonna get out of that one. What do Bucci? What do DMG do with that? I don't think they're gonna be able to take mid. They can certainly try it. Ezreal with his W can tag it and do a lot of damage, especially with that Sheen hit. I think it might actually just go down, to be fair. They forced resets out of both Romeo and Ecstasy. So yeah, that'll be the mid-tier 1 finally falling here for DMG. And you see that purple hue, DMG? That's what happens when you take grubs. That's what that was, if they're wondering what that was about. First time
I don't think they see it very often, you know? It's a pretty unusual state of affairs. Skaterot getting some shove in the bot lane. There's Talia again having a pretty good game from Skaterot, as you mentioned. Bucci slowed by the Bramble Smash. For a while though, 40-odd seconds until Hex Soul on the line for DMG, and they've got the shove in mid lane. They're the ones with control right now, and a reset coming in late from Yoka.
Yeah, the whole control for DMG. This is what people don't understand, or I should say, don't appreciate about Dragon plays. You know, it's not 30 seconds and then we need to be, okay, it's Dragon time. It's the whole minute leading up to it where you get control of the area, you get vision, you deny vision, and you set up for the Dragon. And that's what DMG has been able to do here. And looking to play for the soul. Just trying out a bit of poke onto Bucci to prepare themselves for the fight.
Skaterot over by that bot lane, getting the tier 1 there. Now he's got jumped on! Gets away, just about has to cleanse, and Arcane shift away, but it's down very, very low. Bucci now in a potentially dangerous spot himself, but can still think about going all out, throws down that W. The ult from Yoka will wrap across Snabby, and will use to body block everyone else. Nilla gets hit by the seismic shove before he can go mega, jumps out for now. Hunt tries to get on dynamics, goes on forwards. Ecstasy gets Snabby, trying to trade on it best they can, but they've lost 2 in the trade as Bucci in the backline continues to be a menace. Bitse flags and drags, he gets a slow one down as Ecstasy continues to run away and do as much damage as they can. So low though, a final flag and drag will surely get the kill. Shuts down Ecstasy, Bitse, and Bucci will bring down Romeo again. This ain't no fairy tale. And the poison was in the state of axing, dodges away with a flash and stays alive, but that will be Hexol for DMG, make no mistake about it.
And finally for DMG, they're going to pick up a useful soul and play for a useful soul here in this series. What a great team fight. We've seen in the previous games, DMG's downfall has been these dragon fights. These fights, these big team fights around the spawning of the soul. But this time around here in game number 4, facing elimination, they don't muck it up. They make a great team fight happen. And suddenly here, they're the ones with the gold lead. They've got Hexol looking towards Baron as well. Things are looking like we might just get into game number 5.
How on earth are you going to deal with a Hexol? It's such a frustrating soul. The slow, the AoE damage. Difficult to deal with at the best of times. And Hunt, 0, 5, and 6. He's had a shocker of a game, bluntly. Really struggling to get value. I thought, honestly, with that last fight, with Namex getting caught initially, it would have been all over, but we swift enough with the cleanse, and then Hunt went looking for him mid-fight, couldn't do it. It's Corki just not hitting on the cylinders it needs to.
No, it's for sure. I mean, I think Hunt, I don't know where that came from.
Just to tell her how it is, mate. It's all right.
Well, okay,
Freudian slip
actually,
from the
I know where
casters
that
here.
came from, because I was going to compare Hunt to Skate Rot, and I combined the two.
You combined the two. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think Hunt has been, in the regular season, a brilliant mid laner. Absolutely brilliant. And Skate Rot, this series, is the MVP for me so far.
Oh,
like,
yeah, he's been really good.
He's been fantastic, and to gap Hunt in mid is no easy task. Especially when you go a little bit off meta, like he's done here with the Talia pick, and it's worked out fabulously. Like, he's done so well, and the control, the seismic shoves, he's absolutely just popping off so far here in this game. And we look to continue that. Like, Talia functions very well when you have to walk towards her, and that's what happens when you get control of an objective, control of an area. You're going to force Nord towards you to face check, and that's exactly where Talia wants you.
Now the Jarvan as well from Bidsair. We said it was going to be a hard Jarvan game. He's not made it look hard. He's made it look bloody easy, to be honest with you all. He has hit every flag and drag he's cared to. So many fantastic cataclysms. Now with full control over this jungle, they can start to look like that ecstasy chunk to half HP from incidental damage. Yoka is gone. Into the backline goes Bucci, going all out, gets a pull over onto Hunt. The Corki is grounded. The Magnus Storm comes on through, but what's that before the Hex Soul? They slide on forwards, and Bitsy dunks him down for a double kill.
That's the dunk, baby. There it is, and this might just be game here. 27 minutes on the clock. DMG were looking to get that pick on Nayoka and then turn to Baron, but Bucci, the killer instinct of this guy, does not want to play this game safe, does not want to play for the objectives by the numbers. He wants the kills. He's going to find them, and now we're getting into game number 5.
The 3rd and 4th seeds of the NLC are fighting for silver scrapes. One last game will decide it all. DMG, strike back.
What a game we had here in game 4. This is much more what I wanted to see, dude. DMG, like, I feel like that was much more of a DMG draft. They played towards their identity, you know, like Bucci was, you know, the fact that he had to blind pick the Cassante, it's not ideal when you're blind picking top, but still, Cassante is a champion that can do crazy things, and he did crazy things. He was solo killing Nile. He pulled the trigger that won them the whole game right at the end right there. You know, we saw Narmex on the Ezreal as well, was able to do a little bit more things. To be honest, Skate Rot though, just my goodness. So many questions coming into game 5 though for the draft for Nord right here, because I feel like finally DMG, they're gonna have confidence and momentum coming out of that game. They're gonna pick more comfort here. I dunked on Bitsy for the Jarvan pick. Doesn't matter, comfort trumps all.
He played super well,
and he was great. Oh, he was fantastic. He's such a good Jarvan. He was such a good Jarvan player. And this is it. It all comes down to this game, and it's fantastic. I'm so excited, and I genuinely cannot call it. That's what makes it so exciting for me.
Yeah, and I think for the side of Nord as well, you've got to start asking questions about what's happening when you're contesting that 3rd dragon, because it's a few games in a row where it hasn't gone well. They managed to get one good dragon fight, which got them that bot tier 1. That's about it. And it is getting oh so dicey. The nerves will be ratcheting up. We know what song's coming up. All right, guys, let's cut to break. Silver Scrapes time.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Alex has just put the wind wall out to try and keep them all in place. Does go in for the 2-man. Built slides in for the backup as well. They catch Namek with the ult. Alex. Could this be even more funny? Got to kill anything forward. It's 3. It is 4. This could be the Penta, but Stumpback and Lenny denies it.
Teleports come flying on through, and the stun is onto Alex, who flashes away. The Moonlight Vigil is solid, but the Glacier Press after with me. And look at that!
Oh!
There's a slicing maelstrom that will electrify the NLC.
will blow him up.
The tidal wave or the Phoenix, it all comes down to the 5th game of NLC Summer Split Playoffs, NORD versus DMG. There's a lot to talk about and understand how we got to this point. What changed in this game, realistically, where we got to see NORD just get beat up in the late game? But how did it start at the beginning of the game? And you're not allowed, both of you, you're not allowed to say the word Xante.
Then I have the analysis for you, brother.
Then we may as well just leave. You asked what changed. You asked what changed, Arshram. There was only one thing that changed, all right? And it may well be a banned word. It was Xante, okay? We gave Bucci his best pick, his best champion. And yeah, the early game, a little bit tame, a little bit quiet. Nilla controlled the Xante well enough. Unfortunately, the lane assignments weren't always Nilla versus Bucci. Bucci found himself a solo kill, managed to take down Hunt, I believe, in that top lane. And then we got to see Bucci able to just explode. Came out 3-1, found that eventual solo kill onto Nilla as well. The inevitable happened, really, and then the Bucci Xante moments existed.
It was just a question of time, really.
Yeah. I would also like to give praise to Bitse with the Jarvan. I really enjoy him pulling out the Jarvan. The fact that DMG went back to their good old picks. Hey, we're gonna pick the Jarvan. We're gonna pick the Tali in the mid. Who has seen the Tali in the mid lane? Like, the only rocks we see being thrown in the rift, it's Skarner. Like, it's good to see Talia back in the mid lane. So it's also good to see DMG adapting to the 4th game and pushing NORD to the limit, and now we get to the 5th game. But as soon as we get into the late game, was there anything else we need to highlight from this one before we move on? I'm just giving the opportunity to talk about the 4th game. What else? We're going to talk about the 5th one. It's a bait.
Okay, fine. No, it's okay. I think that from the 4th game, the only other thing that was really impactful was actually you've highlighted the Jarvan, but Scatter on that Talia, I think needs a little bit more praise, honestly. The fight around the top side, there was a 3-for-2 trade that just barely went DMG's way. The only reason that wasn't a complete wash and that DMG didn't get slaughtered was because Scatter had a completely random shove that was set up with no CC, but he shoved 2 people away from him. It bought him enough space to live, do enough damage, get himself out. That was one of those mid-game team fights where if it goes one way, the game just swings. It was completely impactful in how the game ended up playing out and in how the rest of that matchup ended up going. I think that the fact, it was just a small 1 cooldown thing, but it needs highlighting and it needs, sort of emphasizing that Scatterot in the 2 games that DMG have won he's been instrumental in their victories.
So my trap for both of you is that we're highlighting a lot of players from DMG and not only like one or twice. We're just getting a lot of sound in the background, but it's about the idea that a lot of players are showing up from DMG. So we talk about the fact that NORD is a team that is capable of adapting, but it seems like DMG is adapting at the same speed. So as soon as we jump into the 5th game, what can you expect?
Listen, the thing that I feel like is important is that NORD in the game 5 are yet again going to be on the red side, which means we have the opportunity for them to counterpick, but at the same time, we don't have the opportunity for them to first pick, and the bans are really limited whenever you're playing on the red side. And I feel like this means we are going to see yet again some really important picks slipping through their hands into DMG's side. I'm especially worried about this Xante, of course, but just in general, I feel like NORD feel a little bit limited in terms of their options when they are on the red side, but maybe I'm wrong, and I'm hoping that they will be able to use the red side to counterpick something, especially for Nile. I feel like he could have been given something with a bit more agency in that previous game.
I think that the Gnar is a good stabilizer, but you mentioned things with agency, Solari. There's not as much on the Gnar, and I think you've hit the nail on the head, right? That if we want to see Nila take over, that feels like that Gnar pick isn't something that they're going to necessarily be able to default back to. Obviously, being on red side once again, you'd like to think that they're either going to change up the bans. Maybe they'll take the Cassante on 2. Maybe they've got a couple of things up their sleeve as well that they'll be looking to try and implement in game number 5, because every time we've seen like a swap of sides and into the same side selection happening again, that team that's picked the same side they were just on has actually won, right? We got to see it in Game 2, where we were expecting a bit of a switch up. The Relby one still came through, but NORD, they knew what they were doing. They had that plan in place.
So as soon as we jump into the Champion Select, in order for Cassante to be banned, some bans have to be adapted either from NORD or from DMG. And NORD banning the Cassante on the first rotation of bans means something else is going to be open. What do you leave? Because Karthus, you need to remove him. Tristana, you need to remove her as well. What else do you leave open?
Rumble's there. Yeah, Zyra was a pick as well. It's AP jungles, and I think that if they're gonna try and just accept trades,
can you ban away the Xante?
Yeah,
you should.
I think leave open.
I think you are dropping your Karthus ban, but they've been really high on that. I think they're gonna ban Karthus, ban Cassante, probably go for the dropping of Hui. I don't think they let Hui go. I think they'll let Hui through, but for Scatterot, that'd be my pick, right? If anything, that they opt into. So, I don't know. Maybe they just go for all 3 again.
So as we look into the rest of the game and how it has been playing, as NORD is going to pick the red side, is this anyway an information how things might shift as we go, like in terms of the early game? The grubs, the dragon. We saw some adaptation where we finally got to see some grubs coming in for DMG. I thought that was impossible. I thought it was written. It was the law. But yeah, is there any sort of... I love to say this. Is there any adaptation
Yeah, I mean, there was adaptation from DMG in the last game. It also helped them that they were playing on the blue side, and it's easier to catch the grab. So if you're playing from the blue side, it's easier to go for the prio. Plus, with Sante on top, you rotate him and you're happy. I love this adaptation from DMG. I hate it, on the other hand, that NORD let the grabs get away from their hands this time, but at the same time, we still don't see any proactivity from them around the early dragons. And I feel like this is important because, for example, this time we had a super impactful soul in the game, and there is no way NORD were getting anywhere close to it because they've given away so much in the early game.
It's a little strange as well that that's the way that this series evolved for me, because we were talking about it being Bucci being the powerhouse for DMG, yet DMG's topside presence for the early game neutrals has been relatively non-existent, right? They've taken 3 out of, is it 24 grubs that have spawned so far this entire series, so there's a little bit of a dichotomy between what I'd expected to have happened, between what has happened, and maybe we actually see the roles reverse, where I'm expecting the bot side for DMG to be a little weaker. Maybe Scatterot doesn't quite have an insane pop-off performance this time around. Hunt can find himself a bit of an advantage in the mid lane, and then DMG can start losing out on those drakes, but in favor of finding those grubs on the top side.
So this is another question for you, Rudude. When you look into the playoffs and NORD versus DMG, the setup, the lore was mostly about how Hunt was going to approach this one and how powerful he has been. Probably one of the most dangerous players joining the playoffs. Is he at the level we were expecting, or is his Skate-Rot just skyrocketing and facing him? Because there's a different way to look into this as, hey, Skate-Rot actually skyrocketed into his own level, into Hunt, or Hunt is not at the same level we were expecting.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest with you. I think Scatterot is definitely performing to a level that we saw from him earlier on in the split. Equally, Hunt, not really an impactful member of either of the NORD wins either, because we saw, 2 games so far, we've given Yoka and Ecstasy MVPs for both of those.
Tristana, now, do you ban away the Rumble and leave the Cassante, or do you ban the Cassante and leave the Rumble?
Yes, God bless.
But if you do this, you leave the Rumble open.
I am less scared of Rumble in Butch's hand compared to Xante in Butch's hands, to be honest. I feel like Xante in Butch's hands is game over immediately for you. Like, it's game over screen, start over. Rumble in Butch's hands, Butch has had really questionable performances on that Rumble, so it's better, it's more acceptable.
It's a lesser of 2 evils.
The lesser of 2 evils.
Yeah, right. You've got disaster, or you have slightly less disaster. And you're opting into giving the Rumble over, which now opens up once again for Bits' Jarvan. It's worth mentioning that hot pot combo on the top side at level 6 is devastating, but you can see already, I feel like NORD are kind of okay with a Jarvan here, opting happily to go for these more mobility-esque style champions. Back on the Senna though, for Namex, he got his 1 game of freedom though. He's now back on Senna duty, trying to help out his top side, but I think that so far Namex has given no cause for concern on the Senna.
Senna, and then you paired it up with the Nautilus. That should be the interesting one. Are you thinking about bringing something into the mid and maybe leaving the Nautilus open, as we might have to redo the champion select? But I think those picks have been decided, so the Rumble should go through along with the Ezreal. And who else was paired with the Ezreal?
Maokai.
Okay, we got 3 picks so far. I don't know if the Senna was locked in, so that's why I'm not going to approach the Senna. It could have been a complicated bug, as I'm getting that information, as we're doing the lobby as fast as possible. So with those three picks specifically, because the Rumble could go to Bits, for instance.
Yeah.
We've seen the Rumble in the jungle. It's a meme. I know, dude, but we gotta throw the fire. We need some ashes into the fire.
Okay. We could. Go on, Solari.
He could even go to bot lane, to be honest. Rumble support is a nasty thing to play against, even if paired with Senna. I don't think it's necessarily the best pairing out there. I think Nautilus would still be a safer bet there. But if DMG want to pull out something unexpected, that could be the case.
The bits that we can talk about that we kind of know of is Ezreal Maokai, right? That is already insane levels of poke. You have Liandry start up for the Maokai. You've then obviously got a Ezreal who's going to be doing Mystic shots from afar. My main concern is the 2 times that we've seen NORD lose is they've drafted full AD compositions versus Hyper Tanks, right? They did it game number 1 versus Malphite. They just did it in game number 4 versus a Cassante. Oh, Maokai built Leandries. I don't care, right? You get to 3-4 items in the game, and that is it's nothing. So it was 3 full AD champion or 2 full AD comps versus Hyper Tank, and then they got punished for it because Bucci was a monster in both of them, would never die. This time round, might actually just enjoy seeing an AP mid laner, and as crazy as that may well be, or an AP bot laner, something of that ilk, it might just need to happen because there's nothing stopping Bucci from going, oh no guys, you've picked full AD again, I'm just going to have to play a tank.
But Rumble full tank, is it really going to work out that well?
Oh, yeah, you're right. They already picked the Rumble. I'm trolling.
But do you need to bring the Rumble into the top side? We were talking about adapting game. And even though it might sound weird because Rumble is so good at the top side, especially on the hands of Bucci. But I agree with you, Rudu. That's exactly what I was trying to get into. Hunt might be forced to play an AP mid laner. And probably that's a necessity right now. I know the AD, but AD mid is so hot right now. I know the meme, but you need to adapt. We need to be talking about it. And if NORD is not capable of adapting, can you even play NLC right now? Because NLC is about having the weirdest meta possible.
I think it's a good point though that obviously the Rumble being in the top lane does remove your hard tank in the mid lane unless we see an absolute scatter up masterclass of an Ornn mid lane. But those are few and far between in the best of times. Yeah. You do have the option to go for an Ornn, a Sion in the mid lane if you're really feeling it. But I think at that point it just makes it blocking a AP mid on 5 way too easy. So maybe NORD have caught themselves a break. And we were talking about the lesser of two evils. Maybe that is that exact lesser of the two. The fact that they won't have a hyper tank on the top side to deal with.
At the same time, there is still a possibility for DMG to try to opt in for a tank in their jungle. It's not going to be as effective as a tank on the top lane, but it's something. Even if you pick, for example, Sejuani, it's still going to be a very reliable front lane.
Hear me out. Dr. Mundo.
Like it.
Ew,
in the jungle.
I like it.
Yeah, like the disgusting amount. Yeah, exactly.
It's like a hate-love relationship. Like, oh, I hate that so much that it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
If you hate it, imagine how much the enemy hates it.
Yeah, that's why I made Teemo for a lot of seasons. Rumble is now online. Ezreal will be followed up by the 3. My question is the Senna. Was she a pick or was she a bug? It's a pick. We've seen this before on Namex 3 games in a row. Probably paired up with the Nautilus.
And then the question is, what support are they going to look to answer with down on that bot side?
Rel or Rel?
Wait, is it?
Oh.
We're changing?
No way. It's not Rel.
Holy Teemo. He did it.
The Game 5 Romeo special. Well, it's not really. It's not Nautilus, but it's a not Rel champion, and that's that's something else so far for this series. It's in the right direction, and I think that versus a Rumble as well, maybe one of those weirder interactions. But later on, a Rumble is going to try and get melee range. He's going to try and get melee range of Leona. If the Rumble gets stunned up, definitely much more susceptible to getting taken down.
So Talia is the one being targeted by NORD. They didn't enjoy the gameplay from Scatterrot, and now it's going to be the cannon. We just seen the highlight, but just the sheer highlight of Nili playing that again. It's like, no, cut it from scratch. We don't want that. Vi, yet again, Salari. You talked about
yet again. Is it? I would like for it not to be Zeri in Ecstasy's hands this time, but the Vi ban kind of screams about Zeri possibility. I don't think it is necessarily the best pick I've seen from Ecstasy. I am not an expert, of course, in any way about NLC and their players, but between Kai'Sa, Smolder, and Zeri, I would prefer the earlier two.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a bad game from Ecstasy. There were a couple of moments where he's flashing late, getting caught by CC, and then not respecting. I think that he's had better performances on Zeri, hands down. So taking it here seems like it would still be a decent enough pickup. You've then got counter pick.
But where's the AP?
Hey, that's what we're waiting for. They can go Gwen, they could go something different, or they could flex our Ezreal. The Ezreal could still go bot lane, it would appear.
But wait, there's a Ziggs. Ziggs could go for the hands of Ecstasy while Hunt takes in the Ezreal. We've seen the Ziggs being banned. I forgot about the Yordle. There's a world.
There is a world. Nice. My concern is that Ecstasy is, on his day, I think, a truly solid AD carry. And I think that by that extension, putting him on Ziggs feels very underwhelming. You don't give him that possibility to pop off. Kind of akin to what we were talking about when you put Bucci on a Malphite, right? But we've already seen that be successful, so maybe this is the time for change. But the Jarvan getting locked in for bits, so that's that hot pot combo we were talking about. And in case they were missing any form of consistent DPS, we've gone to an old school in the mid lane, and the Azir gets locked in.
Yeah, the AP mid laners are back, and I am already really scared of what DMG's comp looks like, because this is a death trap comp, quite literally. If anybody gets trapped in the combination of J4 plus Rumble, there is no way out of it. Especially in the mid game.
Do you bring the AP, or are you relying on Leona and Maokai?
Okay!
Okay! Akali into Azir. This is my favorite pick into Azir. And I know it's a little bit controversial between different casters. I personally think that it's a really good one, because Akali does not care about anything that Azir is going to be throwing at her later in the game. She will suffer at lane, especially pre-level 6. This is going to be really hurtful for Hunt. But after that, in the team fights, look at how many targets that are going to be for Hunt. Namex and Skateroid will need to be really careful about this burst from Hunt.
And even as you get a little bit later as well, it's not a bad thing to take out the Rumble, right? This is, you know, 3 solid carries that the Akali can try and focus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it. Hunt played Akali once.
Ooh.
I knew he played this before. I just wanted to check versus who. He played Akali once and he lost that game. It's the only loss, like, specifically he has on the champion. He only played it once. It was versus Alex, versus Reddy, and he was able to handle the mid lane versus the Yone of Alex. So this brings some light, even though it's a defeat. It's versus a team that is currently holding the first place and also waiting for their opponents from the finals of Summer Split. And in order to do that, they need to find out who's going to win versus this one. NORD versus DMG. Game 5, it's upon us. With a little bit of excitement, please initialize. Take care of yourself, you don't need silver scraps. It's on you, my gentlemen. Game 5, champion to summon this rift, please!
Let's go! Oh, baby!
I'm excited, yeah!
There we go. That's the highest energy I've ever heard you, mate.
Highest energy I've ever heard myself, baby.
There we go.
But the series deserves it. The series deserves it, and what a draft. What a draft for game number 5. Akali in the mid lane, Bucci's on his Rumble, Jarvan Rumble combo. Delicious.
The hot pot's in. Hun has decided to throw down the gauntlet as well. Akali in the current meta is not as easy. Second win nerfs have come on through. A lot of the analysts I have talked to have basically said, look, if you want to play Akali, you need to play it to an exceptional level, because it just isn't as easy to execute anymore. Hunt is one of the best mid laners in the league. He has not been today. He has struggled somewhat, I think it is fair to say. The Corki game in particular was not what we were after. He is the one who's decided to take in that pick. He's going to have to be the threat onto the Azir, onto the Senna, onto that Rumble. Enough from us. Game 5 awaits. Let's go. For one final time, welcome to Summoner's Rift for the evening. Hunt. Here in a prestige skin, looking to put on a prestigious performance. DMG, this could be the furthest they've ever been in the NLC. NORD, on the verge of once again bowing out early in playoffs. An organization that's been so close so many times. To fall here again against DMG of all teams. It's not what they were after this split.
No, it would really suck. Obviously, for any of these teams losing this game, it's game number 5. If you lose, you're out. There's no losers bracket either here. But yeah, I think especially for NORD, given the history of this team, always being one of the better teams here in the NLC, but never quite being able to make it happen when it counts in the playoffs, and now facing elimination. Ooh, Namex though, facing a little bit of threat here from Ecstasy and Romeo. He's run away from the tower as well.
He's flash on forwards, Ignite comes on down, and Namex flashes in trade.
I think that's a cheeky little attempt there from Ecstasy, because if Namex doesn't respond quite in time there and that Q lands, because Romeo comboed the Ignite, that actually probably would have killed him. But yes, already we're getting some action here. 1.5 minutes into the game, no flash from Namex. Does Yoka use that as a window perhaps to gank bot side? Does still have the cleanse to get out of a Twisted Advance or like a Leona engage, but still, already perhaps some targets being painted on people's backs.
Being asked to be clutch are NORD, DMG in the same position. Bitzer takes red buff, looks for the invade early, completely off vision. Could potentially look for a very early gank then towards this bot lane. Level 2 Jarvan gank in game 5. He's going to be here in off vision. They don't know. Ecstasy, no flash.
No flash. He's level 1 as well, so won't have his E.
Gonna try and get a knock-up flash on forward to the dredge line. Ecstasy about to fall, but first, blood for DMG. Bitze's Jarvan strikes again.
Here it is. Bitze's so good on this champion, and that is, as you say, it's the first blood, the first kill of our game number 5. The question now has to be at what cost? Being so behind in your clear and your tempo as a jungler, can Yoka make something up with this? He's going to have a significant camp advantage over Bitze here. He needs to be able to punish NORD. Punish DMG.
Himself.
Yeah, he's coming down himself. I think this is... It's a good shout. It's a decent idea, especially with that minion wave how it is. DMG are going to want to hover around to try and get it under turret. But I do believe Bitze, before he went for that gank, I think he got a ward onto the blue. So I'm fairly certain NORD, NORD was spotted out, exactly. So
thank you, observers.
Yeah, perfect stuff. And Romeo's dead. Okay, just a 2v2 kill. Oh dear.
It's all going so very wrong, so very early. Yoka is still on vision. He tried to do a fast level 3. He did red into Raptors, into Gromp, and still wasn't there in time as Bitzer found the angle. Now ahead of Camps himself. Will look to get an early ward in, and 2-0 in the bot lane. A kill on the center, a kill on the Jarvan. We'll go and put a warder down on the Raptors, but this is dire stuff right now for NORD.
It is not a good start. 1,000 gold down already. You know, Narmex, this is a center lane. This is not really a lane that's meant to have so much pressure early on. And already falling behind here. I will say, for any NORD viewers out there who are feeling a little bit sweaty right now, it's not... Is that Romeo in that bush? Of course it is. Of course it is. No one's going to expect this.
Oh, what a roam up. Gets so much damage. Bucci flashes away. Stays alive. The wallop not quite in time.
Ez did get hooked bot side as well, but managed to buffer the hook with his arcane shift. So that's going to keep him safe for now. You can see that 20-second cooldown. But yeah, I mean, but this is such a crap spot for Ez now. Look at this.
It's awful.
That's a terrible
At least he can farm
way
from
for
range,
Ez.
but that's not great.
Yeah,
oh,
man.
Snabby can do so much work. Doesn't have the Hex Flash, I'll note, but the slow
Yoka's
comes on
here.
through. Yoka's here to all the bait. Snabby snapped on forwards, gets the Titan's Wrath, but Yoka gets hit by the last embrace, so the gank will not work, but it will allow the wave to get shoved out. And that's very important, because you said how crap it was. They knew it too.
Yep, and there's no way for DMG coming in anytime soon.
Flash, put the flash in trade. Not quite in range to get the knockup. Bitzer takes a turret shot for it. Powered auto available for Hunt.
Dude, that was so close.
Out one of those hammers. I know.
Yeah,
I know. He really read that.
That EQ flash combo for Jarvan, you know, to transfer that knockup. To be honest, I'm surprised it didn't go through, but either way, that is that. Yeah, just trading flashes right there. A big deal, to be honest, for the Akali to not have their flash anymore, as, you know, they just about hit level 6. Yeah, just hit level 6. It could probably needs that if he wants to look for any kill in mid, but while this is all happening, for the first time this game, NORD are playing for Dragon. They're going to get the Dragon here at 5 minutes. Yeah, so flipping the script a little bit on this one already.
Bitzer will take the opportunity to get to the enemy jungle and start going for some of those camps. Grubs did go to neither team. Of course, they've not spawned quite yet. Will be a few seconds before that's a possibility. And Narmex stepping on forwards, gets a last auto off on Romeo. Thinking about a reset, but
they're holding the
everyone's
wave
aware
here,
that wave's in an awful position again.
Yeah, you can see though, Ecstasy is not struggling just yet, but the fact he doesn't have tier does mean that it's quite difficult for him to throw out these Qs from range to farm. Yeah, Joker is here, but
he had a cookie in inventory, and that buys him enough for now. Yoka is here. You're absolutely right. Narmex not exactly high on mana either.
yeah, just gonna shove that under tower. Oh, here comes Akali as well. Romeo though.
Romeo, not again. Trying to set up the route onto Ecstasy after the dive. Well, it's catastrophe before it can even begin.
That's poor show, and that should be Grubs, right? You see Yoka down bot side. You see the NORD dedicate resources to it. Yeah, here come the on the way pings with a Rumble here as well. Like, honestly, one of the strengths of Rumble in the solo lane is the red carpet. The equalizer in small enclosed spaces, like you tend to find with fights around the river. It's so painful. So yeah, NORD not going to look to contest that one. That will be a free set of grubs going over to DMG. And again, for the first time this game. Or this series.
Romeo mid has flash, could look to set up escape. Romeo's roams this game have been underwhelming, I think it's fair to say. For all they say all roads lead to Romeo, he has been at the fall of Rome, it feels like, this game. And NORD, an organization that has finished second in spring playoffs, finished second in the summer playoffs as well, has had a horrible story. Probably third in spring playoffs. They finished second in the regular season, didn't quite make it all the way to the finals, did they? On the verge here of tying up their worst ever record in the NLC of 4th. This would be a bit of a disaster for them. On the other side, DMG, they win this, it'd be their best ever record.
Yeah, and it would be well deserved. I'd say this series has been very much DMG setting the pace, to be honest. NORD have been on the back foot. You can see the quality of the NORD players, the fact that they brought this to a game 5, to be honest. Because it certainly feels like it's just been a lot of DMG this series, to be perfectly honest. And so far to the start of game number 5, 2,000 gold lead for DMG as well. It's looking to continue that way. This could just be another terrible wave spot if Snarby wants to tank it up, which I think he will. Like,
yeah,
it's not looking
to get a wave
ideal.
flash. They just haven't been able to do it, and Yoka not been around until just now. You can see he's walking down the lane as we speak, but the damage is kind of being done. At least Ezreal has managed to get that reset, has got that tier in inventory, so can get access to some of those minions.
Yeah, for a team that was hyped up to be what about the ocean? Their wave control certainly does that. Well, that
Tide's
DMG,
going out
wasn't
currently.
it? Yeah,
a little bit dry here on the beaches.
Yeah, it's all good stuff though for DMG. This dragon spawning in a minute and a half.
Ooh. Ecstasy.
Yeah, we've
well
seen
buffered.
that before. Just getting that one out. I want to see now. This is it. We got some level 6s coming through here. We should be looking for these skirmishes. I reckon we'll be seeing one around this dragon. Now, this will be a pivotal point because I think both teams will look to play for this one, right? Both teams should have their ultis there. Both teams have tools to succeed in a fight around dragon. And we'll just see who has the advantage of the moment.
The teleports. Yoka will throw down the ultimate. It is rooted up by Snamex, and instead Bitse will try and ward Yoka away from anything here. And no one dies in bot lane, but some ultimates were burned, and the health bars are low for DMG.
Right, this unfortunately for NORD happened perhaps, 40 seconds a little too early. Yeah. So they're not going to be able to actually, most likely, not going to be able to use that straight away, get a dragon. But they will be able to get some position around it. You can see there's a butt ton of vision around the dragon pit, and specifically in the shallower areas of the DMG bot side jungle. So NORD will have the advantage when it comes to setting up this dragon play, which might just dissuade DMG for looking for this one.
And Hunt has managed to lane very well here. Obviously, the Akali was often picked into the Azir, but that was with the context of things like second wind and all of that kind of thing being so much stronger, and being more of a threat at the level 6, that all-in potential. He just laned straight well, is ahead in CS somehow. Only nominally, but again, ranged into a melee matchup. That's pretty good going, isn't it, Lay? Maybe a Meganar here. Debating, looking for that Meganar. Can't quite find the angle. As Bucci in trade gets a bit of an ugly equalizer, clears out most of the wave with it, but can maybe run people down here as the harpoons start coming on through, and Bitse looking for the flag and drag, will flash and then get the cataclysm afterwards as Bucci flashes on in and turns it into a hot pot. Dragon will be traded, but a kill was secured topside.
It's not quite the combo you expect to see with Java and Rumble, but it will count. That is still a kill. Nile has his teleport up. But as it stands, getting a kill topside for a dragon, not really worth it, because you can't turn that into grub straight away. Those respawns were a little bit staggered here. As I say, Nile, with that teleport, will be able to get back into the show as well. No ultimates here from Bucci and Bitse. Both flashes were burned as well. That might make contesting this one a little bit tricky.
Might at that, as Hunt being out the mid lane. We just hasn't really been about this lane this game so far, despite the excitement of particularly that Akali getting locked in. Instead, we've been following the junglers to all of the madness they've been setting up, particularly in the bot lane, and a little bit just then in the top. Now we're looking at Grub's fight. Solar Flare lands on 2. That's Skateboard, who's rated in place, will slide away. Snappy goes on forward, gets a death charge onto Yoka. Hunt knocked up briefly as well, nearly at Meganar. Into the back and goes Yoka, but he's so damn deep. Needs to think about flashing out of Snappy, stays alive. Over comes Bucci, no equalizer to speak of. Another hook, lands onto Yoka. Rooted in place afterwards by the last Embrace. The harpoon flashed away from, because that slow could have proved deadly. Bitse, think about going in, it's a dawning shadow. Won't quite get it.
Oh,
Moon
the
over the
blind
wall. It's blind, and the kill is secured. Jungler down.
It was looking kind of tough, wasn't it, for DMG there? NORD with a good engage, and the fact, DMG kind of relying on the combos of the Rumble ulti, the Jarvan ulti to make it happen in the river. Didn't have access to that, but still managed to find a way to come out on top, and that's 6 grubs for DMG here. The power of the grubs really does come down to not when you take them, but what you can do with them in the pushes. I don't expect, to be honest, this to be a team for DMG to really take much advantage of 6 grubs, but we'll see how it plays out in these side lanes.
4,000 gold as well as a significant lead when you've got the Rumble at 2-0 with that Liandry's. Who on earth is matching into them? You've got a Nash's Tooth Azir. Part of the reason Azir was so meta in spring was grubs plus Nash's Tooth meant towers just disappeared in the side lane. It's not quite the height of that power, but it's still pretty damn strong here with this setup. Yakali might have the kill threat, but I don't know about the lane shove, and if she ever leaves, that turret will disappear.
Exactly that. Skate Rot's shove is very, very powerful. Those soldiers doing a lot of work for him, especially with the Nash's Tooth. That consistent DPS being much more valuable, especially when it comes to pushing out waves. Seems a lot, to be honest, of League of Legends nowadays, is how fast you can kill minion waves, how much pressure you can apply on the map. And a lot of that is thanks to the AD mids, of course. But we don't even have AD mids in this game, and we're still seeing it. So, yeah, Bucci, though, with that 6 grub power, able to pick up an extra plate for himself in that top side.
Pull away for a moment, 2 minutes until the next dragon. NORD on the back foot again. They've been the second best team for large portions of this series. They've had their moments, don't get me wrong, they may still win it. They're going to have to start turning up in this game 5-0, about to lose the Herald as well. It has been a tough old game, and it doesn't get much better from here. The Azir, the center will be scaling just fine, and this Rumble has been such a problem. Nille face check said Rumble, and a level 11 for Bucci and a Liandry's. He hurt pretty damn hard. Skate Rot. Mid lane again, away from the side lanes just briefly. We have seen them move up to help secure that Herald, and they might look to use it in that minute or so to buy themselves some pressure in mid as the dragon is spawning.
Exactly, this dragon's going to be an important one, this third one, right? DMG do not want to give it over to NORD and put them on Soul Point, especially in Ocean Soul. First time it's not been Hextech or Chemtech this time around in the series. But yeah, DMG certainly don't want to get put on Soul Point. Everything's going well for them. They have control of this game. And so often you see this. You see teams willing to give up 2 dragons early, trade it out for stuff on the top side of the map. But then the crucial part is on the 3rd dragon spawn, that's when you got to step up. You got to step up, you got to contest. And it's where DMG are in a good spot to do so here with 30 seconds on that timer.
Yeah, exactly that. It's going to be all and end all, you feel, in this game. If NORD lose it too catastrophically, could well be the rest of the game looking lights out. Got a moment here to perhaps find their way back into the game. They've got items at least on the Akali and on the Ezreal, but Nille still without a first completed item. Proved really problematic here at this fight, but it feels like if the Gold League gets any more, it won't be just item to item. It'll be full second items completed by DMG by the next dragon.
Can I just draw a little attention to the Voltaic Cypher Sword first item on Senna?
Yeah. That's a while since I've seen that one.
That's... yeah. Fair play. I mean, that's some big deeps coming through from the center there. We've seen Lethality
Blood Racer too, yeah.
But
or Blood Song, yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, that is ballsy. That is a lot of damage. And to be fair, considering you don't actually have an ADC in your team, right? You've got AP mid and AP top. What season are we even in? Then I guess it makes sense. You want to get some more physical damage from the center, but that's crazy. That's a lot of damage.
They're going to throw in a teleport in mid lane. The Herald's there as well. Bucci, along with the rest of the team, will secure tier 1 and look to rotate over towards the dragon that has now spawned. Note, Hunt is already in the river, looking for an angle, but he's currently alone. Trying now to go back towards this tier 1 bot lane. Yoka is here. Do NORD feel able to contest this? Romeo stepping forward, but he's been caught out so many times. Flashes out of the Cataclysm immediately.
That is a big engage tool down, though, for DMG. They still have everything else up, so this should be a free D&D dragon. But NORD don't want to leave this one up. They're not going to concede it for free right here. They're going to keep looking for it. Yoka's got a good position.
He's got a Blast Cone and a Dream. They're going to try and time it well. It's going to be going down. Will they look for the fight afterwards? There it is. And they just don't do anything. It's Safari League of Legends there to watch the wildlife and not interact with it at all.
Yeah. It didn't put his sapling over the bush, over the wall to get vision. Didn't use the bloom to get vision either. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he could have tried to steal that one. Has his ultimate available as well. I don't know. Cool. It's not the end of the world, obviously. If you lose that dragon, if you're NORD, it's only, you know, the first dragon that you're conceding to DMG. But obviously, a steal there would put you on soul point. And it's not exactly a huge amount for you to lose. It may have been worth going for that, but, you know, whatever. It's not the end of the world if you don't. And yeah, DMG just happy to pick that one up right now. Not putting themselves on soul point is the crucial part of this early game strategy, and so far they've executed well.
I think the issue for me there, though, is that if you weren't going to fight for the soul, then why are you just standing there watching the dragon go down? Go do something else on the map! Get some vision, take some towers! They don't do any of that and end up really not doing a lot with the timing there, so yeah, maybe you don't want to take the fight, but then surely there's something more valuable you can be doing with your time. But enough of my complaints. We've got some violence against Scuttle Crabs on our screen. That one's not Safari League of Legends. That one's some death for Scuttle Crabs and vision gains.
That is death to the crabs. It's gone. Give me that gold. Give me that vision. A lot of vision in the top side, to be honest, though, for NORD. Which is nice, but doesn't serve any purpose right now. There's nothing to achieve up there at all. So, you can see... Yeah, you can see how DMG, just playing for this dragon, had control of the bot side. That's where their vision is. NORD didn't have control of the bot side, so use that time to go put it in top instead. Unfortunately for them, there's nothing really to get here. And to be honest, this gold lead just keeps on climbing. Like a 5.5k gold lead 20 minutes into the game is not insignificant. No, it really isn't. On the plus side, however, we will say that, you know, mid lane's kind of even, and the ADCs are kind of even as well, right? So as far as the carries are concerned, it's okay.
The problem is this is an Ezreal who is the 3rd lowest income champion in the game, behind the Maokai and just ahead of the Maokai and the Leona. That is an awful position to be in as an AD carry. Has been denied a lot of farm. We saw the wave states be pretty ugly. Ecstasy not at a second item, nowhere near it. And for a player that has been widely touted as one of the better AD carries in the league, this is just not a great position to be playing from.
He has struggled this game. As you say, those waves really didn't do too much work for him early on, unfortunately. But it is what it is. To be honest, at this point, he's now just trying to farm it up, and they're just buying time on NORD right here. The only thing they really have to worry about in the immediate future... Wait, there's an engage on bot. Hunt's had to flash away. I think Hunt might be dead bot side as well.
He's taking a fair chunk. His skatewell goes looking over at the R2 is used. Namex is engaged on over here instead as Yoka. Land is hit with the last embrace. Will get out to safety. Flash cleanse blown by Namex as Hunt was forced to both summoners on the other side.
Yes, Hunt used his flash and his ulti. Bits because he was getting chased by Bits and skate rock.
Going to engage, but there's a massive turnaround with the depth charge coming through, and there's the Dawning Shadow afterwards. Oh, Romeo, he's in danger again. Stabby about to burn down. No, he gets on the shield. Finally goes down as the missing shot comes flying on through. Yoka, Romeo just about alive, but here comes the equalizer. Yoka is burned down. Tree meat fire.
Whoa, that was close. Romeo almost fell down there as well, but that's fine. A 1-for-1. NORD will take that any day of the week. Very nicely done there. They're just trying to buy some time, and any time you're 5,000 gold behind, going 1-for-1, absolutely, you'll have it. It's hard to believe 21 minutes into the game that this is NORD's first kill here in game number 5. Legit, like it's taken them that long to do anything. DMG have just been very clinical, very precise with their gameplay. And it's game 5, man. It's game 5. They're not taking any risks. They're making it happen, and so far, you know, they've got their eyes set against Venomcrest in this next series. But of course, it's certainly not over yet. We've seen bigger comebacks here in the NLC and NORD especially. We've even seen this team make bigger comebacks because their macro play, you just can never write them off.
They will still have the Sakali that's matching the Azir, pound for pound in terms of the gold, at least right now. The Ezreal's gotten that second item completed finally. Maybe, just maybe, if you can hold on, if you can stall, you've got those options in one of the other sides to getting those 2 early dragons. There's no soul being threatened by DMG. You can afford to stall if you have to, if that's what you need to do. So maybe, just maybe, they can let this dragon go again. They are kind of around, looking to play. They get an engage onto Skaterot, and then comes Hunt, who will be forced to wait briefly as Skaterot dashes back on out. Romeo walks into the enemy jungle where Bitse is waiting, and he'll go down. Skaterot running away on the other side, trying to back out. He hasn't managed to retreat, was looking for the Hex Gates and wasn't allowed to use them. Hunt would likely get the auto to secure it. A 1-for-1 support for mid lane.
Yeah, push mid though. If you're DMG right here, you just shove that one down. Unfortunately, this was right as Dragon spawned. This will be sole point here for NORD. Not what DMG wanted to have happen right here. I mean, you're in such control of the game. You cannot be conceding dragons like this. Like this is criminal. What did I say? You can't write NORD out. And it's a great play. It's a trade 1-for-1 plus that dragon. Very good stuff here for NORD. This is the avenue for their comeback if they do get back into this game. Remember this moment.
That might be the win condition they need. And again, it stops DMG getting another dragon. Again, it buys them time. A kill onto the Akali could prove scary as Romeo was walking forwards and found 3 people, was not hit by the flag and the drag, as Nille will hop over the equalizer, but a flash on forward from Bucci will be flashed and transpond from Nille, but there's nowhere to go. Flame roasted Nordal, a bit of a speed up from the hyper proc, but there's a scrap shield afterwards. The wave will buy some time. Nille gets to walk away.
It was close. If one of those harpoons hit Nille, he was dead. Fortunately for him, his happy feet allows him to dodge it out. Just flashes, traded, and the ultimate from Bucci as well. But of course, at this point in the game, I don't think that ulti really is a high commodity as far as that cooldown goes. He will have that back up relatively shortly. Just keeping up that killer instinct. Speaking of...
Could be in danger here, shifts away, now gets a knockback, but the E's already landed! Golden goes Gabriel, summons the turret, but it's too late! Executed before the Dawning Shadow can come on through, but there's a death charge afterwards, just about alive for a second or two as the flash brings him far enough away. Now Snappy's in danger as Ecstasy and Yoka are here with Nille to claim another kill, and Bucci in danger, pulled back with a Meganar, shut down, brought down by Ecstasy, and NORD right back in it.
DMG had total control of this game. 2 minutes ago, they lost the Dragon. They lost Skate Rot. And since then, it has all been NORD. NORD's come back into this game already. The confidence, the skill from Hunt. He heard us talking about mid-gap and he's decided he's had enough of that. Game number 5, he's taking it to Skate Rot. And that's just it. That all comes off the back of him. What a play.
This is a man who, in Game 5 of an elimination match in playoffs of the NLC, locks Akali into the Azir and goes pound for pound in lane, and then when it matters in this mid lane, in this later stages of the game, finds some critical kills. It's not over yet. They're still down 5,000 gold. They're still in a scary position, but they have soul point. They've got win conditions in this Akali. The Ezreal starting to get some gold. Maybe, just maybe, they can find a few more of those to bring it all the way to a victory.
It's so tough right here for NORD. Excuse me, for DMG. Gosh, so used to saying that one for the first 20 minutes of this game. But yeah, I can't... The collapse of DMG right here has been quick. It's been sudden and shocking, really, considering the position that they were in. They still have a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
But it feels like the boat just has sprung quite a few leaks now, and this is the question: how do you answer it? Specifically in the side lane, right? Hunt. The game now edges all on him.
And for DMG, they've been stalled at this point for the last 5 minutes. They lost the last dragon, they lost the fight with it, they lost the play in bot lane as well. The gold lead in some ways, it's looking a little immaterial. Namex, though, nearly at 100 souls, got a second item of the rapid fire cannon to pair up with that voltaic cyclo sword. Energized abilities all there. Namex realizing that against the Ezreal and the Akali, I suppose, as well, Range will be their friend. So Senna trying to keep her distance here this game and make the auto she can get count.
Exactly that. Just having to buy some time at this point as well. The next dragon spawns in 1 minute's time. These past 2 dragon plays have not gone very well for DMG. They still have that wombo combo that they haven't been able to set up all game. Bucci's he's out of it.
Will be hit with the E. The Dawning Shadow comes on through, but at this point, it just does not stop Hunt's damage. Another kill onto the Akali.
And what does DMG get out of this? Nothing. There's this just feels they're just conceding so much across the map, and they're achieving nothing in response. Losing the top member there, the tower goes down as well. They're lucky, DMG, that this wasn't the Baron too. It's just so tough that they seem to have completely forgotten what's made them successful in this game and in this series, and it's all falling apart here for DMG.
It's not over yet, but these moments are giving NORD confidence, and you can see DMG becoming more and more timid, more and more wary of where they can step in the side lane. Skatebot, when he got caught out, you saw his fear to set up for this tier 1 will finally, you feel, be able to secure it. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds will surely secure that turret while it's at it, and Yoka getting caught up with that last embrace as a flash on forwards is flashed out from Cataclysm, not working out, but now they go on forwards themselves, and Snappy were looking for their dredge line, could not find it. True Shopper just tags Bucci, but not to too much else. We back away, we look towards the dragon. It is DMG in position in the river right now.
It is. Bucci has to wait 3 more seconds for his ulti. Are they going to get that combo? They're certainly looking for it.
They're all in the corridor. Maybe, just maybe, NORD have had a moment of madness. Yoka goes on forward. Skatebot goes golden. The jungler is dead. So denied. Nille gets to the backline. And Bucci says, Skatebot jumped on. Perfect execution. Perfectly deletes Skaterot. And they bring down Namex 2. Hunt finds them all. It's open season on DMG.
4 kills for NORD. They now have the kill lead in this game. Game number 5. These guys were down and out. 5 kills to 0. It took them 20 minutes to find their first kill in the game. And Hunt has just decided he is going to will this series win into existence. The flank immediately deleting Bucci into Skaterot, into Namex as well. My goodness, considering just how good Skaterot has been in this series, I thought he was the MVP of the entire series. Hunt has had not been himself this whole time, but he's certainly taken his time to turn it on, but my goodness, has he turned it on. He is 1v9 in this game right now. He is insane. He is unlocked.
3 items, an NLR, a fully stacked Dark Seal. He is imperious this game. Absolutely deadly. As Snabby has stepped on forwards for once to support. On the other side, getting caught out just that touch, but he's tanky enough. Remember, that's the farming Nautilus. Not as easy to pick off for some of the other teams, but NORD now in position around the Baron. They're starting it up. Hunt's on the other side with a teleport, daring them to come stop him on the other side of the map. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
That's the one. This might just be it. If this Baron goes down, especially while Hunt's pushing bot, Hunt's TPing in. Here comes the fight.
It'll be deep in the enemy team, though. He could get a bit caught. Goes golden. Bucci lays down the equalizer on top of Hunt, but he's getting a lot of healing back as the Ocean Soul mid-Zonia's keeps him topped up. Bitse will lock in Romeo, but is that the target you really need right now? Hunt finally misses a shuriken flip, and everyone backs away. Bucci at about 10% HP. Into the dragon they go again. Sorry, the Baron, a slightly more important objective.
Slightly, they did reset the Nash, but it doesn't matter. It's going to go down either way. Bitse is looking for a potential steal, though. DMG still wants something to say about this one.
Nilane going towards Meganar. The Dawning Shadow comes in as Hunt into a shadow himself. Throws down that Twilight Shroud. Bitse got in the pit, did not steal it away. Nilla with the 2-man stun into the wall. And Hunt's there to follow up, but his fellow solo laners engaged. Namex just about getting away for now, but for how much longer? Another boulder toss lands. Yoka throws out the sapling. A teleport from Nille. I don't know where the hell he's going. Hunt's still here. Throws out another shuriken flip. The Baron is secured. And NORD back away as everyone starts flying to various corners of the map.
NORD have just switched it on. This is all their game right now. Everything. They're taking the fights. They're taking the objectives. The macro plays across the map. It's everything for NORD right now. DMG do not have a single answer into NORD. It is honestly just I am a bit speechless with how this game has gone down, to be honest, considering how it started. But it is all NORD at this point, and it's looking like it's going to continue that way.
Bucci in danger, gets rooted up. The 3-0 NORD Rumble goes down, surely to 4-4 now. Namex caught as well. It's all falling apart. DMG, this game was yours. You were 5,000 gold up. Everything to work with. And suddenly the plays start going against you. Hunt, who had done nothing for so long in the game, is now a menace to be unmatched wherever he goes. The rest of NORD are playing with a verve and a fire we haven't seen so long. And Steel in their eyes, Yoka engaged onto might finally be brought down. But NORD, what happens to the rest of the base of DMG? Escape Rot has to chance away. Inhibitors under siege. Hunt was on Nexus towers while all that was happening.
That's it. They pushed down top. They got the Nexus top tower. They got the the Inhib top tower. They got the Inhib. Plus that Nexus top tower. Yeah, everything is falling right now. This whole game and the hopes of this series is crumbling in front of DMG. It has got to be a heartbreaking way to bow out of this series if this is indeed how this series is going to continue right now, because oh man, they had it in the palm of their hand. They were in the perfect position to bring this out, you know, to really just solidify themselves here as contenders for perhaps even the title in NLC, right? Coming from 7th place last split to at times looking like the best team in the league here, to then a little bit of a whimper to end the regular season, and now, you know, potentially getting that Game 5 win. It was looking like a great little story for them, but NORD have just decided. It is as simple as that. They've decided, no, we are not going to lose this series. Not this easy. Hunt has turned it on, and we might just be a few minutes away from the end of DMG's season.
All the way to 5 games we went, and all the way to 5 games, everybody has brawled and fought and scrapped their way. But it is NORD with the final in Nexus turret in their eyes. DMG with a last gasp, a final stand, one glimpse of hope left. They've got to hold on, they've got to do a miracle here, but I just don't know whether anybody's on the end of the phone. They were so close to bringing NORD down, so close to ending their split. It's disappointing, but Hunt has none of it. DMG have got nothing left in the camp. 2.5 games of fantastic play, but wait, NORD a little low here. Ecstasy has none of it remaining. A triple kill to him, a quadra kill to him, and NORD break the hearts of DMG, who could not find the clutch when it matters. NORD hold on, NORD move forwards, and NORD find at least a 3rd place finish in the NLC.
Three games is all you need, man. It took 5 for Hunt to wake up, but my goodness, was he well rested. He came in there and he was just an absolute machine. Questions about an Akali pick in the draft. You know, slamming that down for game number 5 is cocky, it's ballsy, it's risky. And they said on the desk, you have to be very good at Akali to make her work. And yeah, all right, fair play to you, Hunt. That was absolutely insane. And just pulling victory out of the jaws of defeat right there. DMG had no real ways to lose that game aside from Hunt turning sicko mode. So that's what he did.
And from a game that looked over, there was nothing to be done. 5,000 gold down. There was a steal on a Dragon Soul point. It began to wonder, and then Hunt starts getting kills. The team starts turning around, and that shift of momentum, that shift in the tide sees DMG washed out to sea. NORD move forwards and hold the line. What an extraordinary high drama series, Foxy. It's been a pleasure, mate. But we are done for the evening here. The desk will break it down from there. See you next time.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At the end of the day, NORD are capable of pulling through 5-game series. We got in our hands a wonderful match, but at the end, NORD prevails. What a game! Where should we even start? Because throughout the first half of the game, I would say, hey, DMG got this one in the bag.
You can maybe even push that a little bit further back, right? Like 2/3, maybe even 3/4. DMG 7k up, really solid scaling composition, and then they just froze.
They did, and there were a couple of reasons to that, honestly. First of all, something we have seen from NORD throughout the series today and in their games before in the best of ones is that they have an insanely good macro, especially if you compare it to how DMG were moving around the map. NORD were always a little bit better in understanding the timings, and I feel like in this game it did help them. But on top of that, what was really important is that this time, finally, we saw the shit that we really wanted to see in game number 5. They stopped ignoring the dragons.
That's a reality. That helps.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they got 10 extra minutes in that game because of those 2 early drakes that they had, genuinely very impactful, right? There's a very real world where NORD go into that same state in the mid game, but they're forced to take a fight around the dragon, and the complete sort of complexion of that game looks entirely different. But having those 2 drakes backlogged meant that they were very safe, they were very secure, that they could, oh, you know what, we're behind on gold, we don't need to take this fight at 3rd drake. DMG, that's yours, we'll let you have that, and we'll do something else to try and find some advantages elsewhere. And when
but
they
the
went,
Exodia, tell me.
When they conceded 3rd drake, and I remember there being a little bit of discourse like, oh, why hasn't Yoka gone over the wall or something along those lines, try and steal it away. Hunt's taking the bot turret down on the bot side. They're establishing a precedent that they're allowing Hunt to get gold in a side lane, and from then on in, Hunt pays it forward in the team fights.
You hit the nail. The Hunt card at the last possible game. I was thinking about the Exodia being pulled in with the Rumble, with the Senna, with that specific build as well. The one slap, that is the slap, that's a one-punch man, but that's the Senna punch. Everything was going accordingly, but they didn't take that into consideration, that Hunt exists. We trash-talked him. And he skill checked the skill check. That is really interesting.
Oh, okay.
No, we both did.
Okay.
He was terrible at them. I'm kidding.
I didn't, and I gotta say, I loved this Akali pick in the draft. I loved it even more in the game. Because Akali, she did struggle a lot, of course, in the early game. But then when she got to those 2 items, when the Crypt Bloom was available, providing those very much needed resets for her in the team fights, that is when the game completely shifted in advantage to NORD. The beauty of that Akali is that what DMG had on their side was a lot of range, and that was disgusting range. You could see that NORD sometimes couldn't even approach the early team fights because they were getting outbooked immediately. Akali doesn't care about that, especially with how Hunt was piloting her, finding a lot of really good flunks onto the enemies. He goes in, he has a lot of burst damage, he gets a reset after he scores a kill that allows him to live for a little while longer and either go for another kill confirmed or get out of it untouched.
The use of Shroud and Zhonya's as well, right? You're always ulting in there and then finding so much space because he's either one-shotting enemy AD carry, one-shotting enemy mid, or distracting them enough so that they aren't DPSing the front line that NORD have to offer, or the back line either. So not necessarily just being the carry, but also being the space maker as well was really, really valuable. And using those cooldowns that you know, on Akali, so very powerful and so frequently misutilized, was a really sort of refreshing moment because it gave NORD that space to be able to come back in this game.
Like we have the interview ready, so let's jump into that one as fast as possible to talk with the players. So let's introduce the interview. I do believe we have the interview. There you go. Bitsa, welcome to the interview. Obviously, we're so close, 5 games. What is your opinion throughout all this madness and chaos? I know you're exhausted, so I won't push it further, so let me know. Talk to me.
What can I say? We're heartbroken, of course. We gave all we had into it. We really tried hard. 5 games, crazy, that we managed to play all 5. There were a lot of ups and downs. We were happy, then we were down, then we were full in tunnel, and so many emotions.
And that's it. Like exhaustion should be at a high level. Nobody prepares a player to go through like 5 games on the playoff series, right?
Yeah. It's my first best of 5 ever, by the way. Like, was really hard for me, but I mean, we still were pretty contesting them in game 5, so that speaks for us, I guess.
Not only that, like, hey, Bitter, with all due respect, like, it's your first play, like your first series, best of 5. You pull out the Jarvan. Everybody was expecting the Jarvan. Everybody was really excited to see the Jarvan yet again. When you did it versus Ready, you changed the game by yourself. And you brought in the Jarvan. It was just wonderful. It was just wonderful, Bitsit. So,
Thank you.
Can you tell me how was your mental through like game 4 until game 5?
I mean, we were always focused, always mental up, and always focusing on winning. Even though we were like 2-1 behind, we were going into game 4, and we like really hyped. We're gonna win this, and also game 5. Now we're gonna close it. And I mean, maybe we got a little too overhyped when we got a lead in game 5. That like pushes. I could feel it. I'm not sure about my teammates, but I could feel a lot of pressure. We are ahead. We are in game 5. You really want to win, and then the voice comes go a bit chaotic. But yeah, we tried to calm that down.
That's something we never get access to as well. As soon as you get that lead on the last game, where you know you can close it, but there's a tingling feeling, right? That you're like, hey, we can close it, but should we? Are we overextending? And when that doubt sets in, it's like you lose control of the game when you are in control.
Kind of, yeah.
Tell me that experience firsthand.
Yeah, I mean, we got caught because obviously we were under high pressure. Like one move against enemy comp with Maokai Leona is immediately catch CC chain, you're dead. Like, and this could turn the whole game around. Like it was a really close game on the edge. One catch into objective, into Soul, into Nash, whatever was so deciding for us. And yeah, we got caught for Soul Drake, I believe it was. And yeah, that broke our legs, I think.
But you are aware of what you were able to achieve, right? I think that's also important.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we knew what we're trying. Even after we lost Sol, we had like comms about how we can get back into the game. Of course, NORD is a really good team. NORD knows what we want to do, maybe. And if they play correct, we were not on a winning spot anymore. But we always, till the end, had the focus on winning. Even though 3 inhibs are down, they're coming with Nation our base, and we said we're gonna win this. Like, we're gonna win this fight, play it like this, and yeah, in the end it didn't work out.
Even though playoffs journey is over, you do have Miyamasa's journey, and redoing the entire team from like almost last position on spring split, coming into summer, and you choked NORD. You choked NORD really hard. The Phoenix was not flying on this one.
Yeah, it was a close one for
when
sure.
You look into that one, you still have a future ahead of you with DMG. What can you say about this team and the entire journey that you just achieved?
I mean, I really like this team. I think we all worked hard together, and I mean, we all keep focusing even now for the EMEA Masters plans. So I think we just need a little break now, and then we come hype back into it. I hope we should not give up yet. We are a good team. We could have beat NORD today, and I think we could have won it all. Like if slight mistakes are fixed. But yeah, it ends like this, I guess.
Those picks, like those individualities, like the Jarvan, the Taliyah, the Sennas, those picks, man, when you get those, DMG is DMG. So I hope you get that in your heart, and
my
really
Nico,
proud to
did you
see
see
the entire team. I got that,
Nico?
the Nico. That was disgusting. Like, oh, I'm a minion. No, you're not. That was really good.
Like,
I really enjoyed it.
The psychological thing behind it was a bit like, it's a best of 5. Like, Nico is fine, it's like not the best, but it's fine, I can play it. And it's really exhausting the enemies. They like perma-checking tab, where's Nico? Is this minion Nico? Like, it really goes on the exhaustion part, and we hope like we can exhaust them a bit with the Nico pick and surprise them.
Nice.
So yeah, that was a cool plan.
Now that's something you can bring out of a sudden. Like, if you go into Miyamasa's, you can just bring a Nico. Nobody's expecting that, and you can exhaust the enemy. Bits it. I'm really proud, and I really enjoyed this series. I really enjoyed watching DMG. I hope you enjoyed playing there, because this is a really powerful team.
I for sure did. Like, it was my first split in NLC, and I really liked it. I think it was really competitive, and I really got to my limits. I really liked it. And I want to thank my whole coaching staff and everyone who's around the stream doing work. I'm really appreciating that. Was nice. Was a nice time.
Keep your chin up. You did a really good job. It's a congratulations.
All right.
I'll see you soon.
See you.
At the end of the day, you need to be proud of what you've achieved, and they did something
very
big.
impressive, genuinely,
Yeah.
from the whole DMG roster, the whole squad, coaching staff. You know, nobody removed. They came into this series definitely as the underdogs, definitely as far as the casting team were organised. I think general community consensus was the same, and they pushed NORD to 5 games. That's about as you know, impressive as you can get without taking the series. So genuine hats off to Bitzer as well for being just a humble in defeat as well. Genuinely just humility shown in that interview. Off the charts, really.
They were happy as well. That's also an interesting take. Hey, we did good. We did good. We're proud of what we achieved. Sometimes you get defeated and you're like, oh, I could have done more. But be proud of what you've done. That's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, they should be proud of what they done. They did in the end take 2 games in this series. They brought this series all the way to 5 games, and in those games that they won, they were pretty damn dominant.
But the team that moves on is NORD. The Phoenix rises once again. They must be pretty exhausted. So, Yoka, we need to talk a little bit about this match. We need to talk about these series. How you doing?
I'm doing good. It was
it was a rough one, wasn't it? It was a free win, wasn't it? Yeah.
I don't know what you mean. It was like I don't want to go into talks with my coach or manager or anyone. I'm still afraid.
That's why you turned off the lights behind you. You're pretending you're asleep. You're pretending to be asleep.
I'm going to sleep afterwards. I'm not looking Discord, not anywhere. I'm just gone. Oh.
So, if you could summarize the entire series, how would you do it?
First of all, hands down, props to DMG. They played really well. I think I sum it up that way. Everyone, I don't want to sound cocky with some. I'm genuinely, like, everybody said they were the underdog and like we were expected to win, and I really felt like that got to our heads, and we were just playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And I felt like whole series we were like not really waking up, and in like game 5 when game was more or less over and we knew like, okay, they outscaled us, it felt like, okay, now we have nothing to lose anymore. And it was the first time I felt like everybody was like playing like we usually do, and therefore I'm like I can't be like more happy about still winning the series, and I hope everybody uses it as like a wake-up call so we can get our shit together for the next BO5 and have a better showing, which I think we can. But man, this season, stressful. Really stressful.
Yeah. So tell me something, at mid-game, game 5, where all hope was lost, you know, you needed the return of the Jedi, 6,000 gold lead in favor of DMG. How were the communications?
Poor. I'll be honest.
By the way.
Our comms were like really heavily today about care here, care that, enemy can do, and we were like not playing our own game, right? And exactly at that point, that's what I meant earlier as well. It was just like, okay, we have nothing to lose. We do what we can do now. Like, go for this, go for that. Hunt, just look for the flank. Don't overthink it. Send it. Either we win, either we lose. Doesn't matter anymore. Like, just play the game. And it worked out in the end.
Congratulations on this one, but I gotta ask, you're facing Venom Crest afterwards, and they kind of adapt to Ruddy as they were going on playoffs. I don't know if you saw that one. But it's still like a Ruddy difference at the end of the day. How do you feel comparing Venom Crest right now versus NORD of today?
Comparing NORD today, I think we don't do it. I think today never happened. It was like Venom Crest is our first best of 5 in the playoffs, and going back into the split, into our comfort zone, into our actual NORD, I just think we haven't. Oh my god, what's it in English? I don't know, but Venom Crest, we lost 2 games against them, or like I lost 1 and overall not lost 2. and they basically took the first place in regular split away from us, not Ruddy. So now it's our time to show them. Maybe won twice against us. Maybe today we didn't have the best showing, but we have a better team, and we want to make it all the way and also play against Ruddy and show maybe the Korean team is gone, but there's like a new good team. Today doesn't count. I have to be a bit cocky. Today doesn't count.
Today doesn't count.
Today it's
Yoka, congratulations. Seriously.
Thank you very much.
Like, go take a rest. You need it. You need it. Your mental
I
must
need
be
it.
broken.
Everybody just
rest.
went like, thank you. Everybody, like, we won the game, Nexus exploded. Like, two people were like, guys, I need to sleep. I need to go, I need a break, I can't do this. And everybody just departed already. We're like so stressed out. So now, like I said, wake up call, focus on tomorrow, focus on Venom Crest in a few days, and then see how it goes. Hopefully better than our performance today. We will improve and make it.
2 days. That's the reality, Yoka. You don't have a lot of time. Think about
Exactly.
it. But go rest. Congratulations.
I will. I'm going to sleep now.
I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one.
See ya. Thank you for the interview. Bye.
Always a pleasure. And these are the players of the day. Ecstasy, Yoka, and Hunt with Arakali. I mean, we stated before, Redude. I'm not shy of saying it. If it wasn't for the last game, Hunt shouldn't be there. But with the last game, Hunt should definitely be there.
Yeah, he takes his rightful place on Players of the Day.
Yes, sir.
I think that the disingenuous part is that Nilla's not also here as well. I think he had a large part in this series in just containing Bucci. Unfortunately, the role of the top lane was not to be the carry this time round. Yoka had an exceptional performance, as did Ecstasy with the smaller pentakill as well. So it was quite tricky to find NORD members not to put up there.
I feel like it's a little bit unfair that there is Kai'Sa for Ecstasy as the champion and not Smolder, because this penta definitely needs to go into history.
Yeah, it's the first pentakill of Summer Split as well, so...
You haven't had a single pentakill up until now?
We had one.
What are you doing
today
here,
didn't
guys?
happen. Today didn't happen. I'm sorry. Yeah, today didn't happen. I keep saying this because predictions are up.
No, but the amount of good grace that NORD did for me coming back in that, I was staring down a -24 day.
We got it! We got a Duckling Day!
Oh, the little edit at the top, that is perfect.
I just love it. For those of you who are not aware, when you hit a Duckling Day, it's when you miss everything and you lose twice the amount of points you would lose normally. So Duckling did a Duckling Day. It's just poetic. At the end of the day, it's just poetic. I lost. I did. Foxtrot somehow made it even.
You came out well on the day. You end up with +2, I think.
I guess.
For today.
Yeah. At the end of the game, yeah.
Yeah.
I was so scared.
I'm quite happy. I don't know what you're talking about, guys.
I saw it. Look at you.
Also, yeah. Well, also, yeah. Solari just dominated everybody today somehow.
I mean, I just brought in some Solman pride, and I brought in my hope for some bloody League of Legends, and hey, it works.
It's always like that. She's always looking for blood in Summoner's Rift, and at the end of the day, it pays out. I don't know. I should be afraid. But hey, it is what it is. Congratulations on that one, but let's showcase the leaderboard for predictions. Rudun!
I'm still at the top.
In.
I'm still there, still triple digits. Yesterday did me a lot of work, and I'm glad that it didn't end up losing out on any, losing out big time today.
I'm in 3rd place? What is wrong with you all?
Not me.
I should be
not
like
me.
6.
What's wrong with everyone else? You know? Foxdrop's climbing.
Why is it in 2nd place? And I shouldn't judge the success of my friends, so I'm just gonna say congratulations to everybody. Duckling, come on, step up. But congratulations, Solari, you did wonderful.
Thank you.
I just want to say that. And you also have a sword behind you. So as we wrap up the day, I would like to give you, Solari, the opportunity to communicate with us and tell us what you thought and what you think is going to happen in NLC. And if you want to show the sword, it's up to you. But please don't attack anyone. I think you're allowed. Now I'm confused. Are you allowed? I don't know.
You know what? Maybe let's not risk it.
She has a sword. Tell
I
me
have a
somebody.
sword. Like it really is a sword. I swear, it's not just a prop, and it's quite heavy. But what do I think? First of all, thank you so much for having me. It feels so nostalgic to be back at NLC. It was one of those places where I started years ago together with this guy who is smiling too widely right now. But it is amazing to be back because, years come and go. NLC changes a bit, but I gotta say, it changes to the best. And I am really excited to see what has been happening here today and throughout the whole split. Like, the teams that NLC is having right now are insane, for the lack of a better word, and I say it and I mean it in the best way possible. They are insane, bringing out, excuse me, Nico in the jungle, and it's not a one-off situation. This just has been happening for you guys. I am a little bit jealous because you have been able to watch it throughout the whole split. But overall, it feels really good to be here, and it has been an insane pleasure to watch these games today. Insane series, absolutely mind-blowing, a roller coaster of emotions and probably some heart attacks here and there as well. But I'm just very happy that I was here with you guys to go through it.
Rude.
We're happy she was here as well, Arsharam.
Yes.
I think that's the overwhelming sentiment. Yeah, it was a good time. I think that to focus more on maybe the split and what this means going forward. The having a best of 5, already having 2 of them, excuse me, we're halfway through playoffs, where we haven't had a 3-0 yet, and that bodes well. It shows that any team can beat any team, and I think that preconceptions coming into playoffs were that this could have very easily been 2 3-0s and been a fairly short week. It was anything but, and that just means that next week is going to be even more entertaining because we've got the lower finals, the grand finals, the creme de la creme for the NLC.
So this is the bracket for everybody. Pay attention to it. NORD takes down DMG 3-2 and Ruddy with a 3-1 over Venom Crest, but we'll see how it ends. 30th of this month, Venom Crest will take upon NORD on the best of 5, and Ruddy are just sitting and waiting on the 3rd of August for the last team for the throne of the Northern League of Legends Championship 2024 Summer Split. Whoever wins the next one will also get access to EMEAs instantly instead of going through the the qualifiers and all that. We have 4 teams there, but 2 of them will be quite happy. Ruddy is already there. So scatter away your expectations as we're waiting for the next match of Venom Crest and NORD. And until then, we love you very much. Keep climbing. It's not the same without you if you don't show up. So we have a date. I'll see you soon.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Alex has just put the wind wall out to try and keep them all in place. Does go in for the 2-man. Built slides in for the backup as well. The catch name next to the old Alex. Could this be even more funny? Got to kill anything forward. It's 3, it is 4. This could be the Penta, but Stumpback and Lenny denies it.
Now the teleports come flying on through, and the stun is onto Alex, who flashes away. The Moonlight Vigil is solid, but the Glacier Press after with me. And look at that! Already, there's a slicing maelstrom that will electrify the NLC.
That lands on multiple members in the pit, and it could be catching The double stun coming down. He gets being focused, and the damage will blow him up.